अभी तो फिलहाल हम मेकअप कर रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये कि डोंट शूट।
Game Master, mag full team kiechle.
माँ का बेटा। बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है PUBG मोबाइल के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके, और अब मुझे एक और तरीका मिल गया अपने फैंस से कनेक्ट होने का, पख्तून फैंस से। अपनी आवाज में PUBG मोबाइल खेलने का मौका मिलेगा, अपना अच्छा लगेगा, आप खुद सोचें। तो कोई एक चीज वियर्ड नहीं है, वो तो बहुत कुछ ऐसा कई दफा हुआ है कि थैंक यू वेरी मच कह के या बिल्कुल खामोशी से मैं निकल गई। PUBG तो मैं सोच रही हूँ जो इस वक्त मेरी टीम यहाँ पे मैं इनके साथ खेलूँ, मजे का। कीप रॉकिंग। यूथ में मेरी बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है और फैंस वाकई मुझसे बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, बहुत हार्डकोर हैं। तो लेट्स गो। तो अभी हम रास्ते में हैं और हम जा रहे हैं अपने स्टूडियो की तरफ वॉइस ओवर्स के लिए। वॉइस पैक आने वाला है PUBG मोबाइल में पश्तो में। सो यस, मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड। माँ कवर का अल्लाह का माँ सरा मदद का। और मुझे प्राउड इस बात पे कि मैं पठान हूँ, मुसलमान हूँ, मैं आज जो हूँ जहाँ हूँ, यकीनन मेरे कल्चर की कदर ही है जो मुझे यहाँ तक लेके आई।
आप लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कब शुरू करें?
बहुत जल्द मुझे लगता है, इसके बाद तो एक बनता है सेशन, तो वो तो आप जल्दी देखेंगे मुझे। हेलो 1 2 3 4 चेक साउंड चेक। हाँ नहीं या लगा माँ सरा मदद होगा, माँ खबर का हाँ देर का या लगा तो पक पकार दे जमाफी वार या लगा ब्याह बपा यूज़ गेम का ज़्यादा बचक्रम मनना माँ खबर का देर का माँ बांधे डज़ों के। सो थैंक यू PUBG मोबाइल, आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया, मैं बहुत अच्छी लग रही थी, बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स मिले, थैंक यू।
Hello, I am Daniel Mehdi and my in-game name is FMxR3D Esports. I play the role of Fragger for team MetershotxSKY Esports. It's been long journey till PMPL, and this season we are back with more grind, more dedication and more focus. Qualifying for PMPL means that we have already gone through a lot of top class competition and will only rise from here. We know that the teams in the tournament are all as good as every other team. That's why they are here. But our team is here to stand apart and break our limits. We are here.
A PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम, क्या हाल चाल है आप लोगों के। मैं हूं आपका मेज़बान आदि और वंस अगेन वेलकम बैक टू PMPL पाकिस्तान स्प्रिंग 2022। लेकिन इस दफ़ा ग्रैंड फिनाले के साथ हाजिर हुए हैं। 5 मैचेस आज के दिन खेले जाएंगे। बहुत चीज़ें दाव पर रहने वाली हैं। एक तरफ 1,76,00,000 रुपए का प्राइस पूल, दूसरी तरफ क्वालिफिकेशन इनटू साउथ एशिया मीना चैंपियनशिप। 3 से 4 टीम जो है वो क्वालिफाई करेंगी। लेकिन आगे बढ़ने से पहले ओप्पो के ताउन का शुक्रिया अदा करेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच ओप्पो। F21 Pro लॉन्च हो चुका 3 दिन पहले। आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कि आप लोगों ने इस डिवाइस की स्पेसिफिकेशंस दोहरा ली होंगी, इनफैक्ट रट ली होंगी जितना मैंने जोर लगाया इस डिवाइस की स्पेसिफिकेशन पे। लेकिन एक ऐसी स्पेसिफिकेशन है जो इस फोन को टोटली स्टैंड आउट करती है।
देखिए, जब जिसने बनाया था उसने भी नहीं सोचा था कि इसको इतना ज्यादा पॉपुलर कर सकते हैं। दोस्तों, काला रंग इस फोन का जो है वो ब्लैक कलर ऑफ दिस फोन, इट्स अमेजिंग।
टायर है इंस्पायर्ड बाय ओप्पो।
बिल्कुल। लेकिन दोस्तों, आज के दिन की बात करते हैं। एक ऐसा इम्पोर्टेंट डे है, एक ऐसा खास दिन है जहां पर डिसाइड हो सकता है कि कौन सी वो टीम्स हैं जो कि टॉप के लिए अपनी जंग जो है वो बनाती हुई नजर आ रही है। लेकिन जहां पर हम इस दिन की स्पेशलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ सरप्राइजेस भी यहाँ मौजूद हैं।
सरप्राइजेस की जहाँ पर अलहमदिन ने बात की है, लेकिन सरप्राइज पर जाने से पहले मैं कुछ अपने ख्यालात आपसे शेयर करना चाहता हूँ।
अच्छा,
कुछ दिनों से, जी बिल्कुल, कुछ दिनों से एक गाना जो है वो मेरे दिमाग में फंस चुका है। मैं सोता हूँ, जागता हूँ, वो गाना जो है वो रिपीट पे लग जाता है मेरे दिमाग में। 12 साल है गाने का नाम और लगभग 7-8 साल हो चुके हैं इस गाने को आए हुए को, लेकिन अभी तक अमर है ये गाना। और जिस शख्स ने इस गाने को गाया, बहुत जबरदस्त एल्बम्स हैं उनके खाते।
ये इस गाने का आप हमें क्यों बता रहे हैं?
इस गाने का मैं आपको बताता हूँ, लेट्स गेट टू दैट। लेकिन उससे पहले मैं उस शख्स का तारुफ करवाना चाहूँगा कि ऑलमोस्ट हाफ सेंचुरी हो चुकी है उनके गानों की। 50+ सॉन्ग्स वो रिकॉर्ड करवा चुके हैं। ही इज़ वन ऑफ द बेस्ट वोकल्स दैट वी हैव राइट नाउ करेंटली एंड ही इज़ वन ऑफ माई फेवरेट्स। बिलाल सईद आज के दिन हमारे साथ जुड़े रहेंगे। लेकिन यहाँ पर कहानी ख़त्म नहीं होती दोस्तों, दास्तान आगे भी सुनाई जाएगी। मज़ीद 2 मेहमान आज के दिन हमारे साथ रहेंगे, लेकिन ये सरप्राइज रिवील मैं नहीं करूंगा। एहसन अलादीन, ओवर टू यू।
मुझे लग रहा था शायद सरप्राइज मेरे पास है और
मैं भी कुछ लेके आया था।
ओके होल्ड ऑन, सरप्राइज मेरे पास भी मौजूद है। ओके, सो बात की बेस्ट वोकल्स की, सो वी हैव अनदर बेस्ट वोकलिस्ट हमारे साथ जुड़ चुकी है। ओके, दिस अनदर सरप्राइज एंड ऑल। और सबसे पहले मैं बात करूंगा लक्सस्टाइल अवार्ड जीत चुकी हैं बेस्ट प्लेबैक सिंगर का, उसके बाद जीत चुकी हैं और तमगा फख्र इम्तियाज जो है वो भी जीत चुकी हैं। ये सारे टाइटल जो है
मैं समझ गया, अब मैं समझ गया।
मुझे लग रहा था मेरा सरप्राइज सबसे अच्छा था यार, ये गलत बात है।
ऑब्वियसली आपका सरप्राइज बहुत बेहतरीन है, लेकिन एक और सरप्राइज के साथ उसको टॉप अप कर देते हैं दोस्तों। आज के दिन हमें ज्वाइन करेंगी आयमा बेग और आपकी हमारी हम सब की फेवरेट हमारे साथ खेलती हुई जाएगी। लेकिन ये स्माइल,
ये मीसना बन के देख रहा है ना, आई थिंक सो ही हैज समथिंग।
मैं ना दरअसल अपना गम छुपाने के लिए स्माइल कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि आप लोग इतनी बेहतरीन तैयारी करके आए हुए हैं और अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं तैयारी नहीं करके आया। लेकिन दोस्तों, मैं पर्चियाँ लेके आया हूँ, परेशान नहीं होना आप लोगों ने। सो एक्ट्रेस की बात कर रहे हैं आप, सिंगर की बात कर रहे हैं आप लोग, तो क्यों ना हम एक्ट्रेस से मिलवाते हैं आपको, किसी स्टार से मिलवाते हैं, किसी सेलिब्रिटी से मिलवाते हैं जो कि नॉमिनेट हुई बेस्ट एक्ट्रेस के लिए। दिल मोम का दिया ड्रामा इन्होंने जो है वो बहुत खूबसूरती के साथ जो उसमें किरदार निभाया। उसके बाद इनकी डेब्यूट फिल्म की अगर मैं बात करूं, छुपन छुपाई, और उसके बाद रॉन्ग नंबर 2 में ये फिर से आई। तो मूवीज जो है वो इनकी तरफ से काफी सारी की जाती हैं। उसके बाद एक और चीज है, अभी टोटल 63 ड्रामाज और टेलीफिल्म्स में अभी तक वो काम कर चुकी हैं। टोटल 63 ड्रामाज एंड टेलीफिल्म्स में वो काम कर चुकी हैं।
और अब मुझे पता लग रहा है आप किन की बात कर रहे हैं।
और अभी जरा इनके लिए एक शेर भी जरा हम थोड़ा सा अगर आप लोग इजाजत दें।
बताया
Okay,
नहीं तुमने
इरशाद,
कि तुम
इरशाद।
शेर तैयार कर रहे हो।
देखिए
इरशाद।
मैं तैयारी करके नहीं आया लेकिन फिर भी
चल
नहीं, ये हो ही नहीं
इरशाद
सकता, हो ही
इरशाद
नहीं सकता। शानील
चले।
तैयारी करके रहा, ये हो ही नहीं सकता। इरशाद।
इरशाद उनकी बातों में है एक अलग सी मिठास,
क्या
वाह,
बात।
उनकी बातों में है एक अलग सी मिठास,
वाह, वाह।
उनके लहजे की है एक निराली तासीर। अभी
क्या
तक कोई
ओके।
लॉजिक नहीं बनी लेकिन अभी सुने।
ओके,
उनकी बातों में है एक अलग से मिठास, उनके लहजे में है एक निराली तासीर। पत्थरों में तो महंगा है नीलम बहुत,
ओके।
वाह,
पत्थरों
क्या
में तो
बात है।
महंगा है नीलम बहुत, पर जो अनमोल है वो है नीलम मुनीर।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है।
गुड
और ये आप अभी कह रहे हैं कि आप तैयारी के साथ नहीं आए।
तो ये मैं कह रहा था आपको, हो ही नहीं सकता
बिल्कुल,
कि अलादीन तैयारी करके ना आए, और इतनी अच्छी तैयारी। मुझे लग रहा है आप सारे पर्चे आज पास करने वाले हैं।
जज़ाकल्लाह।
बिल्कुल, शेर तो अलादीन ने सुना ही दिया, लेकिन यहाँ पर कहानी खत्म नहीं होती। ये जो गेस्ट हैं हमारे, सिर्फ हम इनसे बात नहीं करेंगे बल्कि इनसे जलवागर होते हुए भी देखेंगे। हमारी फेवरेट गेम और आपकी फेवरेट गेम ये खेलते हुए भी नजर आएंगे। एंड गेस व्हाट अलादीन, एक दूसरे के अगेंस्ट ये लोग उतरेंगे।
मतलब आप कहना चाह रहे हैं कि पबजी मोबाइल में आयमा बेग को हम खेलता हुआ देखेंगे, बिलाल
Yes.
सईद यहाँ खेलेंगे, मुकाबला होगा इनका।
यस यस।
टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, जब मैंने इनका गाना सुना था मुझे तब से इनके इरादे बड़े खतरनाक लग रहे थे। और बिलाल सईद और आयमा बेग ने जो गाना गाया और आयमा ने खास तौर पर इसमें जो रैप किया, मुझे तो लग रहा है आज तबाही होने वाली है।
आज तो भाई होने वाली है बिल्कुल। और आयमा बेग के साथ पेयर किया गया है SALTxi8 के एक बेहतरीन खिलाड़ी, और उनको टाइटल भी दे दिया जा चुका है, द गाय फ्रॉम द हॉलीवुड SALTxi8 रिव्यूज से ज्यादा जो है उनको इन एक्शन आयमा बेग के साथ देखते हुए हम एक्साइटेड है, बिकॉज ये जब कॉम्बिनेशन डेडली कॉम्बिनेशन बनने वाला है, आई बिलीव खैर नहीं है किसी की आज।
मुझे अभी से आयमा ओवरपावर्ड लग रही हैं बिकॉज उनके पास जो प्लेयर मौजूद है इज फैंटास्टिक। लेकिन वहीं पर QRIQ की बात कहते हैं यार, एक और शानदार नाम, एक नया नाम हमारे सामने जलवागर होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन यहाँ देखते हैं किस तरह से कॉम्बिनेशन इनका बैठता है।
बिल्कुल, और स्टार के गॉड फ्यूरी भी खेलते हुए जलवागर होते हुए नजर आएंगे। नीलम के साथ उनका पेयर जो है वो बना है, और देखते हैं कि क्या सूरत हाल बनती हुई नजर आती है। लेकिन बातें बहुत हो चुकी हैं गाइस, बातें बहुत हो चुकी हैं। मिलते हैं अपने गेस्ट से, और थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, आप तीनों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आप लोगों ने अपने कीमती वक्त में से हम लोगों को थोड़ा सा टाइम दिया। वेलकम हेयर। सबसे पहले तो मैं वेलकम करूँगा बिलाल का। बिलाल, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग हेयर। और जहाँ पर आप सिंगर तो बहुत ज़बरदस्त हैं, और आपने हार छोड़ दिया अपनी आवाज़ से, तो ये गेमिंग का जो रियल्म है, गेमिंग की दुनिया में आपने अब अपने कदम जमा लिए हैं, तो आपका कैसा एक्सपीरियंस है, क्या आपके फीलिंग्स क्या हैं आप?
Well, thank you very much for having me here. Actually, singing भी मैं अभी तक figure out ही कर रहा हूँ कि कैसे करनी है, तो मैंने सोचा क्यों ना साथ साथ थोड़ा सा कुछ fun भी हो जाए. So I'm really enjoying being here, to be honest.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, और ओवर टू यू गाइस, आप दोनों अपने गेस्ट से ज़रूर करिए सवाल, और स्टेज आपके हवाले करूंगा मैं
तो आयमा से पूछना चाहूँगा कि आयमा कैसा लगा आपका एसन का वेलकम। इन्होंने तो मैं कहता हूँ आज सारे अवार्ड जितने भी थे आपके वो सब दोहरा के आए हुए थे, आज सारी तैयारी करके आए हुए थे। और मेरा नहीं ख्याल कि इनके वेलकम के बाद हमें याद रहा है कि हम जो है वो कुछ तैयारी करके आए हुए थे, अपनी सारा कुछ ही भूल गए हम। तो कैसा लगा आपको, और यहाँ आके आपको गेमिंग की दुनिया में आके फिर से वही सवाल जो आदि ने किया बिलाल से, कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
अच्छा, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल उनका इंट्रोडक्शन बहुत अमेजिंग था, और मुझे कुछ चीज़ें तो मुझे भी नहीं याद थी कि मैंने जीती हुई है, सो थैंक्स टू यू फॉर दैट। ठीक है, और गेमिंग की दुनिया में आके काफ़ी चैलेंजिंग है। यहाँ पे आपको आके पता लगता है अच्छा स्ट्रेस क्या होता है, और एंजाइटी क्या होती है। सो मेरी तो स्ट्रेस और एंजाइटी फुल ऊपर चली जाती है व्हेन आई एम लाइक प्लेइंग एंड व्हाटएवर। But thank you for the introduction, obviously, and I'm very excited, obviously, to be with these two over here, Bilal and Neelam. क्योंकि बिलाल से तो मैं चले अभी मिली थी, but it's been a while since नीलम से मुझे मिले हुए काफ़ी टाइम हो गया। बट मैं आपको बताती चलूँ कि मुझे जो मेरा पहला अवार्ड मिला था वो नीलम के ही ऊपर एक गाना पिक्चराइज हुआ था, उस पर मिला था। तो नीलम एक गाना तो गाने वाला
यस।
इसका मतलब है तुम दोनों को हरा के मुझे बहुत मजा आने वाला है।
हेलो ओ बॉय,
ना हमें बहुत मजा आएगा।
Okay, let's see ladies.
मैंने आपको कहा था ना।
चलो
I'm
बिलाल,
देख रही हूँ
आप
बिलाल
देख
को,
लें, आपने
देख रही
चैलेंज तो कर दिया है।
watching him, yeah.
बिल्कुल, बैटल ग्राउंड जो है दोस्तों वो हीट अप हो चुका है। बात करूंगा यहाँ पर मैं नीलम से। अगेन थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। नीलम, एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन शेर, मुझे तो ये मेरा जो दोस्त है बहुत ही छुपा रुस्तम है, और जितनी प्यारी ये शायरी लिखता है। जस्ट शेयर योर थॉट्स, कैसा लगा आपको शेर उनका, और कैसी लगी आपको उनकी तैयारी?
बड़ा ही ज़बरदस्त, मुझे लोगों ने बड़ी शायरी सुनाई है मगर इनकी शायरी वाकई बहुत डिफरेंट थी, मज़ा आया सुन के। थैंक्स।
थैंक यू
याद किया, यही बहुत बड़ी बात है, और सही बोल लिया, ये उससे भी बड़ी बात है।
ये आपको ना वो मिल जाएगा फ्रेम होके, इंशाल्लाह आपको मिल जाएगा, आपने टेंशन नहीं लेनी। लेकिन आपको वॉइस पैक आया, एक इतना शानदार वॉइस पैक आपने जो है वो PUBG मोबाइल के साथ कोलैबोरेशन में जो है वो इंट्रोड्यूस किया। कैसा लग रहा है अब आपको खुद देख के, खुद को अपने आप को जो वो अपनी फेवरेट गेम के अंदर देखकर, अपनी आवाज़ सुनकर?
बहुत ज़्यादा वेट किया कि कब आएगी कब आएगी। मेरे नेफ्यूज़ घर वालों को पता था, सब पूछते थे कि नीलम कब होगा, ये कब आएगा, और फिर उसके लिए आपको पता है कि 15 मैचेस आपको जीतने थे, और बहुत ज़्यादा एंजॉय किया, बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड थी क्योंकि मैंने अब तक ऐसा पछतो कुछ भी नहीं किया था। हाँ, एक मूवी की थी मैंने रॉन्ग नंबर 2, जिसमें एक पठान आदमी, एक पॉलिटिशियन की बेटी का कैरेक्टर मैंने किया था, तो उसमें कहीं कहीं पछतो बोली थी। तो ऑडियंसेस काफ़ी अर्से से वेट कर रही थी क्योंकि मैंने जितना भी काम किया, आपको पता है कि वो टेलीविजन के लिए किया, मूवीज़ के लिए किया, उसमें उर्दू ही बोलते हैं। तो जो मेरे फैंस हैं उनसे कभी इतना ज़्यादा इंटरेक्शन का मौका नहीं मिला कि मैं पश्तो बोल सकूं, क्योंकि मैं जहाँ भी होती हूँ तो मुझसे रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं। तो PUBG ने ये तो बड़ा ही ज़बरदस्त काम कर दिया। पाकिस्तान में तो बहुत हिट है, लोग बहुत इंजॉय कर रहे हैं और बहुत खुश हैं।
चलें, बहुत हो गई बातें दोस्तों, अब जो है वो हम जाएंगे सीधा एक मुकाबले की तरफ। बिलाल और आइमा का यहाँ पर जो वो मुकाबला होगा, दोनों की यहाँ पर लड़ाई करवाई जाएगी, लेकिन ये लड़ाई रियल में नहीं होने वाली दोस्तों, ये TDM में खेला जाएगा। बिलाल,
एक सेकंड,
आइमा,
एक यहाँ पर ट्विस्ट है, जो हारेगा रिपीट, उसको गाना गाना पड़ेगा। सो आर यू गाइज अप फॉर दिस, बिलाल एंड आइमा?
बिलाल अपना गला
वैसे नॉर्मली तो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगता है गाते हुए, लेकिन पिछले 3 दिन से मेरी तबीयत थोड़ी डाउन थी, बट आई स्टिल ट्राई टू कि मुझे ना गाना पड़े। आई एम गोना मेक श्योर मुझे ना गाना पड़े और आइमा ही गाए, बिकॉज़ ऑफ कोर्स शी इज गोना लूज, सो लेट्स सी।
इसलिए खराब हुई है क्योंकि इसको 3 दिन पहले पता लगा था कि हमने इस तरह लाइव टूर्नामेंट करना है, तो उसने 3 दिन पहले अपनी तबीयत
ओके सही है।
तो बिलाल जो है वो कहना ये चाह रहे हैं कि ये मैच वो जीतने वाले हैं, लेकिन ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा कि कौन मैच जीतता है और कौन हारता है। लेकिन गाना हारने वाले को गाना ही पड़ेगा, ऐसे हम जाने नहीं देने वाले।
आखिरी अल्फाज, कोई मैसेज
कोई आप किसी को चैलेंज करना चाहें,
जो आपका जो चैलेंजर है उसको क्या कहना चाहेंगे? हम बिलाल को क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे आप?
Oh boy, don't cry, you know. Like that's
okay. बिलाल आपकी तरफ से आना चाहिए अब मैसेज।
अब मेरा मैसेज
मैंने आपको पहले ही बोला था, मैंने आपको पहले ही बोला था ये गाना जो वो बिलाल के ऊपर ही रैप आ रहा है।
मेरा मैसेज,
लेकिन बिलाल
मेरा मैसेज ये है कि मुंडा ते सीना में बर्ड बॉय बदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट ते निशाना एडा चौकस। सी इन द गेम, सी इन द गेम।
क्या बात है।
तो आइए कंपटीशन की तरफ चलते हैं,
बिल्कुल
देखते हैं वहाँ पर किस तरह से दोनों ही हमारे सेलिब्रिटीज है वो आपस में टाकरा इनका जो है वो इनकी जो मतभेद है किस तरह से हमारे सामने बनती है, और कौन होता है सिकंदर और कौन हराता है दूसरे को और गाना गाता है हमारे सामने। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस फॉर जॉइनिंग। मैच की तरफ चलते हैं दोस्तों, और यहाँ पर जो है वो एक बहुत ही तगड़ा मुकाबला होने वाला है।
चैलेंज तो बहुत ज़बरदस्त दे दिया है दोनों ही आर्टिस्ट ने, लेकिन उससे पहले ज़रा हम स्केड्यूल देख लेते हैं, और इनका चैलेंज सुनकर मेरी जो है वो हालत ख़राब हो रही है कि पता नहीं क्या होता है मैदानी जंग में। मैच स्केड्यूल आ चुका है, पहला मैच TDM का होगा A वर्सेस B, बिलाल वर्सेस आइमा, और वक्त का तकाजा रहेगा कि जो हारेगा उसको गाना गाना पड़ेगा, ऐसे नहीं जाने देंगे। दूसरा मैच भी आएगा जो आइमा वर्सेस नीलम होगा, जो आखिरी तीसरा मैच होगा वो बिलाल वर्सेस नीलम होगा, एंड एक और सरप्राइज है जिसके अंदर ये सब खेलते हुए नजर आएंगे और हमारे प्रो प्लेयर्स QRIQ, गॉड फ्यूरी और रिव्यूज भी उतरते हुए इनके साथ नजर आएंगे। लिविक का वो मैच होगा। सो अभी बहुत सा फन बाकी है गाइस, आप लोगों ने कहीं नहीं जाना, मैच थोड़ी देर में शुरू हो जाएगा।
अभी तो PMPL के मैचेस भी स्टार्ट होने हैं, लेकिन दोस्तों उन मैचेस से पहले हम जाएंगे कैसे एक्शन की तरफ, जो कि यहाँ 4 चांद लगाने वाला है, और चलते हैं इन सितारों के इस मैच की तरफ जहाँ पर 4 चांद लगाते हुए सितारे नजर आएंगे हमें। और बिलाल हमारे सामने मौजूद है, बिलाल सईद PUBG, लुक एट हिज आईजीएन।
यस, इन गेम नेम से बिल्कुल क्लियर कट मैसेज दे दिया जा चुका है ऑपोजिशन टीम को कि वो रेडी हैं जीतने के लिए, और अगली टीम को अपनी तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी, लेकिन आयमा भी दूसरी तरफ रेडी और विद दैट ग्रेट आउटफिट अपनी M4 उनकी तरफ से लोड कर दी जा चुकी है और फर्स्ट क्लैश और here we go, बिलाल इज डाउन।
Look at Alma Vega. She was right about तेरी बातों से तो लगता है हाय और oh boy don't cry because उनकी तरफ से एक फ्रैग जनरेट किया जाता है। Look at IQ किस खूबसूरती के साथ यहाँ पर जो है वो इस वक्त उनको एलिमिनेट किया जाता है। लेकिन आयमा बेग जिस तरह से रिलोड कर रही है, जिस तरह से टीपीपी ले रही है, दिस इज समथिंग अमेजिंग। आगे बढ़ते हुए फिर से जाएंगी एंड उनके सामने कोई नहीं आना चाह रहा, सब डर चुके हैं।
once again आयमा with those 3 kills
और अभी मैच में सिर्फ 3 ही किल्स हुए हैं
और मैच में 3 किल्स और तीनों के तीनों किल्स आयमा के आईक्यू दूसरी तरफ बहुत कोशिश करते हुए बिलाल की टीम से कि वो एक प्लेयर को गिराए। 1-on-1 फाइट और रिव्यूज को डाउन किया जाता है। आईक्यू की तरफ से एक पहला किल दे लिया जा चुका है यहाँ पर।
ट्रस्ट मी
के साथ बिलाल अपना खाता खोलते हुए की तरफ से भी यहाँ पर एक कारी वार किया जाता है। another one down और here we go।
What? ड्रॉप शॉट कमिंग फ्रॉम देयर साइड। क्या ही खूबसूरती के साथ रिव्यूज किल उठाते हैं, लेकिन आयमा बेग आगे बढ़ती हुई नजर आएंगे। हमें बिलाल सहित फिर से स्पॉट करेंगे, स्कोपिंग किया जाता है उनकी तरफ से, बट ही गेट्स स्पॉटेड, ही गेट्स आउट ऑफ द मैच। बहुत खूबसूरती के साथ यहाँ पर एक और किल बटोरा जाता है, लेकिन आयमा बेग इंतजार कर रही है, टीपीपी ली जा रही है। जैसे ही सामने वाले प्लेयर बाहर आएंगे एडवांटेज लिया जाएगा इस टीपीपी का और फ्रैग्स उठाए जाएंगे जैसे वो उठा रहे हैं।
प्लेयर्स एक दूसरे के आमने सामने आईक्यू और रिव्यूज एक दूसरे का सामना करते हुए, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ आयमा बेग की तरफ से यहाँ पर कवर किया जाएगा। आईक्यू वापस से कवर के अंदर जाते हुए, लेकिन बिलाल सईद फ्लैग के ऊपर जा चुके हैं। रिव्यूज को बैक स्टैब उनकी तरफ से किया जा सकता है, लेकिन आयमा वर्सेस बिलाल सईद, ओह माय गॉड, आयमा टेकिंग वन मोर डाउन। एक और प्लेयर को उनकी तरफ से डाउन किया जाएगा। स्कोर लाइन 8-2
मैं ढूंढ रहा था कब से कि नीलम की तरह।
Okay.
It's not a match. I'm really sorry, guys. और मैं नीलम को ढूंढ रहा था, लेकिन आयमा बेग, she is dominating the lobby right now. 3-10 का स्कोर लाइन चल रहा है। बिलाल क्लियरली यहाँ जो है वो बड़ी मुश्किल में फंसे हुए हैं।
बिल्कुल मुश्किल में फंसे हुए, तैयारी उनको करनी पड़ेगी, या फिर मैच जीतना है या फिर एक खूबसूरत सा गाना उनको गाना पड़ेगा यहाँ पर। लेकिन रिव्यूज वर्सेस बिलाल से टेक डाउन करते हुए यहाँ पर रिव्यूज को एक और प्लेयर को आयमा की तरफ से पिक ऑफ किया जा चुके हैं। 5 एलिमिनेशंस यहाँ पर क्लियर कट। आयमा अभी तक के लिए डोमिनेट करती हुई इस मैच के अंदर। बिलाल सईद एक दफा फिर से एक नए रंग के अंदर जाएंगे। सामने रिव्यूज नजर आएंगे, रिव्यूज को उनकी तरफ से टैग नहीं दिया जाता, बट वंस अगेन स्कोर लाइन इज 11-5।
बिल्कुल बिलाल सईद आपके सामने मौजूद, लेकिन यहाँ रिव्यूज ये फ्रैग बटोर जाते हैं और 5-12 हो चुका है। क्या 12 साल की तरह बिलाल यहाँ जब इस 12 को पता करेंगे नहीं दोस्तों, it was so lame, बट बर्दाश्त करें और आगे चलते हैं। बिलाल आगे बढ़ती हुई नजर आएंगी और look at those scopes, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली मिस कर जाती हैं इस बार।
बिल्कुल मिस किया जाता है, काफी ज्यादा डैमेज भी उनको पड़ता हुआ यहाँ पर आईक्यू की तरफ से, लेकिन बिलाल उनकी नजरें जम चुकी हैं यहाँ पर आयमा के ऊपर। वापस जाएंगे, फॉलो अप दिया जाएगा, डैमेज पड़ता हुआ यहाँ पर बिलाल इज वेरी लो ऑन एचपी, लेकिन आयमा से पहले रिव्यूज पिक ऑफ कर जाएंगे यहाँ पर बिलाल सईद को और स्कोर लाइन 13-6 होता हुआ अभी तक के लिए 7 पॉइंट्स की लीड रहेगी। लेकिन रिव्यूज इस लीड को फर्दर बढ़ाते हुए 8 पॉइंट्स के ऊपर ले जाएंगे, बट आयमा शी इज नॉट स्लोइंग डाउन। एक और प्लेयर को उनकी तरफ से डाउन किया जाता है, बिलाल सईद दिस टाइम अराउंड विक्टिम होते हुए, लेकिन IQ, oh my God। इसी के साथ यहाँ पर रिव्यूज वर्सेस बिलाल सईद टेकिंग डाउन रिव्यूज। स्कोर लाइन एक दफा फिर से क्लोज इन होती हुई 7 का डिफरेंस रह चुका है, लेकिन अभी तक के लिए आयमा की जो किल स्प्री है वो नहीं रुकती नजर आ रही। 5 किल्स उनके बैकपैक में है, 10 किल रिव्यूज के पास मौजूद है, लेकिन IQ वर्सेस रिव्यूज 1v1 फाइट इन दिस टाइम अराउंड। IQ लो इन एचपी, रिव्यूज एक दफा फिर से उनको जिगल फाइट देते हुए, लेकिन यहाँ पर प्लेयर को डाउन किया जाएगा। IQ on a very low HP रिव्यूज को पिक ऑफ कर लेते हैं।
उनसे ज्यादा आप तैयार लग रहे हैं मुझे। The way you are casting right now, it's something जो मैं नहीं कर सकता, बचपन से सीख रहा हूँ। लेकिन दोस्तों बिलाल सईद कुछ यहाँ पर सिखाना चाहते हैं। Look at the comeback, काफी हेवी कमबैक किया जाता है इनकी तरफ से। 10 वर्सेस 5 15 पॉइंट्स गेम, जहाँ पर बिलाल सईद फिर से जाके क्रॉस लिया जाएगा, लेकिन मिस हो जाते हैं एंड रिव्यूज इस बार एक और फ्रैग ले जाते हैं। बिलाल सईद PUBG आगे बढ़ते हुए रिस्पॉन होकर आते हुए कहते हैं कि फिर से बदला लिया जाएगा, तुमसे
बदला लिया जाएगा। और बिलाल एक दफा फिर से 4 एलिमिनेशन उनके बैकपैक में है। आईक्यू दूसरी तरफ डाउन होते हैं, आयमा की तरफ से एक और किल कंफर्म कर दिया जाएगा। इट्स अ 2-1 सिचुएशन ऑन आयमा एंड एट द सेम टाइम अगर हम बात करें रिव्यू से एक और किल कंफर्म करते हुए ड्रॉप शॉट्स बिल्कुल कोई आंसर नहीं है यहाँ पर। टीम फिलहाल सईद के पास इन ड्रॉप शॉट्स का, लेकिन आयमा वंस अगेन गोइंग फॉर अनदर किल। दूसरी तरफ जो है वो बिलाल को उनकी तरफ से पिक ऑफ काफी ज्यादा लो ऑन एचपी किया जाता है, लेकिन आईक्यू के साथ 1v1 फाइट के अंदर यहाँ पर आयमा लो ऑन एचपी, स्टिल लेफ्ट राइट इस छोटे से कंटेनर के होते हुए, लेकिन आखिरकार आईक्यू इनको पिक ऑफ कर ही लेते हैं। 12-19 का स्कोर लाइन चलता हुआ, 7 का डिफरेंस रहेगा।
7 पॉइंट्स का फर्क, लेकिन आयमा बेग के स्प्रेज देखें आप यार, वो चाहती हैं कि वो आज इन दीवारों को गिरा दें इन गोलियों के साथ। वो छाड़ की जा रही है गोलियों की, काफी शानदार स्कोप्स किए जाते हैं, लेकिन look at her, आज उन्होंने किसी को नहीं छोड़ना ट्रस्ट में। आज लगता है इफ्तारी नहीं किया मैंने, और सारा गुस्सा यहाँ उतारा जा रहा है उनकी तरफ से।
बिल्कुल गुस्सा उतारा जाएगा। बैटलफील्ड आपकी एंग्जाइटी, आपकी स्ट्रेस जो है उसको उतारने के लिए ही है, और इट्स गुड टू सी आयमा अभी तक के लिए 7 एलिमिनेशन जो है वो स्कोर कर चुकी है अपनी टीम के लिए। लेकिन रिव्यूज वर्सेस आईक्यू वंस अगेन, आईक्यू की तरफ से ड्रॉप शॉट कंफर्मेशन, 1 मोर पॉइंट एडेड, लेकिन आयमा का दूसरी तरफ से जो स्प्रे जा रहा है पूरी तरह से एनाइलेट कर रहा है। आईक्यू की एचपी बहुत ही कम रहती हुई, लेकिन बिलाल ऑन द लेफ्ट फ्लैंक रेडी हैं टू टेक दैट फाइट। आयमा इज क्लूलेस, उनको नहीं पता कि बिलाल यहाँ पर मौजूद है। बिलाल की तरफ से डैमेज, और बिलाल यहाँ पर एक और एलिमिनेशन कंफर्म करते हुए, और इसी के साथ स्कोर लाइन काफी क्लोज होती हुई सिर्फ 5 का डिफरेंस रह चुका है।
सिर्फ 5 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस रह चुका है, और बिलाल सईद के लिए ये कोई मुश्किल चीज़ नहीं है। लेकिन आयमा बेग फिर से प्री फायर्स देती हुई नजर आती हैं। आईक्यू राइट साइड से स्पॉट किया जाएगा, लेकिन आईक्यू वो खुद हैरान हो रही है कि उनके साथ हो क्या रहा है, व्हाट्स हैपनिंग विद हिम। लेकिन आयमा बेग फिर से कंटेनर के ऊपर चढ़ने की कोशिश करते हुए, बिलाल सईद मिड में आ जाते हैं, मिड पर पुश करते हुए नजर आएंगे। सामने ब्रेकअप स्पॉट किया जाएगा। रिव्यूज बिलाल सईद को कहते हैं कि अगर आप मौसीकी की किंग हैं तो हम पबजी की किंग हैं।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन आयमा की तरफ से एक दफा फिर से कोशिश आईक्यू उनको पिक ऑफ करते हुए 18-22 काफी क्लोज इन किया जा चुका है टीम बिलाल सईद की तरफ से, लेकिन बिलाल सईद आई बिलीव बिल्कुल भी यहाँ पर जो है वो इस चीज़ के लिए रेडी नहीं है कि वो हारें इस मैच के अंदर। लेकिन एक दफा फिर से 1-on-1 फाइट, रिव्यूज आयमा बेग वर्सेस बिलाल सईद आमना सामना होता है, लेकिन रिव्यूज के साथ यहाँ पर 1v1 फाइट के अंदर बिलाल आते हुए, बिलाल इज लो ऑन एचपी, टेक डाउन किया जाता है। रिव्यूज इज ऑल्सो लो ऑन एचपी, लेकिन अगर यहाँ पर आईक्यू की तरफ से पुश किया जाता है तो किल कंफर्मेशन आ सकती है। 20 और 23 बहुत ही क्लोज स्कोर लाइन जाती हुई, बिलाल की तरफ से एक अमेजिंग कमबैक आता हुआ लादे।
बिल्कुल कमबैक किंग है बिलाल, वो ये बात साबित करते हैं कि आप पबजी किंग है तो फिर हम कमबैक किंग है। कहीं ना कहीं तो बात लेके जानी है दोस्तों। इट्स 21-23 जहां पर सिचुएशन जो है वो 3-10 की थी, फिर 5-15, उसको जो है वो 21-24, 22-24 करना बिलाल से सीखे कोई। लेकिन आईक्यू भी इस चीज़ में जो वो बहुत खूबसूरती के साथ लुक एट द नंबर ऑफ किल्स आईक्यू हैव, 17 किल्स कर चुका है ये शहजादा।
दूसरी तरफ बिलाल के पास 5 एलिमिनेशंस रहेंगी, पूरी तरह से आईक्यू का साथ देते हुए, और अगेन शो कर रहे हैं कि उनका जो स्किल है वो भी उस लेवल का है कि प्रो प्लेयर्स को भी वो 1-on-1 बेहतरीन तरीके से एंगेज करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लेकिन आयमा वर्सेस बिलाल जाते हैं, 1v1 फाइट ली जाती है, लो एचपी बिलाल को आयमा की तरफ से पिक ऑफ कर लिया जाएगा, और इसी के साथ स्कोर लाइन में 5 का डिफरेंस एक दफा फिर से बनता हुआ। बट दिस टाइम अराउंड बिलाल इज अगेन गोइंग फॉर दैट फाइट। पीक किया जाता है, आयमा की तरफ से पिक ऑफ करेंगे, ड्रॉप शॉट, लो एचपी, पिक ऑफ कर लिया जाएगा।
यहाँ एक रिफ्लेक्स पड़ जाता।
ओके यस, पॉसिबिलिटी जो है वो बनती है, लेकिन रिव्यूज को यहाँ पर हेल्प चाहिए होगी। आईक्यू उनको कंफर्म कर देते हैं पिस्टल शॉट से। दूसरी तरफ बिलाल सईद पुशन करते हुए एक दफा फिर से आयमा एक और किल पिक ऑफ करती हुई, यहाँ पर आयमा बिल्कुल बख्शिश देने के मूड में नजर नहीं आ रही, और 11 एलिमिनेशंस उनके बैकपैक में जाती हुई अलादीन।
बिल्कुल सही, 11 एलिमिनेशंस उनके बैकपैक में जाती हुई नजर आ रही। बिलाल सईद फिर से प्री फाइट देने की कोशिश करते हुए नजर आते हैं। 24 और 29 का यहाँ स्कोर लाइन बन चुका है। QRIQ gets taken down by रिव्यूज की तरफ से थोड़ा सा फ्यूज उड़ाया जाता है उनका, लेकिन बिलाल सईद रिकवरी के लिए इस वक्त आ जाते हैं, और फिलहाल हालात काफ़ी संजीदा होते नजर आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल आईक्यू एक और किल कंफर्म करते हुए, लेकिन लीड काफ़ी बढ़ चुकी है, 5 की लीड रहने वाली है, सिर्फ 10 और किल्स और गेम ओवर। टीम जीतती हुई हमें नजर आएगी कोई एक, लेकिन एक और किल कंफर्म टीम आयमा बेग की तरफ से। रिव्यूज काफ़ी बेहतरीन तरीके से यहाँ पर खेलते हुए आईक्यू के साथ 1v1 फाइट, और आईक्यू रिव्यूज को पिक ऑफ करते हुए इस 1v1 बैटल के अंदर। लेकिन आयमा यहाँ पर पुश करेगी, लो एचपी आईक्यू हर तरफ कवर लेने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जंप शॉट दिया जाता है आयमा की तरफ से, लेकिन दिस टाइम अराउंड आईक्यू लो एचपी, उनको यहाँ पर कैवलरी मिलनी चाहिए, लेकिन आईक्यू 1v2 करते हुए यहाँ पर एक और किल कंफर्म करेंगे। स्कोर लाइन को फर्दर स्किम डाउन किया जाएगा 28-31, एंड yet there's a lot to see on this battleground। दोनों टीम्स की तरफ से कोशिश भरपूर की जा रही है।
मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था कि इतना ज़्यादा ताबड़तोड़ हमलों वाला जो है वो मैच होगा, इतना ज़्यादा जो है वो बंदूकबाजी का एहतमाम किया जाएगा सारे प्लेयर्स की तरफ से। लेकिन
आयमा once again,
आयमा तो यहाँ पर जबरदस्त खान से जा चुकी हैं गोलियों का, और The time is over and
yes, time over.
आयमा बिग जीत जाती हैं.
Iowa Big winning this match with a lead of 3 points and look at those kills. पूरी तरह से डबल नंबर ऑफ kills यहाँ पर रहेंगे आयमा के पास with respect to Bilal. 6 eliminations on the side of Bilal और 12 eliminations यहाँ पर आयमा की तरफ से की जाती है.
जो बात आयमा कर रही थी मुझे लग रहा है कि वो पहले से पता था, उन्हें तैयारी पक्की थी उनकी. बिलाल को उन्होंने जो है वो चैलेंज दिया, उसके बाद जीत भी जाती हैं. सो मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे स्कोर जो है वो 3-0 होता हुआ, बिकॉज एक जीत आपको दोस्तों 3 पॉइंट्स देगी. अगर आप हार जाते हैं 0 पॉइंट्स और अगर ड्रॉ हो जाता है तो 1 पॉइंट. लेकिन आदि
इसी के साथ साथ बिलाल को दावत देते हैं और बिलाल से पूछेंगे कि कैसा रहा उनका ये मैच. काफ़ी पसीने आ रहे थे बिलाल को बीच में और बिलाल से गाना भी सुनेंगे. बिलाल, हाउ आर यू, क्या आपकी फीलिंग्स है इस मैच के बाद?
वेल मेरी तबीयत ठीक नहीं थी, सो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि वो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे थे. It's just I was a little down today. So मुझे इतना सा एडवांटेज तो जिसको बोलते हैं एक्सक्यूज 3 सी तो है, लेकिन चले. Still winner is a winner and somehow मैं ये वाली गेम हार गया लेकिन अगली गेम मैं जीतूंगा. So what do I have to say?
So yes.
बिल्कुल आपको अपने फैंस के लिए जो आपको देख रहे हैं, आपको सुन रहे हैं, उनके लिए आपको जो है गाना गाना होगा और हमारे कानों में जबरदस्त खोलना होगा.
गाना हो गया जी. So I'm gonna sing a song जो मुझे थोड़ा मोटिवेट करेगा for the next game ताकि मैं एनर्जी गेन करके कम बैक करूं. So I'm gonna sing like हो रांझे मज्जियां चराइयां 12 साल डोली ले गए पर खेड़े आके ना फिर मेरे जे भी पूछे सवाल के सबा दस केड़ी गल्लों चली ए तू चाह हाल मजनू दा होया बेहाल ओ ससी पुन्नू दी कि देवा मैं मिसाल ओ वेखो जेड़े भी जमाने ओ नवे या पुराने इश्क वाले दा होया बुरा. यो सुन लो
सुन लो
बेपरवाह इश्क बेपरवाह इश्क बेपरवाह जेड़ा करदा वफा ते ओनू मिलनी सजा. मैं
क्या बात है बिलाल, क्या बात है. और बहुत खुशी हुई कि आपने हमें ज्वाइन किया और ये जो फन है ये बिलाल के बगैर अधूरा रहना था. इनफैक्ट जो हमारे तीनों के तीनों गेस्ट्स हैं उनके बगैर अधूरा रहना था. लेकिन बिलाल अगले मैच में अभी 2 मैचेस आपने मजीद खेले, एक नीलम के अगेंस्ट होगा और एक लिविक का मैप है जिस पे आप उतरेंगे. तो आर यू रेडी? दोनों को क्या चैलेंज करेंगे? दोनों को
I think I'm absolutely ready now. Since अब मुझे उनकी गेम पता चल गई है तो अब मैं उनको अपनी भी गेम दिखाऊंगा जो कि स्ट्रांग है.
क्या बात है.
Yes.
I'm gonna see you guys.
अच्छा, गेम स्ट्रॉन्ग का आपने मेंशन किया ही है, तो इस गाने का एक्सपीरियंस कुछ हमारे साथ शेयर करिए, कोई लम्हात, क्योंकि ये ऐसा गाना है जिस पे आप मेरे ख्याल से किसी भी वक्त जैम कर सकते हैं. जैमिंग फुल ऑन जो है वो हो सकती है इस गाने पे, तो कुछ शेयर करिए.
Yeah, actually, of course, I've seen playing everybody PUBG around me, and of course, मैं भी बहुत गेम खेलता हूँ. So मुझे हमेशा से था कि यार, you know, ऐसी कोई opportunity आए that we could create something जो कि relate कर पाए. तो luckily मुझे मिला मौका कि मैं PUBG के लिए कोई song बनाऊँ. So it was slightly challenging, लेकिन क्योंकि वो जो गेम का कॉन्सेप्ट है वो इतना ऑलरेडी देयर इज टू मच इन इट जो कि आप एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हैं. तो मैंने लिरिकली भी काफी सारी इंस्पिरेशन ली उससे, जैसे बहुत सारी टर्मिनोलॉजी जो यूज की जाती है मैंने लिरिक्स में यूज की.
इसमें गाने के बोल आपके हैं?
यस, आई रोट द सॉन्ग. ऑफ कोर्स आयमा भी साथ थी, हमने मिलकर ही लिखा. लेकिन ये कि हमने लिखते वक्त हमने ये जहन में रखा था कि ओके हाउ इतना कनेक्टिंग होना चाहिए, एट द सेम टाइम इट हैज टू बी वेरी एंटरटेनिंग कि आप वैसे भी जब गाड़ी में ड्राइव कर रहे हैं सो यू फील लाइक लिसनिंग टू इट. सो दिस वाज द होल लाइक
टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट बिलाल, ये गाना ऐसा है कि अगर कोई प्रो प्लेयर सुनता है, प्रो कास्टर सुनता है, कोई भी सुनता है, उसको यही फील आती है कि ये किसी खिलाड़ी नहीं लिखा होगा, गेम के खिलाड़ी नहीं लिखा होगा. रियल लाइफ में तो आप खिलाड़ी हैं, सिंगिंग में भी आप एक बहुत उम्दा खिलाड़ी हैं. मेरे ख्याल से PUBG मोबाइल में भी दोस्तों ये बंदा आगे आपके कैरियर जो है वो छीनने के लिए आपसे. सो आप लोग जब बिल्कुल तैयार हो जाएं. बिलाल सर, बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द नेक्स्ट मैचेस। आई होप आप नेक्स्ट मैचेस जीतें और आप जो है वो सुरखरू होते हुए हमें नजर आए। लेकिन दोस्तों इसी के साथ बिलाल को हम सी ऑफ करेंगे और अभी जो है वो कंपटीशन बाकी है, बहुत सारे मैचेस अभी बाकी हैं। ख़वातीन हज़रात, आपने एक बहुत शानदार मैच देखा जहां आयमा बेग और बिलाल सईद ने आपस में कंपटीशन लड़ा, लेकिन अभी बहुत सारे मैचेस बाकी हैं आदि, और ये सरप्राइज आप ही बताएंगे।
एग्जैक्टली अगला मैच आयमा वर्सेस नीलम होने वाला है और इनके प्रो जो डुओज हैं वो भी इनके साथ मौजूद रहने वाले हैं इस मैच में। तो आइए देखते हैं इस मैच की बाजी कौन लेकर जाता है।
लेट्स गो। आवाज आ चुकी है और टीम्स जो है वो हमारे सामने रेडी हैं और अभी तक के लिए अगर आयमा की हम बात करें, यहाँ पर आयमा जो है वो पिछले मैच की जो उनकी अभी तक के लिए रीड थी, जिस तरह की उन्होंने गेम प्ले दिखाया, बेहतरीन गेम प्ले उनकी तरफ से देखने को मिला। लेकिन नीलम निकलती है, साथ ही आते साथ एक प्लेयर को उनकी तरफ से डाउन किया जाता है। सो फर्स्ट किल गेटिंग फ्रॉम नीलम मुनीर।
बहुत खूबसूरत परफॉर्मेंस। लुक एट द जिगल, जस्ट लुक एट द जिगल। लग रहा है कि गेम खेलती हैं और स्टार के गॉड फ्यूरी फिलहाल अपने मुक्कों से थोड़े से जोश का इजहार भी करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लेकिन फिलहाल ढूंढने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि किस तरफ प्लेयर मौजूद है, भागते हुए जा रहे हैं और अगले की बेस में घुसकर एलिमिनेट करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। एंड देयर गोस द किल। i8 रिव्यूज इस मैच में जबरदस्त किल्स करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। 4-4v1 की सिचुएशन बन चुकी है यहाँ पर एंड द ब्लू टीम हैज 4 पॉइंट्स, द रेड टीम हैज 1 पॉइंट। नीलम मुनीर फिलहाल पीछे जा रही है और नीलम की तरफ से फिलहाल क्रॉस एयर प्लेसमेंट बहुत जबरदस्त रह रही है और पीक फायर करती हुई नजर आ रही है। रिव्यूज लेकिन बहुत ध्यान से जज करते हैं इस पीक फायर को और हार्ड कवर में रहते हैं। लेकिन नीलम एक फ्लैंक एंगल के ऊपर जाती हुई एंगल से पिक ऑफ करने की कोशिश करते हैं। स्टार के प्लेयर टेक डाउन करते हुए नजर आए टीम SALTxi8 के रिव्यूज को।
ओके, इसी के साथ नीलम को डाउन किया जाता है। आयमा के बैक पैक में रिशोट्स में ही 3 किल आ चुके हैं। दूसरी तरफ अगर बात करें, एक और प्लेयर को उनकी तरफ से अपनी स्कोप्स में लॉक किया जाता है। लेकिन Here we go, एक और प्लेयर डाउन। टीम आयमा बेग पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर ऑपोजिशन को थ्रैश करती हुई नजर आ रही है। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ नीलम की अगर बात करें, पहली एलिमिनेशन अभी तक उनकी तरफ से वेट किया जा रहा है। बेहतरीन स्कोप्स, बेहतरीन फायर्स, लेकिन रिव्यूज को डाउन किया जाता है गॉड फ्यूरी की तरफ से। पहली कामयाबी यहाँ पर मिलने के काफी करीब थी नीलम को, लेकिन गॉड फ्यूरी एक और दफा आयमा बेग का सामना करते हुए एक और प्लेयर डाउन और स्कोर लाइन काफी क्लोज आती हुई 6-5 आदि।
एग्जैक्टली और सामने की तरफ प्लेयर मौजूद रहे, नीलम मौजूद रहने वाली, काफी हद तक डैमेज करने की आयमा को टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब रहती है। SALTxi8 के रिव्यूज एक डिफरेंट एंगल से पिक ऑफ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और आयमा बैक एंड से रिस्पॉन होके आ चुकी है। नीलम गेट्स टेकन डाउन, रिव्यूज नहीं बख्श रहे किसी को, लेकिन कम बैक करना पड़ेगा। अभी भी 2 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस रहता है। आयमा बैक टू बैक दूसरे मैच में भी लीड लेकर जा रही है। रिव्यूज को टेक डाउन करते दूसरे प्लेयर को 1v2 करने की कोशिश की जाती है। गॉड फ्यूरी इज हियर और पिस्टल पर शिफ्ट किया जाता है एंड ही टेक्स देम डाउन। रिस्पॉन होकर आ चुकी नीलम फुल इनटू द मैच and just look at her। कैम में अगर आप देखें तो कितना ज्यादा शी इज इनटू द मैच और कोशिश की जा रही है कि फिलहाल अपनी लीड को बरकरार रखा जाए। 1 पॉइंट्स पर ये लीड आ चुकी है। 8v9 की सिचुएशन बन चुकी है। 7 मिनट हो चुके हैं, 7 मिनट रह चुके हैं इस मैच को खत्म होने में और टाकरा बिल्कुल बराबर का होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है।
बिल्कुल मैच की इंटेंसिटी आप जहां पर देखें, आधी पूरी तरह से टीम्स एक दूसरे को बिल्कुल लीड देने की कोशिश में, लीड देने की तैयारी में ही नहीं नजर आ रही। 10-10 का स्कोर चलता हुआ। दूसरी तरफ स्टार गॉड फ्यूरी फिर से स्कोप इन करते हुए सामने प्लेयर उनकी तरफ से पीक नहीं किया जाता। आयमा अपनी स्पीक को होल्ड करती हुई बेहतरीन खेल उनकी तरफ से उसका मुजाहिरा किया जा रहा है। लेकिन आयमा बेग वंस अगेन रेडी फॉर अनदर 1v1 फाइट। एक दफा फिर से प्लेयर पीक नीलम को डाउन किया जाता है। आयमा के पास 5 किल्स मौजूद रहने वाले, लेकिन क्या जबरदस्त जंप शॉट यहां पर और टीम SALTxi8 रिव्यूज यहां पर एक और किल कंफर्म करते हुए।
बिल्कुल टीम आयमा अभी तक आगे रहने वाली है। 10 पॉइंट से टीम नीलम के पास मौजूद रहने वाले। नीलम क्या यहाँ पर रिव्यूज को पिक ऑफ कर लेंगी? ओके, रिव्यूज को पिक ऑफ कर लिया जाता है। नीलम की तरफ से ढूंढा जा रहा है कवर, कोई हार्ड कवर। ओके, स्लाइड भी किया जा रहा है। नीलम नोज हाउ टू प्ले दिस गेम, लेकिन शी गेट्स टेकन डाउन। ओके, नीलम टेक्स डाउन आयमा। आयमा जो है वो नीलम के क्रॉस एयर में आई जा रही है। आयमा ने पिछले मैच में बिलाल को चैलेंज किया था, लेकिन इस मैच में नीलम जो है वो छुपके से लीड जो है वो बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है। 12-13 पर आ चुका है मामला। 1 की लीड रहती है। नीलम लेकर जाएंगी एक किल और बैक एंड से आयमा को भी काफी हद तक लो एचपी कर दिया जाएगा। नीलम टेक्स अनदर किल। 6 किल्स कर चुकी हैं आयमा बेग और नीलम के किल्स भी हमें देखने पड़ेंगे। नीलम का आप बस कैम देखें, दैट्स ऑल, कि कितना वो इस गेम को जानती हैं और वो इट लुक्स लाइक कि वो खेल चुकी हैं पहले बहुत।
बिल्कुल, और नीलम की इस गेम की तरफ इंटेंसिटी पूरी तरह से नजर आ रही है कि टीम नीलम इस मैच को जीतना चाहती है, लेकिन एक दफा फिर से स्कोर लाइन बराबर होती हुई 15-15 का स्कोर हो चुका है। आयमा के पास 6 किल्स मौजूद रहने वाले हैं और इसी तरह के कुछ किल्स हमें नीलम की साइड पर भी देखने को मिलेंगे। लेकिन एक दफा फिर से मिड वेयर हाउस यहाँ पर फाइट शुरू होती हुई। आयमा बेग एक हाइट एंगल लेने की कोशिश करती है, लेकिन नीलम के पास एक हाइट एंगल पहले से मौजूद है। गॉड फ्यूरी की तरफ से पिक ऑफ किया जाता है, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन आयमा टेक डाउन करती हुई, लेकिन एक कवर फायर नीलम की तरफ से आएगा और एक पॉइंट की लीड रहने वाली है यहाँ पर टीम नीलम के पास। एंड दे आर येट अगेन रेडी टू टेक अ फाइट अगेंस्ट टीम आयमा बेग। रिव्यूज के ऊपर दोनों प्लेयर्स पुश करते हुए, रिव्यूज इज लो एचपी, रिव्यूज नीलम को टेक डाउन करेंगे। गॉड फ्यूरी को भी उनकी तरफ से ऑलमोस्ट पिक ऑफ किया जा चुका था कि इसी के दौरान गॉड फ्यूरी उनको पिक ऑफ कर लेते और आयमा बेग अनदर किल अपने लिए कंफर्म करती हुई।
18v18 की सिचुएशन हो चुकी है, 5 मिनट रह चुके हैं इस मैच को खत्म होने में और दोनों टीम्स एक दूसरे के शाना बशाना मौजूद रहने वाली है। क्रॉस प्लेसमेंट जरा आप चेक करें दोनों टीम्स की कितनी जबरदस्त रहने वाली है। आयमा बेग काफी हद तक लोन एचपी हो जाएंगे, 3x का इस्तेमाल करती हैं फॉर M416 के ऊपर। नाम मैं भूल चुका था, काफी देर से कास्टिंग नहीं की, लेकिन 1 पॉइंट के डिफरेंस चल रहा है जब से इस मैच का आगाज हुआ है। एक पॉइंट आगे पीछे चल रही टीम। नीलम की तरफ से एक फ्रैग स्कोर किया जाता है, 7 किल्स कर चुकी है नीलम। आयमा और नीलम के किल्स आई थिंक सो बराबर हो चुके हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल आयमा क्रॉस के अंदर आती हुई बहुत जबरदस्त पीक एंड फायर किया जाता है। आयमा की तरफ से भी काउंटर किया जाता है एंड शी गेट्स टेकन डाउन। नीलम की तरफ से पूरी डोमिनेशन दिखाई जा रही है इस मैच में। आयमा थोड़ा सा परेशान हो चुकी है क्योंकि पिछले मैच को जीतने के बाद कॉन्फिडेंस उनका बूस्टअप हो चुका, कहीं इस मैच के बाद कॉन्फिडेंस गिरता हुआ ना नजर आए। इसके बाद एक और टीडीएम और एक लिव का मैच बाकी रहने वाला है, लेकिन दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर्स एक ही एंगल से पुश आउट करते हुए थोड़ा सा रिट्रीट बैक किया जा रहा है टीम रेड की तरफ से। नीलम की तरफ से अपने बेस को कंट्रोल किया जा रहा है और कोशिश की जा रही है कि प्लेयर्स को आगे आने ना दिया जाए, लेकिन 20-23 की सिचुएशन बन चुकी है। 4 मिनट अभी भी बाकी इस मैच को खत्म होने के लिए एंड स्टार के गॉड फ्यूरी बहुत ज्यादा लोन एचपी हो जाएंगे। ही गेट्स टेकन डाउन, आयमा बेग के बैकपैक में किल जाएगा और 21v23 एंड 3 मोर मिनट्स टू गो ऑलमोस्ट।
Look at that smile on their face। जैसे ही किल कंफर्मेशन होती है आयमा के चेहरे पर एक स्माइल आती है और बताते हैं अपने ऑपोजिशन को कि वो इस दफ़ा फिर से इस मुकाबले के लिए रेडी रहने वाली है। लेकिन एक दफ़ा फिर से फाइट आयमा को पिक ऑफ किया जाता है स्टार गॉड फ्यूरी की तरफ से। नीलम की टीम एक दफ़ा फिर से 2 पॉइंट्स की लीड लेकर यहाँ पर जाती हुई, लेकिन रिव्यूज लो ऑन एचपी। दोनों प्लेयर्स का यहाँ पर पुश आता हुआ नीलम की टीम एकजुट होकर खेलती हुई नजर आ रही है और अभी तक के लिए एक दफ़ा फिर से एक और किल कंफर्मेशन। टीम वर्क देखें यहाँ पर आदि बेहतरीन जो है मुजाहरा टीम वर्क का किया जा रहा है। 2v1 हमेशा फाइट लेते हुए नजर आ रही है टीम।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन यहाँ पर टीम नीलम अभी भी 4 पॉइंट्स के डिफरेंस के साथ आगे मौजूद रहने वाली है। एक करके आगे जाते हैं और टीम नीलम बख्शती हुई नहीं नजर आ रही किसी भी प्लेयर को। टीम SALTxi8 के रिव्यूज के बाद 13 किल्स मौजूद रहने वाले हैं। ही इज द गाय जिससे आपको डरना पड़ेगा। गॉड फ्यूरी को टेक डाउन करते हैं। रिव्यूज क्या 1v2 कर पाएंगे? 1v2 यहां पर सक्सेसफुली पुल ऑफ किया जाता है टीम रेड के अगेंस्ट। नीलम गेट्स एलिमिनेटेड और रिस्पॉन होकर वापस आएंगे। डिफरेंट एंगल्स होल्ड किए जा रहे हैं, एक प्लेयर राइट से फ्लैंक करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन टीम रेड टीम नीलम दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर्स एक ही जगह पर मौजूद रहेंगे। काफी जबरदस्त एक मिड रेंज किल स्कोर करती हुई नजर आई, लेकिन रिव्यूज अगर यहां पर 1v2 कर देते हैं तो मजीद जो है वो डिफरेंस नैरो कर दिया जाएगा। रिव्यूज की तरफ से रिव्यूज आएंगे, ड्रॉप शॉट देने की कोशिश, लेकिन बहुत अच्छा कवर का इस्तेमाल गॉड फ्यूरी करते हुए नजर आया। आयमा बिग बैकएंड से आएंगी, गॉड फ्यूरी को क्या टेक डाउन कर पाएंगी? गॉड फ्यूरी के ऊपर क्रॉस प्लेसमेंट की जाती है। नीलम बिहाइंड द वेयर हाउस कोशिश करिए डिफरेंट एंगल से, एक नैरो एंगल से टेक डाउन करने की कोशिश करे, लेकिन आयमा बेग शी इज वेटिंग कि कोई ना कोई प्लेयर सामने की तरफ से आए और वो उसको टेक डाउन करे। लेकिन जस्ट लुक एट द एंगल्स, नीलम जो एंगल होल्ड कर रही है वो अलाउ ही नहीं कर रहा टीम ब्लू को कि वो वेयर हाउस से एंट्रेंस ले। और अब मसला आ चुका है, यहां पर 2 मिनट रह चुके हैं और 3 पॉइंट्स की अभी भी लीड के साथ टीम नीलम मौजूद रहने वाली है। एक और पॉइंट स्कोर किया जाता है और 4 पॉइंट्स की लीड बन चुकी है।
बिल्कुल 4 पॉइंट्स की लीड, 5वें पॉइंट की लीड और नीलम एक और किल कंफर्म करती हुई। 14 एलिमिनेशंस यहां पर रहने वाली है नीलम के पास और अभी तक के लिए हमारे जो सेलेब्स हैं उनमें सबसे ओवरपावर्ड गेम प्ले भी इनकी तरफ से इस मैच के अंदर दिखाया गया। लेकिन बात करेंगे एक दफ़ा फिर से क्लोज कॉल, अभी भी जो है हमारे सामने 6 पॉइंट्स की लीड रहेगी और ये लीड तोड़ना मेरे ख्याल से इतना मुश्किल नहीं रहने वाला टीम आयमा बेग के लिए। दे आर रेडी फॉर दिस चैलेंज। नीलम की तरफ से एक दफ़ा फिर से डैमेज दिया जाता है, लो एचपी मौजूद रहेंगे। रिव्यूज के ऊपर गॉड फ्यूरी की तरफ से पुश और किल कंफर्मेशन, बट नीलम यहाँ पर लेजेंडरी पर जा चुकी हैं। और बात करें यहाँ पर इस सारी सिचुएशन में टीम जो है बिल्कुल 1 मिनट 20 सेकंड का जो है वो टाइम रह चुका है और इसी के साथ हमारा मैच भी इख्तितामी मराहिल के अंदर दाखिल हो चुका है।
एग्जैक्टली लेकिन यहाँ पर मजीद लीड को बरकरार रखते हुए टीम नीलम 1v2 करते हुए नीलम मुनीर यहाँ पर 1v2 पुल ऑफ करेंगे टीम ब्लू के अगेंस्ट। आयमा को अब थोड़े से पसीने आते हुए क्योंकि इस मैच को उनको हाथ से जाने नहीं देना। अब यहाँ पर कमबैक शो करना पड़ेगा। क्या कमबैक शो किया जाएगा टीम आयमा की तरफ से? फिलहाल रिव्यूज भी फुल इनटू द गेम जा चुके हैं, बिल्कुल घुस चुके हैं गेम के अंदर। नीलम की तरफ से एक और फ्रैग स्कोर किया जाता है। 28v37 की सिचुएशन यहाँ पर बन चुकी है। सिर्फ 50 सेकंड्स मोर टू गो और ये मैच खत्म होता हुआ नजर आएगा। क्लियरली टीम नीलम ने इस मैच में बहुत बेहतरीन परफॉर्म किया, लेकिन अभी भी 2 मैचेस मजीद बाकी हैं, तो अभी कहना सही नहीं होगा कि कौन सी टीम जीत रही है। आयमा बेग को टेक डाउन करते हुए वेयर हाउस का फुली कंट्रोल लेते हुए टीम नीलम, और अब एग्रेस किया जाएगा। 2 प्लेयर सामने की तरफ आते हुए। लेट्स सी किल स्कोर कर पाती है या नहीं कर पाती। एक प्लेयर को टेक डाउन करने की कोशिश की जाएगी, लेकिन शी गेट्स टेकन डाउन। आखिरकार मैच अपने हाथ में करती हुई टीम नीलम स्टार एक्स गॉड फ्यूरी 21 किल्स के साथ, नीलम मुनीर 19 किल्स के साथ, 6 की कॉम्बो, 4 की कॉम्बो और दूसरी तरफ 12 और 17 किल्स। बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस दिखाई जाती है दोनों ही टीम्स की तरफ से एंड लिटरली एग्रेसिव मैच, टोटली एग्रेसिव। वन साइडेड नहीं खेला यार। शुरू में बहुत अच्छा मुकाबला किया टीम आयमा ने, लेकिन उसके बाद ऐसी लीड ली गई टीम नीलम की तरफ से कि हम हैरान रह गए।
और कुछ ही हैरान कर दिया, दंग कर दिया हमें, और आई बिलीव व्यूअर्स भी बहुत परेशान हो रहे होंगे कि हुआ क्या है,
ये हुआ क्या है, होया की लेकिन दोस्तों अभी भी 1-2 मैच बाकी हैं जो कि डिसाइड करेंगे। लेकिन पॉइंट्स की बात करें तो 3 पॉइंट्स टीम आयमा के पास 3 पॉइंट्स आ चुके हैं, टीम नीलम के पास 3 पॉइंट्स आ चुके हैं, और टीम बिलाल के पास फिलहाल 1 पॉइंट है, 1 पॉइंट रहेगा उनके पास। सो बिलाल को अब चाहिए कमबैक। आखिरी मैच टीडीएम का जो आखिरी मैच है वो टीम बिलाल वर्सेस टीम नीलम खेला जाएगा। बिलाल को ये मैच जीतना ही जीतना है। अगर पॉइंट्स को टाई करना है, 3 पॉइंट्स बिलाल को चाहिए आखिरी मैच से पहले। अगर ऐसा हो जाता है गाइस, अगर बिलाल इस मैच में 3 पॉइंट्स ले जाते हैं तो आखिरी मैच में तबाही है आखिरी मैच में।
वैसे इस पे मैंने एक शेर जो है वो तैयार कर लिया था जब नीलम जीत रही थी, तो अगर आप इजाजत दे तो मैं पढ़ सकता हूँ, या फिर इंतजार करते हैं उनके सेशन का, उनको सामने सुना देंगे। क्या कहते हैं आप?
इरशाद आप बेशक
नहीं, मैं कहता हूँ सामने सुना देंगे यार।
चले यहाँ पर इनवाइट
चले यार, इरशाद ही
चले
चले
जरूर
वो पकड़ाइएगा। ओके इरशाद एक बार
जरूर।
इनके चेहरे के तिल को तो देखो जरा, ये वही कंटिन्यू हो रहा है वहां से।
ओके वो जो पिछला शेर भी दोहरा दे जिन व्यूअर्स ने हमें अभी ज्वाइन किया है, तो वो जरा।
इनकी बातों में है एक अलग से मिठास,
क्या बात।
इनके लहजे की है एक निराली तासीर,
क्या बात।
पत्थरों में है महंगा तो नीलम बहुत, पर जो अनमोल है वो है नीलम मुनीर।
क्या बात।
अब आगे चल रहा है,
आगे चल रहा है
कि इनके चेहरे के तिल को तो देखो जरा, और इस मैच में जो इन्होंने हाल बनाया है उसके बाद है कि भोले भाले से कातिल को देखो जरा।
क्या बात।
इनके चेहरे के तिल को तो देखो जरा, भोले भाले से कातिल को देखो जरा, जीतना इनसे मुमकिन है बिल्कुल नहीं, चाहे बंदूक दें इनको या फिर दें तीर।
क्या बात।
जीतना इनसे मुमकिन है, चाहे बंदूक दें इनको या फिर दें तीर, और पत्थरों में है महंगा तो नीलम बहुत, पर जो अनमोल है वो है नीलम मुनीर।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है अलादीन। और मैं वंस अगेन कहूंगा मिर्जा गालिब की आपको जरूर रिक्वेस्ट आने वाली है।
कंपनी में डाल दिया आपने आज।
किसी गाली मुझे जो फॉलो बैक करके ना बड़ी थोड़ी सी जरा बातें सातें जरूर सुनाएंगे। लेकिन दोस्तों कंपटीशन अभी रुका नहीं है,
कंपटीशन अभी रुका नहीं है, और ये जो मैच है ना टीडीएम के बड़ा ज़रूरी है टीम बिलाल के लिए। मैं तो भाई मेरा वोट बिलाल सईद के साथ है, मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम लोगों को। अब ये मैच वो लेके जाने
आपने तो मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले ही बिलाल सईद को पकड़ लिया था।
हाँ, क्योंकि मैंने उनका तारुफ करवाया, और वन ऑफ माय मोस्ट फेवरेट सिंगर्स गाइस। हमने यहाँ पे जो है ना वो हमने भी यहाँ पर टीम अप किया हुआ है। सो मेरी टीम जो है वो बिलाल सईद है, ऑब्वियसली एसएन की जो है वो आयमा बेग है, और अलादीन की जो है वो नीलम।
मैं सबके साथ लेकिन ख़वातीन और हज़रात अभी और गेम्स बाकी हैं।
बिल्कुल, अभी और भी गेम्स बाकी हैं। अभी एक टीडीएम रहता है और एक 4th एनिवर्सरी लिविक मैच रहता है। तो आइए आखिरी टीडीएम की तरफ बढ़ते हैं। हालांकि अभी 2 मैचेस बाकी हैं, लेकिन इस मैच में बिलाल को जीतना है। अगर बिलाल इस मैच में नहीं जीतते तो फिर 1 साइडेड थोड़ा सा सिचुएशन हमें बनती भी नजर आएगी। लेकिन अगर बिलाल जीत जाते हैं तो फिर मामला आखिरी मैच तक चला जाएगा। तो आइए चलते हैं अपने तीसरे टीडीएम की तरफ जो खेला जाएगा टीम बिलाल वर्सेस टीम नीलम।
बिल्कुल जी, सीधा चलते हैं दोस्तों मैच की तरफ, देखते हैं किस तरह से खिलाड़ी इस मैच में जब तैयार हो चुके हैं। और सीधा मैच की तरफ जाते हुए बिलाल सईद पबजी फिर से आ चुके हैं दोस्तों, और यहाँ पर जो है वो नीलम के साथ उनका जो इस बार मैच है, नीलम वर्सेस बिलाल सईद। ये दोनों ही टीम्स आपस में जो है वो इस वक्त लड़ती झगड़ती हुई नजर आएंगी जरूर। लेकिन आगाज पहला फ्रैग कौन लेकर जाता है, ओपनिंग किसकी तरफ से की जाती है आदि, इसका इंतजार है।
इंतजार तो रहेगा, लेकिन पिछले मैच में अलादीन टीम नीलम ने बहुत बेहतरीन खेला। हालांकि कंपटीशन जितना था उससे भी आगे अपनी लीड को ले जाते हैं। तो इस मैच में मुझे देखना है कि टीम बिलाल क्या कमबैक कर पाएगी, आप क्या सोचते हैं?
हाँ, टीम बिलाल को कमबैक करना होगा। कर पाएगी या नहीं कर पाएगी ये चीज़ मुझे नहीं पता, बट करना होगा। बिलाल के ऊपर जिम्मेदारी काफ़ी ज़्यादा है और उनके टीममेट आईक्यू के ऊपर भी। फिलहाल नीलम जो है वो प्री फायर देते हुए नजर आती है। 3 फ्रैग्स ऑलरेडी लिए जा चुके हैं टीम नीलम की तरफ से एंड काफ़ी प्रॉमिसिंग लग रहे हैं। लेकिन नीलम को यहाँ से वो इस वक्त एलिमिनेट किया जाता है क्योंकि तरफ से काफ़ी शानदार पिक निकाली गई है।
आई वॉन्ट टू सी बिलाल, मेरी नज़र जो है वो बिलाल पे रहने वाली। बिलाल जो है वो जितनी उन्होंने मोटिवेशन अपने लिए ले ली है गाने के बाद, आई थिंक सो उसके बाद तो परफॉर्मेंस निकालना बनता है बॉस। लेकिन फिलहाल टीम नीलम कहीं ना कहीं डोमिनेशन दिखाते हुए 3 पॉइंट्स की ओके अब 2 पॉइंट्स की लीड हो चुकी है। नीलम क्या वंस अगेन एक और फ्रैग स्कोर कर लिया जा चुका, 1v2 और यहाँ पर 1v2 पुल ऑफ कर लिया जाता है टीम नीलम की तरफ से। इनफैक्ट नीलम मुनीर की तरफ से 1v2 किया जाता है। 6-2 पर ये पॉइंट्स आ चुके हैं और अभी भी 8 मिनट बकाया है, लगभग 9 मिनट बकाया है इस मैच में। तो कुछ भी हो सकता है अलादीन,
कुछ भी हो सकता है। अभी बहुत टाइम बाकी है आगाज से सिर्फ इस मैच का, जहां पर 7 किल्स इकट्ठे किए जा चुके हैं टीम नीलम की तरफ से। कुछ ज़्यादा ही डोमिनेटिंग लग रही है ये टीम, लेकिन बिलाल सईद आगे बढ़ते हुए नजर आएंगे और काफ़ी डैमेज कंटेन कर पाते हैं। लेकिन आईक्यू ही हैज टू डू समथिंग अमेजिंग। आईक्यू यहाँ पर जब 1 विन लेते हुए, लेकिन नीलम मुनीर के सामने नहीं टिक पाते और आईक्यू को थोड़ी देर के लिए शट डाउन किया जाता है उनकी तरफ से। 1 एचपी पे सर्वाइव कर रही थी, लेकिन आईक्यू फिर से स्पॉन होकर आते हैं और अपना बदला जो है वो ले जाते हैं।
अभी बहुत टाइम है, 6 पॉइंट्स की लीड है। रफ्ता रफ्ता एक किल अगर भी स्कोर करते हैं टीम बिलाल तो मेरे ख्याल से कहीं ना कहीं चेज अप कर लेंगे और अब मजीद नैरो डाउन करने की कोशिश की जा रही है डिफरेंस को। 4-10 पर बात आ चुकी है। टीम नीलम को अगर हम देखें तो बिल्कुल भी डोमिनेशन उनकी जा नहीं रही है। कॉन्स्टेंटली इस दूसरे मैच में भी अच्छा आगाज लेकर जाते हैं, लेकिन लुक एट दिस दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर्स एक ही एंगल पर मौजूद है एंड नीलम खासकर काफी केयरफुल खेलती हुई नजर आ रही है। आईक्यू को डैमेज भी किया जाता है, दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर्स एक ही एंगल से रशन करते हुए स्पॉट डाउन करते हैं, लेकिन क्रॉस हिट प्लेसमेंट ऐसी रहेगी बिलाल की कि हेड कनेक्ट करते हैं। नीलम रिस्पॉन होकर आ चुकी है, बिलाल अभी भी फ्रंट एंड के ऊपर मौजूद है, लेकिन प्री फायर्स में आ जाते हैं। गॉड फ्यूरी इज द मैन जो कि टेक डाउन करेंगे।
गॉड फ्यूरी इज द मैन जो कि टेक डाउन करते हुए नजर आते हैं। हालात काफी खराब होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं बिलाल सईद के लिए फिर से, जो कि आपके फेवरेट हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल के लिए ड्रॉप शॉट देने की कोशिश आईक्यू की तरफ से, लेकिन उनको एलिमिनेट किया जाता है। दोस्तों ये मैच जो है वो कुछ ज़्यादा ही डिटली होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है हमें, लेकिन बिलाल सईद प्री फायर्स देते हैं, इस बार फिर से कामयाब नहीं होते। कैरी करने की कोशिश आईक्यू की तरफ से जारी है, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं कर पाएंगे। लेकिन बिलाल से ड्रॉप शॉट देने की कोशिश करते हुए नीलम उनको ड्रॉप शॉट नहीं देने देती और फ्रैग में कन्वर्ट किया जाता है।
बिल्कुल टीम बिलाल की तरफ से कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी जो है वो हमें देखने को कुछ खास नहीं नजर आ रही है। एक एक करके प्लेयर्स आगे जाते हैं और एलिमिनेट हो जाते हैं, लेकिन बिलाल की तरफ से बहुत खूबसूरत कमबैक आता है। क्राउच करते हुए नजर आए और पीक एंड फायर करते हुए नजर आते हैं। नीलम मुनीर अब आ चुकी हैं और प्योर एग्रेशन हमें देखने को मिल रहा है उनके कैब में भी, और जैसे उनकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज है वो पूरी तरह कोशिश कर रही है कि इस मैच में जितनी ज्यादा लीड बनाई जाए उतनी ही बनाए। लेकिन फिलहाल नीलम मुनीर एक बैक स्टैब का सामना करना पड़ता है QRK आईक्यू की तरफ से। बेस होल्ड की जा रही है टीम बिलाल की तरफ से, टीम नीलम की तरफ से। इनफैक्ट टीम बिलाल एक प्लेयर वेयर हाउस में रहेंगे और एक प्लेयर राइट साइड पे रहेंगे, और कोशिश की जा रही है नीलम की तरफ से कि अपनी लीड को मजीद आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रेशर क्योंकि ऑलरेडी बना चुके हैं टीम बिलाल के ऊपर, तो अब उनकी तरफ से कोशिश की जा रही है कि होल्ड किया जाए, ज्यादा किल्स ना दिए जाए।
एग्जैक्टली, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली किल्स दिए जाते हैं उनकी तरफ से। बिलाल थोड़े से फैक्ट लेते हैं, थोड़े फैक्ट आईक्यू ले जाते हैं और इस बार नीलम को थोड़ा सा जो उनकी परफॉर्मेंस को जो खटाई में डाला जाता है और और फैक्ट जनरेट किया जाएगा। 11-15 स्कोर लाइन हो जाएगी। आईक्यू रिस्पॉन होकर आते हैं तो वो फिर से इस स्कोर लाइन को जो बराबर करने की कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन ये जो सिचुएशन है जहाँ पर बिलाल सईद अकेले आगे चले जाते हैं, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली उनके ओपोनेंट्स में जब वो दोनों प्लेयर साथ मौजूद होते हैं, ये ज़्यादा उनके जो है वो ऊपर हावी साबित हो रही है। आईक्यू अब 1v1 लेने की कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन नीलम के सामने 1v1 कैसे ले सकते हैं आईक्यू? आप दिस इज समथिंग जो कि आईक्यू को जब वो जब वो बार बार करा रही होगी कि उनको अकेले पुश नहीं करना।
1 HP पर आ गए थे स्टार के गॉड फ्यूरी एंड बिलाल को कहीं ना कहीं पता लग चुका था कि मैं नॉकआउट निकाल लूंगा, मैं किल ले लूंगा, लेकिन गॉड फ्यूरी की तरफ से बहुत अच्छा रिफ्लेक्स देखने को मिलता है। बिलाल सईद वापस आएंगे और अपना रिवेंज लिया जाता है। गॉड फ्यूरी को एलिमिनेट करते हैं और नीलम को भी एलिमिनेट कर दिया जाता है। रिस्पॉन होकर गॉड फ्यूरी वंस अगेन सामने की तरफ बढ़ेंगे। स्ट्रैटेजी देखने को अब नजर आ रही है टीम बिलाल की तरफ से, लेकिन लीड अभी भी टीम नीलम के पास बहुत ज्यादा मौजूद रहने वाली है, जहां पर सिर्फ 5 मिनट रह चुके हैं। आईक्यू को टेक डाउन किया जाता है नीलम की तरफ से, लेकिन बहुत खूबसूरत कवर फायर प्रोवाइड करते हैं बिलाल सईद। लुक एट दैट जंप, पूरी तरह से गेम के अंदर घुस चुकी हैं दोनों टीम्स। कम बैक करना पड़ेगा।
कम बैक बहुत इस वक्त जो वो शदीद उसकी ज़रूरत है कम बैक की, लेकिन बिलाल सईद ही बी एबल टू डू दैट। इस चीज़ को जो है वो देखना पड़ेगा ज़रूर। 15-20 स्कोर लाइन, 5 पॉइंट्स का फ़र्क है, इतना ज़्यादा फ़र्क नहीं है। सिर्फ आपको 3 बार जो है वो सामने वाली टीम को एलिमिनेट करना और आप 1 पॉइंट उल्टा ज़्यादा ले जाएंगे उनसे, लेकिन बना एलिमिनेट हुए। और ये चीज़ करते हुए जो बिलाल सईद अभी तक नज़र तो नहीं आ रहे, लेकिन नीलम टीपीपी ली जा रही है बहुत शानदार तरीके से, आगे बढ़ेगी, आईक्यू सामने मौजूद 1v1 लेने की कोशिश, आईक्यू यहाँ पे जगल करेंगे लेकिन नो, कामयाब नहीं हो पाते। लेकिन अब लीड को चेज करना पड़ेगा। टीम बिलाल को 5 पॉइंट्स की लीड चाहिए, 4 मिनट यहाँ पर रह चुके। गॉड फ्यूरी बिलाल सईद को एलिमिनेट करते हैं और 6 पॉइंट्स पर अपनी लीड को लेकर जाते हैं। क्यूआर के आईक्यू अच्छा कवर लेते हुए दोनों के दोनों प्लेयर्स एक ही साथ जा रहे हैं टीम बिलाल के, लेकिन सामने की तरफ से भी इतना अच्छा उनको रिटालिएट किया जा रहा है। लुक एट दैट सरप्राइज पे लेकर आते हुए गॉड फ्यूरी इनसाइड द कवर जाते हैं। क्यूआर के आईक्यू ड्रॉप शॉट देने की कोशिश करते हैं लेकिन प्लेयर वहां से हट चुके होते हैं। गॉड फ्यूरी इज प्लेइंग रियली गुड। नीलम के पास 10 किल्स आ चुके हैं। गॉड फ्यूरी एक और किल स्कोर करते हुए और मजीद अपनी लीड को आगे बढ़ाते हुए टीम बिलाल के लिए अब मुश्किलात बन चुकी हैं। अब कुछ ना कुछ करना पड़ेगा, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी करना पड़ेगा अलादीन। बिल्कुल जी, कुछ कमाल करना पड़ेगा दोस्तों उन्हें, लेकिन फिलहाल अभी तक करते हुए कामयाब तो नहीं होंगे। 16-23 की स्कोर लाइन चल जाती है। नीलम फिर से आईक्यू को पिक ऑफ कर लेती है। दिस इज समथिंग जो कि खतरे में जब लेकर जा रही है अनफॉर्चुनेटली टीम बिलाल सईद को, और बिलाल सईद धोनी में लेने के लिए जाएंगे, ये देखना बहुत जरूरी है। नीलम वर्सेस बिलाल सईद दोनों जिसके सामने मौजूद, दरमियान में एक टंकी, दरमियान में कंटेनर मौजूद, लेकिन गॉड फ्यूरी का कवर आता है एंड रेस्क्यू करने के लिए आ जाता है अपने टीममेट को और स्कोर लाइन को 10 पॉइंट्स के डिफरेंस में धकेला जाता है। दोस्तों टीम नीलम को हराना मुश्किल है नहीं, नामुमकिन
बन चुका है, लेकिन टीम बिलाल को अशद ज़रूरत है पॉइंट्स की, किल्स उनको निकालने हैं। 3 मिनट रह चुके जहां पर प्रेशर रहेगा, टाइम का भी क्लॉक जो है वो टिक टिक करता हुआ नजर आ रहा है और इसी के साथ
मुझे बड़ी शानदार लग
नजर आ रहे हैं। जी
नीलम इज प्लेइंग ऑन 4 फिंगर क्लॉक।
एग्जैक्टली, मैं वही चीज अभी नोटिस कर रहा था लेकिन मैं मेंशन नहीं कर पाया और अच्छा कि
4 साल से गेम खेल रहा हूं मैं और मैं 3 फिंगर से ऊपर नहीं किया।
क्या बात है, प्रो प्लेयर उस्ताद
किसे छोड़ दिया मैं
जॉब छोड़ देनी चाहिए हम लोग को, लेकिन अभी भी 10 पॉइंट्स की लीड। अलादीन कम बैक के चांसेस क्या लग रहा है, बन पाएंगे?
आई थिंक इट्स क्वाइट इम्पॉसिबल बिकॉज़ 3 मिनट्स बाकी हैं। 10 पॉइंट्स का
अगर ऐसा होता है तो बिलाल को मान जाएंगे आप?
बिलाल को मैं तो वैसे ही माना मैं तो वैसे ही माना हूं बिलाल को, लेकिन अगर ऐसा हो जाता है तो मैं फिर आपको मान जाऊंगा।
अच्छा चले 9 पॉइंट्स पे आ चुके हैं।
आपको नहीं माना मैं अभी तक
रोस्टिंग सेशन जो है वो चलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ पर नीलम मुनीर एग्रेस करती हुई क्यूआर के आईक्यू को स्पॉट डाउन करने जा चुके, जंप फाइट करते हैं लेकिन जबरदस्त क्रॉस एयर प्लेसमेंट दिखाई जाती है। बैकएंड से बिलाल सईद आते हैं, एलिमिनेट तो कर जाते हैं लेकिन अपना किल भी दे जाते हैं सामने टीम को। अभी भी 10 पॉइंट की लीड बाकी है मेरा सुमारे, लेकिन फिलहाल यहाँ पर क्यूआर के आईक्यू कोशिश कर रहे भरपूर तरीके से कम बैक करें। इनसाइड द कवर रहते काफी हद तक लोन एचपी कर दिया जाएगा, इनको थोड़ी देर यहाँ पर हील करना चाहिए, उसके बाद निकलना चाहिए। गॉड फ्यूरी को टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब, लेकिन 2 ही मिनट रह चुके हैं। टीम बिलाल को कुछ करना पड़ेगा, कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा। नेट्स का इस्तेमाल आई थिंक सो नहीं कर सकती है टीम, सिर्फ गन पावर की
बेसिस कर नहीं रहे।
ओके व्हाई, मतलब क्यों
जरूरत नहीं पेश आ रही ना, वो गन फायर से वो कहते हैं कि हमने बंदूकों से ही जो है यहाँ पे हमला करना है, नेट्स को यूज नहीं कर रहे बिल्कुल भी, लाइक मिस कराया उन्होंने नेट्स को बिल्कुल।
लेकिन यहाँ पर 1.5
मिनट और उसके बाद फाइनल हो जाएगा, लेकिन आईक्यू का फ्लैंक नीलम को एलिमिनेट करते हुए नजर आते हैं। आईक्यू विल बी एबल टू टेक वन मोर डाउन और नॉट, लेकिन इस बात का जवाब शायद ना में ही होगा बिकॉज नीलम आती हैं, जगल करती हैं और ले जाते हैं। दिस इज सो सिंपल मैथ्स।
लेकिन बिलाल सईद एक ऐसा एंगल होल्ड करें जहां पर टीम रेड को पुश बैक किया जा सकता है और आईक्यू अगर एग्रेस करते हैं एक डिफरेंट एंगल से तो मेरे ख्याल से दोनों किल्स उठा सकते हैं, लेकिन बिलाल की तरफ से क्रॉस रिप्लेसमेंट देखने को मिलती है, नॉक भी करते हैं, नॉक नहीं एलिमिनेट करते हैं। आईक्यू बैक एंड से किल ले जाते हैं। 26-34 चंद ही सेकंड्स बाकी हैं, 1.5 मिनट बाकी रहेगा इस मैच को खत्म होने में, लेकिन आईक्यू का एंगल जरा आप चेक करें, नीलम को काफी हद तक लोन एचपी कर दिया जाता है और नीलम परेशान हो चुकी है कि लड़का मार कहां से रहा है, लेकिन बैक एंड के ऊपर नीलम भी पीछे नहीं हट रही, हालांकि लोन एचपी है लेकिन फिर भी जोश से काम लेती हुई नजर आ रही है। नीलम एक डिफरेंट एंगल के ऊपर जाएंगे, आईक्यू सामने की तरफ मौजूद रहने वाले, क्या आईक्यू पर स्पॉट कर पाएंगे? आईक्यू सामने की तरफ आते हैं, कवर से बाहर निकलते हैं और थोड़ा सा पनिश भी जरूर किया जाता है, लेकिन आईक्यू की तरफ से रिटालिएट किया जाता है। आईक्यू सामने की तरफ आएंगे, हेड कनेक्ट होगा एंड नीलम ये किल लेकर चली जाती है। 27v35 की सिचुएशन एंड 56 मोर सेकंड्स टू गो।
बिल्कुल जी दोस्तों, इट्स इम्पॉसिबल टू यू नो, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, अगर टीडीएम का प्रोफेशनल लेवल पे कंपटीशन हुआ, नीलम वो जीत गई हैं पहले से। द वे शी इज प्लेइंग राइट नाउ, ये आसान नहीं है इस तरह से खेलना।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन किल्स देखते हैं नीलम के पास कितने मौजूद रहेंगे इंडिविजुअली। टीम ब्लू एग्रेस करती हुई क्यूआर के आईक्यू अलोंग विद बिलाल सईद,
ओह मैन,
किल्स डोमिनेशन के ऊपर जाते हैं, लेकिन 29v36 30 मोर सेकंड्स टू गो। हाथ से मैच
क्या 40 पे जा सकते हैं? अभी तक 40 वाला गेम नहीं हुआ,
40 वाला गेम नहीं हुआ एग्जैक्टली, लेकिन लेट्स सी कि नीलम कैन डू वंडर्स।
बिल्कुल पिछला वाला जो 40 पे था जरूर, लेकिन दोस्तों पर फिर से क्या 40 पे जाता है गेम या नहीं, लेकिन फिलहाल इस वक्त बिलाल से पुश करते हुए नजर आएंगे, फ्रैग लेने की कोशिश करेंगे। लुक एट द लीड काफी क्लोज हो चुकी है, लेकिन नो 10 ही सेकंड्स बाकी है, पर एक और फ्रैग बटोरा जाता है। 37 फ्रैग यहाँ पे लिए जा चुके हैं इस वक्त के लिए और इट्स क्वाइट इम्पॉसिबल फॉर टीम बिलाल सईद टू मेक अ कमबैक एंड लुक एट नीलम, क्या ही खूबसूरती के साथ कैरी होने का मौका नहीं दिया जाता। 22 किल अगर आपके 21 किल अगर एक प्रो प्लेयर के हैं तो नीलम 17 पे बैठी हैं।
यस
एंड असिस्ट देखें आप, 6 असिस्ट भी दिए जाते हैं।
सेलिब्रेशन देखें आप उनकी तरफ से आती हुई एंड क्लियर कट जान चुकी थी कि वो इस कंपटीशन के अंदर एक बेहतरीन लीड ले चुकी हैं, बैक टू बैक अपने 2 मैचेस जीत कर जाती हुई। एंड दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ पबजी मोबाइल, टोटली अनएक्सपेक्टेड। कोई भी जो कि गेम खेलना कुछ भी हो सकता है, कोई भी जो गेम खेलना पसंद करता है वो इस गेम के अंदर बेहतरीन परफॉर्मेंस दे सकता है, और ये हमें आज नीलम ने और बिलाल ने भी साबित करके दिखा दिया।
बिल्कुल दोस्तों, स्टार्ट में जहाँ पर मौका दिया था उनको परफॉर्म करने का, उसके बाद उनको जिस तरह से एक हरी झंडी दिखाई थी पहले उन्होंने, उसके बाद लाल झंडी दिखाई जाती है। टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, इस सिचुएशन में इट वाज क्वाइट इम्पॉसिबल टू प्ले फॉर टीम बिलाल सईद।
मेरा दिल बैठ चुका है,
आदि
बैठ चुका है मेरा दिल।
अभी दिल छोटा मत करे, लिविक है
4th एनिवर्सरी।
मैं अभी भी अपने बॉय के साथ हूँ, पंजाबी बॉय के साथ।
यस,
I'll stand with I'll stand with बिलाल सईद।
Justice for आदि।
Justice for आदि यार, ऐसा नहीं करो मेरे साथ, मासूम सा मैं बच्चा हूँ। लेकिन फिलहाल आगे चलेंगे गाइस, यहाँ पर शो ख़त्म नहीं होता। अभी एक जो 4th एनिवर्सरी मैच है जहाँ पर ये तीनों एक दूसरे के मद्दे मुकाबिल आएंगे, वो जो मैच है वो दीदनी रहने वाला है। अब हम जाएंगे नीलम मुनीर की तरफ और गॉड फ्यूरी को दावत देंगे, उनके साथ मौजूद थे इस मैच में भी, तो रिजर्वेशन देखते हैं और इनके तासुरात पूछते हैं क्या रहे इस मैच के बाद। वेलकम बैक गाइस।
मनन अताखु समझेगा गेमों को। मनन हाय बड़ा अच्छा खेला आपने, जबरदस्त, बहुत मजा आया आपके साथ, टू गुड,
खूबसूरत।
थैंक यू आपने भी बहुत अच्छा खेला।
नीलम, जिस तरह आपने भी गेम खेली है और आप इसको जीते भी हैं बहुत शानदार तरीके से, तो गेम के दौरान आपने इतना शानदार वॉइस पैक किया है, उसमें से कौन सी ऐसी लाइन थी जो आपने इस्तेमाल की हो? बिकॉज जहाँ तक मेरी बात है, मैंने वॉइस पैक खुद सुना यार, मुझे वो मनाना वाली लाइन बहुत पसंद आई। आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूँगा, आपकी फेवरेट लाइन कौन सी थी जो आपने गेम में इस्तेमाल की हो?
मेरी तो सारी फेवरेट लाइंस है, वो सारी लाइंस ऐसी जो कि आप गेम खेलते वक्त आपको बोलनी पड़ती हैं। सो मन्ना, बहुत सारे जो मुझे लोग मिले हैं, फैंस भी और आम लोग भी, सब ने मुझे बोला कि मन्ना उनको ये आ गया कि जी थैंक यू वेरी मच। सो मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा जो मेरी फेवरेट लाइन है, एक तो पमा बांधे डजुना के डोंट शूट मी, और एक मुझे बहुत पसंद है, वो ये है कि गेम मास्टर माख पलटीन क्या खले, गेम मास्टर आप मुझे अपनी टीम में लेंगे, तो ये भी मेरी फेवरेट लाइन है।
ये मेरी भी फेवरेट थी, लेकिन फिर मुझे समझ नहीं आई, तो फिर मैंने कहा इसको साइड पे कहता है, और ज्यादा समझ आ रहा है उसी को फेवरेट बना लेते हैं।
यही तो समझने वाली
मेरा भी
लाइन है,
सवाल
अगर आप
रहेगा
PUBG
कि
खेलते हैं PUBG मोबाइल, तो ये तो सबसे ज्यादा समझने वाली लाइन है।
निकालो यार इसको बाहर निकालो,
सुनूंगा।
अल्लाह दिन का माइक म्यूट करो यार। जस्ट किडिंग। लेकिन नीलम, आपसे मेरा सवाल रहेगा कि आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा PUBG मोबाइल के साथ, और आने वाले जो वक्त हैं, क्या हम आपको दोबारा देखने वाले हैं?
ऑफ कोर्स देखेंगे, बिल्कुल देखेंगे, मेरी तरफ से तो एनी टाइम हाँ है, क्योंकि मैं खुद भी PUBG मोबाइल बहुत शौक से खेलती हूँ। एक तो मुझे इसका सबसे बड़ा फायदा ये लगता है कि अलॉट ऑफ टाइम्स हम बहुत बिजी होते हैं, यू नो, तो कोई दोस्त अवेलेबल नहीं होता जिससे आप बात कर सकें, मगर ये गेम में आप जाके आप एनी टाइम यू कैन गो एंड हैव फन, और बहुत मजा आता है। सो एक अच्छे से टाइम गुजर जाता है। और जब मैंने PUBG मोबाइल का जब मुझे पता चला कि मैंने इनके लिए वॉइस पैक करना है, वो भी पश्तो, लीव मी, मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई। आई थिंक ये मेरी एक सबसे बड़ी अचीवमेंट है। और शूट पे भी हमने बहुत एंजॉय किया, बहुत प्रोफेशनल तरीके से शूटिंग हुई, बहुत फन के साथ। मैंने बहुत काम किया ज़िंदगी में, यू नो, मूवीज़ में, ड्रामाज में, सॉन्ग्स में, लेकिन ये जो पहली बार मैंने किसी यू नो गेमिंग कंपनी के लिए काम किया है।
चलें, थैंक यू सो मच नीलम के आपकी आवाज़ में, खूबसूरत आवाज़ में हमें एक वॉइस पैक सुनने को मिला। और जो पश्तो फैंस हैं हमारे, ये उनके लिए खुशखबरी है, असल जो ईद है वो उनकी हुई है। तो गाइस, आप
हमारी भी थोड़ी सी हुई है,
हमारी भी हुई है,
ना कि सिर्फ पश्तो ने जिनको नहीं भी आती, ना कि सिर्फ पख्तून फैंस ने जिन्हें पश्तो नहीं भी आती, उन्होंने भी 15 चिकन डिनर किए हैं और इस वॉइस पैक को लिया है। और मजे की बात बताऊं, मैं जब खुद गेम खेल रही होती हूँ और जब मुझे लोग ऐड करते हैं गेम में, तो फिर वो मेरी वॉइस पैक लगा रहे होते हैं।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है। तो आपको एक आखिरी सवाल, एक छोटा सवाल, कि आपको क्या फील होता है कि आपकी आवाज़, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट सभी ये गेम खेलते हैं, आप जिस घर में जाएंगी तो ये गेम कहीं ना कहीं चल ज़रूर रही होती है, सो वो फीलिंग ज़रा डिस्क्राइब करिए कि आपकी आवाज़ है हर जगह पर।
इवन ना के घर, इवन हम सेट्स पे खेल रहे होते हैं, जब हमारे पास टाइम होता है, कहीं पे वेट कर रहे होते हैं, वहाँ पे जल्दी से गेम लगा ली, खेलिए, बहुत मजा आता है।
तो आप
सॉरी
टू कट यू, आप मैं पूछना चाह रहा था, चले आसान अल्फाज में पूछता, आप फ्लेक्स करती है थोड़ा कि यार ये तो मेरी आवाज़ है?
बहुत मजा आता है, मेरी तो आवाज़ बहुत अच्छी लगी उसमें, और मुझे यस मुझे लगता है कि ये मेरी आवाज है। बिल्कुल, मैंने इतने प्यार और दिल से किया है, इतनी मेहनत के साथ, इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे मुझे मौका मिला है, तो मुझे क्यों नहीं लगेगा कि मेरी आवाज है? मुझे लगता है मेरी आवाज है।
नहीं, आप फ्लेक्स करती दोस्तों में कि यार देखो यार मेरी आवाज भी गेम में, हाँ मेरी आवाज भी गेम में।
नहीं, मैंने अभी तक तो नहीं किया, लेकिन करना चाहिए। आपसे बात करने के बाद ना ये आइडिया मुझे आ गया है। यस, मैं अभी उस मोड पे गई नहीं थी, अब मैं जाऊंगी।
चले बेहतरीन। सो गाइस,
मेरा क्वेश्चन रहेगा यहाँ पर गॉड फ्यूरी से। गॉड फ्यूरी एक रीजनल लैंग्वेज के अंदर एक मैं समझता हूँ कि ऐसी लैंग्वेज जो कि कई लोग जो हैं वो थ्रू आउट द पाकिस्तान बोलते हैं, उसके अंदर ये वॉइस पैक आया है। सो पबजी का ये इंक्लूजन, ये एक पश्तो में वॉइस पैक लाना, आप एज अ प्लेयर इसको किस तरह से देखते हैं?
मुझे बहुत पसंद आया ये वॉइस पैक, और मैं खुद भी मतलब मैंने कभी मतलब कोई भी वॉइस पैक आया मैंने वो यूज़ नहीं किया, मतलब मैंने सेट नहीं किया अपने उसमें। ये फर्स्ट वॉइस पैक आया मतलब मैंने जो सेट किया है उसमें, मतलब इसमें जो मनाना और डेर खा और एक्सीडेंट वर्क पे वो आया हुआ है, और इसके अलावा जो है मतलब काफ़ी आए हुए हैं। डोंट शूट का जो आया हुआ है पापा मदन डजोना के, तो ये बहुत मज़े का लगता है।
ये पश्तो बोल रहा है, क्यों ना थोड़ी देर के लिए स्टेज इनके हवाले किया जाए और इनको कहा जाए कि नीलम से थोड़ी गपशप करें, और जो फैंस, जो पश्तून फैंस जो देख रहे हैं उनके लिए कोई जो है वो मैसेज अगर आप इनसे पश्तो में दिलवाएं, क्योंकि हमें तो समझ नहीं आ रही, बट ऑब्वियसली हम जज्बात देख के खुश हो
थोड़ी देर के लिए होस्ट आप हैं फ्यूरी, ये स्टेज आपके हवाले।
स्टेज इज योर्स।
नहीं मैं अब क्या बोलूं यहाँ पे।
चलो मैं बोल देती हूँ, मैं फैंस को बोल देती हूँ, ये ठीक है?
आप जी 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 बिल्कुल।
मैं फैंस को यही बोलूंगी कि स्तासो मिना मोहब्बत पमा बांधे दे ज्यादा ग्रांडे पबजी लो भी कवे और एंजॉय कवे।
कुछ समझ आया,
कुछ
अच्छा भी लगा,
मुझे
आ गया ना?
बहुत समझ आया। नीलम आप इसको ट्रांसलेट थोड़ा सा कर दीजिए हमारे लिए, हम थोड़े से जो है वो हम न्यूबीज हैं। बिल्कुल।
अच्छा ओके, मैंने कहा कि आपकी मोहब्बत, आपका प्यार जो है मेरे लिए बहुत मायने रखता है, एंड पबजी खेलें और एंजॉय कीजिए।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है।
गॉडफ्री आपकी तरफ से अगर कोई मैसेज हो लाइक थोड़ा सा हमारे पश्तो फैंस के लिए,
अपने स्टार के फैंस के लिए बोलिए, वो बहुत सुनना चाहेंगे फ्यूरी।
ये पश्तो में?
हाँ कोई भी
स्तासो स्पोर्ट मुंगला तसे पकार दे।
और इसको हमारे उर्दू जो व्यूअर्स हैं और जिनको पश्तो नहीं आते,
मतलब क्या आप लोग स्पोर्ट हमें इस तरह ही चाहिए जिस तरह मतलब आप लोग देते हैं।
क्या बात है,
very nice, that's very nice of Godfrey
you guys. So इसी के साथ साथ हम अगली गेम की थोड़ी बहुत तैयारी पर चलते हैं, क्योंकि आखिरी मैच है लिविक का रहेगा, और टीम बिलाल जो है जहाँ पर वो बैक एंड के ऊपर तैयारी पूरी तरह से पकड़े। लेकिन थैंक यू सो मच नीलम, आपने अपने बिजी स्केड्यूल में से वक्त निकाला। सेम फॉर यू गॉड फ्यूरी, एंड आई विश बोथ ऑफ यू बेस्ट ऑफ लक। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, थैंक यू रियली सो मच। तो आइए आगे बढ़ते हैं, मजीद अगले मैचेस की बात करते हैं, बल्कि एक आखिरी डिसाइसिव मैच रहने वाला है इन तीनों सेलिब्रिटीज़ के बीच, जहां पर पहले दो सेलिब्रिटीज़ हमें देखने को मिले आपस में लड़ते हुए, अब तीनों एक ही मैदान में उतरने वाले हैं। लेकिन इस लिविक के मैप पे जाने से पहले थोड़ी सी नज़र लीडर बोर्ड के ऊपर डालते हैं कि पॉइंट्स टेबल के ऊपर क्या हालात चल रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल जी, पॉइंट्स टेबल की थोड़ी सी बात करें तो नीलम इज ऑन टॉप विद 6 पॉइंट्स। उनकी तरफ से 2 मैचेस खेले गए और दोनों ही जीत जाती हैं सर।
बिल्कुल, बट आइमा भी बिल्कुल पीछे नहीं है, उनकी तरफ से भी एक जीत सिक्योर की गई अपने लिए, 3 पॉइंट्स उनके रहेंगे। लेकिन बिलाल इंतज़ार में है कब वो उतरेंगे लिविक के ऊपर और कब वो यहाँ पर एलिमिनेशंस और इस मैच की जीत के साथ अपने आप को टॉप पर लाने वाले हैं।
अच्छा, एक चीज़ फैंस को बता देते हैं हम कि अगर बिलाल के मैच जीत जाते हैं तो एटलीस्ट वो सेकंड आ सकते हैं, बिकॉज जीतने वाला 5 पॉइंट लेकर जाएगा, सेकंड पे आने वाले को 3 पॉइंट,
और अगर वो एक किल भी ले जाते हैं साथ तो वो पॉइंट लेकर जाएंगे।
एग्जैक्टली मैं फिर से बिलाल के साथ
He can be on top. तो
yes.
आदि अभी तक मेरे ख्याल से आपके दिल की धड़कनें कायम व दायम होंगी।
बिल्कुल, और इसी के साथ सब सदमा भी पहुंच चुका है। ऐसे ने जो बात यहाँ पे कर दी है कि किल अगर बिलाल के पास अभी भी मौका है कंपटीशन में वापस आने का, सो देखते हैं कि बिलाल किस जोश के साथ इस मैच में उतरते हैं और बाकी जो 2 हमारी ख़वातीन हैं वो क्या करती हुई इस मैच में नजर आती है। मैच का आगाज हो चुका है, आइए खुद ही देखते हैं इस मैच में क्या होता है।
नीलम इस बार फिर से डोमिनेट ना कर दें यार।
अच्छा चले वही गेम हम वापस करते हैं। करिए प्रेडिक्शन, फर्स्ट कौन आएगा प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स में?
जिस तरह के हालात चल रहे हैं देखें, जो जीत रहा हूं मैं तो उसके साथ होता हूं यूजुअली।
I'm up for the win.
और वैसे भी मैं नीलम के साथ ही था।
चले मेरा बेट जो है वो बिलाल के ऊपर रहने वाला है, तो आइए देखते हैं हम तीनों में से कौन निकलता है फाते। हमारी भी जंग है, मैंने आपके बाल पुक
मैं
लेने
फाते
हैं
हूँ
इसके
पहले
बाद।
और अगर आप हार गए तो मैंने आपकी ट्रेंड कर देनी है।
अल्लाह दिन आपने मुझे धमकी तो दे दी है। चलें अब देखते हैं इस मैच के बाद किसके सर के ऊपर से बाल उड़ते हैं। जिसकी टिंड हो गई हो यहाँ पर आप समझ जाइएगा, बस और मजीद कुछ कहने की जरूरत नहीं है। बिल्कुल
मुझे लग रहा है आयमा जीतने वाली है।
लेकिन गाइज आखिरी मैच का आगाज हो चुका है, तो आइए देखते हैं इस मैच के अंदर कौन हावी होता है दूसरों पर। लिविक के मैदान में चलते हैं।
बिल्कुल दोस्तों, 4th एनिवर्सरी का ये शानदार लिविक का मैच आपके सामने। फ्लाइट पाथ भी आ जाएगा। बिलाल सईद Where is he gonna jump? ये देखना बहुत जरूरी है। पावर प्लांट की तरफ जाते हैं या फिर मिड स्टेन का रख किया जाएगा। पहली बार लिविक का कास्ट करें, ऐसा कैसा लग रहा है?
बिल्कुल, लिविक अपने आप के अंदर एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन और एग्रेसिव एक मैप है, लेकिन टीम्स उतरने वाली उस आइलैंड के ऊपर जो कि 4th एनिवर्सरी की सेलिब्रेशन के अंदर बनाया जा चुका है, और प्लेयर्स जो है वहाँ पे उतरते हुए नजर आएंगे, और 1 by 1 इस गोल्डन आइलैंड के ऊपर एलिमिनेशन जो है वो हमें स्टार्ट होती हुई नजर आएंगी। एक बेहतरीन नज़ारा, और गॉड फ्यूरी उतरते साथ ही उनके हाथ में QMP आ चुकी है, और स्किन वाली
ये तो लॉबी से UMP लेके आए। दिस इज समथिंग रॉन्ग। ये गलत है, इस तरह नहीं होना चाहिए था। लेकिन चलें देखते हैं कि गॉड फ्यूरी किस तरह से टेस्ट कर पाते हैं UMP को। या फिर नीलम अभी होती भी नजर आएंगी, फिर से जिस तरह से हमेशा होती भी नजर आएंगे इन तमाम मैचेस में। बिलाल सईद का एक कमबैक बाकी है तो दोस्तों, और आपको जब उसका जवाब करना होगा।
बिल्कुल गॉड फ्यूरी का सामना यहाँ पर बिलाल सईद पहले काफी ज्यादा डैमेज देते हुए गॉड फ्यूरी की तरफ से, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ रिव्यूज को और आयमा को भी स्पॉट किया जा चुका है। नीलम विद दैट शॉटगन क्लोज रेंज के ऊपर फाइट नहीं ले पाएंगी, बट हियर वी गो बिलाल सईद यहाँ पर।
आई टोल्ड यू, नीलम नहीं छोड़ने वाली किसी को।
गॉड IQ अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, सो इज टीममेट इज स्टिल देयर। अभी भी चांसेस जो है वो यहाँ पर जीतने के उनके रहने वाले हैं, बट लुक एट दिस। ओके, शॉटगन 1, शॉटगन 2, शॉटगन 3, शॉटगन।
ट्रस्ट मी, नीलम से बचना मुश्किल नहीं नामुमकिन है। लेकिन गॉड फ्यूरी इस बार वो भी कहते हैं कि मैं कैरी नहीं हो रहा, मैं बराबर खेलता हुआ नजर आऊंगा। काफी डैमेज उनकी तरफ से दिया जाएगा रिव्यूज को। रिव्यूज यहाँ IQ से भिड़ सकते हैं। सिचुएशन इज डाउन टू अ 2v1v1 आई थिंक। लेकिन अभी तक देखें हालात क्या किस तरफ जाते हैं। 3 टीम्स और 6 अभी तक अलाइव हमें नजर आ रहे हैं। रिव्यूज हवा में उड़ रहे हैं यार।
बिल्कुल डैमेज पड़ता हुआ उनको यहाँ पर, और आहिस्ता आहिस्ता उनकी तरफ से इस डैमेज से निकलना की कोशिश, लेकिन गॉड फ्यूरी स्पॉट कर लेते हैं। और इसी के साथ टीम SALTxi8 रिव्यूज यहाँ से चलते बनते हैं। सो टीम आयमा भी एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं इस मैच से, लेकिन पहली टीम जो कि एलिमिनेट होगी इस मैच से। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ अगर हम बात करें, टीम स्टार अभी तक के लिए डोमिनेट कर रही है।
बिल्कुल जी, टीम आयमा सॉरी नीलम अभी तक डोमिनेट कर रही है। नीलम की पब्लिक यहाँ पर ऑब्वियसली इंतजार करेगी चैट में उनको, जब वो बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट कर रही होगी। लेकिन इट्स 1v2 नाउ। एक इजी पुश उनकी तरफ से दिखाया जा सकता है, बट IQ को क्लच करना होगा। IQ हैज टू डू समथिंग अमेजिंग हियर, बिकॉज उनके ऊपर जिम्मेदारी है पूरी। 5 पॉइंट्स हैं जीतने के दोस्त।
बिल्कुल, जीत के 5 पॉइंट्स यहाँ पर सेकंड पे ला सकते हैं टीम बिलाल सईद को, और IQ इंतजार कर रहे हैं उस अहम मौके का जहां पर टीम नीलम और यहाँ पर स्टार गॉड फ्यूरी मैं कहूँगा अपना गार्ड थोड़ा सा लोअर करेंगे। लेकिन IQ यहाँ पर स्पॉट हो चुके हैं, उनकी तरफ से एक नेट थ्रो किया जाता है रास्ते में। गॉड फ्यूरी काफी लो HP हो सकते हैं। नीलम यहाँ पर डैमेज खा सकती है, लेकिन डैमेज से पहले ही IQ को काफी ज्यादा लो कर दिया जाता है। लेकिन लुक एट दिस, बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से डोमिनेट करते हुए नीलम एक दफा फिर से जीत से हम किनार, और बैक टू बैक यहाँ पर तीनों के तीनों मैचेस में ये टीम जीत चुकी है।
मैंने आपको जीतना इनसे बिल्कुल भी मुमकिन नहीं है, चाहे इनके हाथ में बंदूक हो या तीर
होती।
तो दोस्तों डोमिनेशन दिखाई जाती है इनकी।
मैं भी थोड़ा सा बना लूं इसके ऊपर शेर।
बना
हाथ में बंदूक हो या होती, जीत के जा चुकी है नीलम मुनीर।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है।
इस दफा तकलीफ हो रही होगी गालिब को 100%।
इस दफा अल्लाह दिन को हो रही है,
मुझे बहुत हो रही है इस बार। मेरा बना हुआ शेर मुझे सुना के कह रहे कि मैंने बनाया।
लेकिन गाइस आखिरी मैच के इख्तिताम को पहुंचते हैं, लेकिन लीडर बोर्ड देखते हैं। लीडर बोर्ड पे क्या हालात हैं, क्या चेंजेस आए हैं, तब्दीली आई हैं। ऑब्वियसली नीलम मुनीर ने चारों के 3 मैचेस के अंदर बहुत जबरदस्त परफॉर्मेंस दिखाई।
अगर IQ लास्ट मोमेंट में क्लच कर जाते, 5 पॉइंट्स उनको मिलते चिकन के, 2 पॉइंट्स उनको मिलते किल के, और बिलाल सीधा जंप करके ऊपर आ जाता है।
एग्जैक्टली, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं हुआ। IQ के पास चांस था, लेकिन आई थिंक सो कोशिश अच्छी थी। शुरू से कोशिशें ज़रूर की गई इन सारी टीम्स की तरफ से, लेकिन मैं हैरान हूँ टीम नीलम की परफॉर्मेंस देखकर। एक भी मैच नहीं हारी वो
भाई। वो ऐसा वो होता है ना कुछ प्लेयर जिनको हम कहते हैं कि हारने के लिए बने नहीं यार, ऐसे वो जिस तरह से वो खेली हारने के लिए बनी नहीं हुई यार। तो बनाया गया था कि मैंने वो क्या एग्जांपल दी थी एक दिन कि अगर लूजर्स की जंग हो रही हो ना, लूजर्स की रेस हो रही हो, तो उसमें भी जीत जाएंगे।
बिल्कुल ऐसे ही है। लेकिन आगे बढ़ते हैं। वंस अगेन हम अपने तीनों गेस्ट को दावत देते हैं हमारे साथ आए और इस मैच के बारे में अपनी फीलिंग्स हमसे ज़रूर शेयर करें। वेलकम बैक।
Okay. Bilal, we can see that. We can see that.
Look at Bilal.
चेहरे छुपाए
यार मैं एक्चुअली बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग मैसेज देना चाहता था वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट
मुझे देखिए
नीलम तो इतना अच्छा खेलती है।
मैंने नीलम क्या के हार मानी
और नहीं तो क्या। और हैरत की बात है कि मैंने ना कभी आयमा के साथ खेला पबजी में, ना कभी आपके साथ खेला है। ये मैं आप लोग के साथ फर्स्ट टाइम खेला है मैंने। सी इतना जानने के बाद
मुझे तो आप दोनों की गेम देख के लगता है कि आप कुछ और करती नहीं है, सिर्फ पबजी खेलती हैं। आई थिंक आई नीड टू स्टार्ट प्रो खेला है। वाह वाह,
थैंक्स। मैं एक्चुअली
तो नीलम के प्यार में हार गई ना,
पता है। I love
एक
you.
चीज
मैंने नहीं हारा था, आपको पता है मैं कैसी प्लेयर हूँ।
मैंने आप दोनों का इतना प्यार देखा कि मैंने सोचा मेरा यहाँ पे कुछ बनता ही नहीं है, मैं इसलिए सबसे पहले आते ही गोली खाई है।
राइवलरी बन चुकी है यहाँ पर इन तीनों के बीच में। और ये राइवलरी अब मुझे लग रहा है बिलाल जो है वो बदला जरूर लेंगे ऑफ कैमरा गेम में।
मुझे ज्यादा सेलिब्रेट करने का दिल भी नहीं चाह रहा। इट वाज जस्ट अ गेम।
सेलिब्रेट करना बनता नहीं, मैंने तो प्यार में
जीते कोई भी हारे कोई भी, आयमा को जो है वो गाना गाना पड़ेगा। आपको जो है वो नहीं छोड़ा जाएगा। और
आयमा बहुत अच्छा गाना गा रही है, यस,
उसी को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
तो पता ही नहीं था।
बहुत अच्छा गाती है। आई थिंक पबजी खेलने के अलावा आप गाना भी अच्छा गाती हैं। पबजी तो बहुत अच्छा खेलती है।
हाँ, मतलब पबजी के अलावा भी मैं उसको आई थिंक थोड़ा सा क्या कहते हैं, गायकी कहते हैं।
तो
लेकिन ये गाना जो
हो जाए कुछ लाइन्स हो जाए।
बहुत अच्छा गाती है।
देखें, मैं बाजी नीलम से हारी हूँ, लेकिन मैं बाजी पे गाना गाना चाहूंगी नीलम के लिए, ठीक है ना। तो नीलम को समझ आएगी, आई नो कुछ समझ नहीं आएगी क्योंकि सराइकी में है, लेकिन ट्रांसलेशन आ गई है गूगल पे, ठीक है।
I love सराइकी मुझे बहुत पसंद है आयमा। यस।
अच्छा हाँ, ओके, कहते हैं सतु ढोल मनावड़ाए, सतु यार मनावड़ाए, भावे सिर दी बाजी लग जावे, हो भावे सिर दी बाजी लग जावे, ए हो मसला मुकावड़ाए, ओए हो मसला मुकावड़ाए, हो बावे सिर दी बाजी लग जावे, हो बावे सिर दी बाजी लग जावे।
क्या बात है, बहुत खूबसूरत, बहुत उम्दा। और आज तो आप तीनों ने आकर 4 चांद लगा दिए हैं हमारे स्टेज को। 3 चांद
अपने आप को अपने से गिन लिया।
नहीं मैं अपने आप को नहीं गिन रहा, मैं आप दोनों को गिन रहा हूँ एक ही में।
फिर 5 बन जाते हैं।
5 बनते हैं।
लेकिन थैंक यू सो मच।
क्या जान
आप लोग आप सब। So guys, इसी के साथ
बड़ा मजा आया
आपका। आयमा, हाँ जी, आपका भी बहुत शुक्रिया। नीलम, आपका बहुत शुक्रिया। और आप तो डोमिनेशन जो दिखा गई हैं वो प्लेयर्स और व्यूअर्स याद रखने वाले हैं।
अब एक टाइम था, अब वो था में चला गया, जब लोग कहते थे मुझे क्रिप्टो जैसा बनना है, एनोनिमस जैसा बनना है, बड़े प्लेयर्स जैसा बनना है। अब सबने कहना है नीलम जैसा गेम होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल ऐसे ही। लेकिन जाते जाते एक सवाल मैं आप दोनों से करना चाहूँगा, बिलाल एंड आयमा, अपने फैंस के लिए कोई मैसेज, जो लोग आपको देख रहे हैं। बिलाल, आपसे शुरू करते हैं, प्लीज़ कुछ भी आप कहना चाहें तो।
जितने भी लोग मुझे देख रहे हैं, मैं आपको चाहता हूँ कि आप इस गेम से मुझे जज ना करें। बेशक मैं हार गया हूँ, पर जिंदगी हार जीत का नाम है। जिंदगी में हमेशा कम बैक करना चाहिए, जब तक आखिरी सांस भी है, आखिरी बॉल तक लड़ना है। सो यही मेरा मैसेज था।
हिडन सा सबको पता चल
क्या
गया।
खूबसूरत बात की। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल,
मुझे actually
आपने
फिलहाल
बहुत
का
अच्छी
मैसेज
बात की।
पसंद
आयमा,
आया।
आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
सबको
मुझे
पसंद
बिल्ली
आया,
पसंद
बल्कि
आई
मुझे
है।
तो बहुत ही पसंद आया,
और
दिल को लगा जाके।
नहीं, और उसने अपनी हार भी जस्टिफाई कर ली है बीच में, ये भी बड़ा अच्छा एक हमारा नजर आ गया मुझे। मेरा यार कहना सिर्फ ये है कि जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं, जो हमें सुन भी रहे हैं, जो सुनते भी हैं और जो देखते हैं, और स्पेशली हमारे लिए टिकट्स लेके या दूसरे दूसरे शहरों से, दूसरी कंट्री से आते हैं, उन सबको ढेर सारा और इसी तरह प्यार करते रहें। आप लोग की वजह से ही हम लोग आज यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। आई नेवर थॉट कि मैं नीलम मुनीर, बिलाल सईद के साथ बैठूंगी और पबजी के साथ काम करूंगी। सो जितना भी सब कुछ करते हैं, दैट्स ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ यू ऑल। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ऑल दिस लव, और इसी तरह प्यार करते रहें, इसी तरह सुनते रहें और इसी तरह पबजी खेलते रहें।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों का कि आप लोग यहाँ पर आए, टाइम निकाला। आपके फैंस ऑब्वियसली बहुत एंटरटेन होंगे इसको देखकर,
इंक्लूडिंग अस।
और आज हम ज्यादा एक्साइटेड इसलिए भी हैं क्योंकि पबजी मोबाइल की 4th एनिवर्सरी भी है, और ये भी हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा साथ गेम खेलकर सेलिब्रेट कर।
चले एक दफा जाते जाते विश कर दीजिए,
विश कर दीजिए
पबजी मोबाइल
को।
Okay, so we wish PUBG 4th anniversary. इतने भी लोग जो PUBG खेलते हैं, it's time to celebrate, enjoy करें।
या 4th एनिवर्सरी है, जबरदस्त किस्म के गेम्स खेल रहे हैं और एंजॉय कर रहे हैं।
एंजॉय करें।
बिल्कुल, थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच बिलाल, आयमा एंड नीलम। We wish you best of luck. ख्याल रखिएगा।
Thank you everyone. आप भी बहुत जबरदस्त होस्ट थे, बहुत मजा आप लोगों के साथ।
बाय बिलाल, बाय नीलम,
बाय बाय बिलाल, बाय आयमा।
Thank you so much.
आयमा कॉल मी, बात करते। ओके,
यस आई एम टेक्स्टिंग यू।
सैरी का प्लान करते हैं।
बस सैरी आ जाओ फिर, यार आ जा।
डन पराठे बनाओ, मैं आ रहा हूँ।
मैं बस बाकी पराठे बनाऊंगी।
डन हो गया। ओके गाइस,
ओके गाइस,
थैंक यू सो मच,
थैंक यू सो मच।
भाई सहरी तो प्लान हो गई है,
सहरी प्लान हो चुकी है, उस तरफ हम भी अपनी सहरी प्लान कर लेते हैं।
इससे पहले कि मुझे मजीद भूख लगे और मैं हेडफोन खा जाऊं, क्लास की तरफ चलते हैं, बिकॉज अभी शुगल तो बहुत हो गया। अभी हमने जाना है सीरियस मैचेस की तरफ, लेकिन उससे पहले एक चीज़ बाकी है, और वो ये है कि लीडर बोर्ड जो शो मैचेस हम लोगों ने विटनेस की, उनका एक दफ़ा लीडर बोर्ड देख लेते हैं कि क्या स्टैंडिंग्स रही। तो टीम नीलम विद 11, कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है भाई,
कोई कंपटीशन छोड़ा ही नहीं उन्होंने। और जहाँ पर हमें लग रहा था कि बिलाल सेकंड आ जाएंगे, लेकिन आयमा जो है वो सेकंड स्पॉट मेंटेन कर लेती हैं अपने लिए 4 पॉइंट्स के साथ, एंड बिलाल कोशिश करते हैं और कुछ पॉइंट्स लेकर भी जाते हैं इस आखिरी मैच से। लेकिन ये थे हमारे फन मैचेस गाइस, फन अब ख़त्म हो चुका है। आई होप आप लोगों ने एंजॉय किया होगा, अपना फीडबैक ज़रूर दें। लेकिन अभी असल जंग 1,74,00,000 रुपए की बाकी है, और इसी नोट के ऊपर थोड़ा सा आप लोगों को तंग करके हम लोग थोड़ी सी ब्रेक पर जाएंगे, ताकि आप लोग सोचें ज़रूर कि आने वाले वक्त के लिए ज़रूर सोचें। सो विल बी गोइंग ऑन अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक, आप लोगों ने कहीं नहीं जाना। विल बी कमिंग राइट बैक विद PMPL पाकिस्तान।
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Well, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Spring 2022. Of course, brought to you by Oppo, who are our official PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan mobile phone partners. And that being said, I'm joined along with CA, who's gonna be there with me for the first game. And yeah, CA. So a long journey of 3 weeks finally coming down to these 3 days. 18 matches, 6 matches a day. What are you expecting?
Just bangers all the way through. I want these teams to come out of the gate just all guns blazing, give it all they've got, and really show us how important that start is in this day one of the grand finale. But let's have a look at what's motivating all of these teams, the massive prize pool at stake.
Oh yes, and this is what we've been talking about, ladies and gentlemen. We've gotten top 16 teams over here from the league stages, which did conclude yesterday. They're all gonna fight it out, and as you can see right? Too much is on the line. 1.76 crores, as we've been talking about it. And not just that, ladies and gentlemen, we can also announce how many slots from Pakistan region are going to be heading in for the SA Championship out there. But yes, the money is pretty much visible in front of you. Too much on the line, and I'm really, kind of scared to even count them, because I can never have that much in my account. But regardless, the players, they're just as good as it goes. But let's take a look at the teams that are going to be a part of it. Starting off with our first four, we've got SALTxi8, Quantum Rage, QWERTY Esports, and 52x Rage Esports. Especially the way all these four teams have been playing, I think we just can't pick a particular favorite.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting seeing how Quantum Rage especially is able to come out of this grand finals, because we've seen glimpses from the team that shows us they're capable of being even on the top, but we've also seen a dwindling run of form so far. And similarly, carrying that story on the second page are teams like Freestyle and H2E, but on an opposite note, teams that a team that has really shined in these last few weeks, Fixes, Team TUF, they're once challenging SALTxi8 for that top spot.
Oh yeah, they definitely were, but they just missed by a very tiny little margin, it was just 170 points or something, that was the difference. But regardless, moving along, say, of course, the next four teams, we do have Star the Grounders, QWERTY and MetershotxSKY. Of course, QWERTY being the most renowned of them all, and finally, they managed to get their single chicken dinner in the Super Weekends, and they're going to be happy, of course, would be looking forward to carry on forward with the momentum that they have been gaining. Team Star, well, they've been looking quite promising as well. MetershotxSKY, I think it was the second Super Weekend that was their optimum high. Towards the third Super Weekend, they kind of fizzled out a little bit, but it's the finals, you never know what they're going to come up with.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about not knowing what they're going to come up with, I think looking at this set of squad rosters, North Esports is one to look out for. Have been on that rise of form so far, and expecting them to carry that through coming into this particular game. And it's going to be very interesting to note how these teams have prepared for each other as well. I think teams like Regicide, they've had a lot to say in these last few weeks, and a lot of it hasn't been said yet, and we'll have to see if they can really put it on paper coming into this particular weekend. But man, there's so many expectations from these teams. There's such high stakes, and it surely is going to affect these players, and I'm excited to see if we get to see maybe a few diamonds come out. There's always those few players that under all of this pressure really start shining.
Of course, this is the moment where the diamonds are going to be forged. Yeah. And yeah, like you just said, right, they're going to be put under heavy pressure. But for all the viewers out there, we're going to say this out loud and clear. The points have all gone down to back square one, right? Everyone starts from ground zero. And from there onwards, you've got to build up those points, and only a chosen few will be moving ahead for the PMPL SA Championship. But for now, a little bit of a lookout for SALTxi8, as you can clearly see. This is just ridiculous. Every single player, apart from Reviews, has managed to cross that hundo marker. But can't really blame Reviews, right? He's got the least matches played.
Exactly. I feel like if he had the same number of matches played, he probably caught up to the hundo marker too. So now SALTxi8 have a new task. Can they all reach hundo markers within 3 days? It's a very tall task, but hey, if a team was to get it done, it would probably be SALTxi8.
Of course, eyes are going to be on them, and King Crypto, who has been reigning this competition, has been the topper of the elimination leaderboards. He's all over the place, right? You just don't see Crypto coming, and he is going to do whatever is needed. But yeah, of course, I mean, few of the teams would be having a few things on their mind as to how they're going to counter them. But for now, a glimpse at how deadly can the players of SALTxi8 be. Again, this one little moment where he absolutely clutched the whole squad all by his lonesome when his teammates were down and dusted. And that's the beauty about this lad, right? You can always rely on this player, and he shall never disappoint you. And things like this sort of start questioning the fact that is he even human?
Yeah, exactly. Lot of hype around this player coming into this PMPL Pakistan, and to be perfectly honest, it didn't deliver in day 1 or day 2 of the league stage, but when it came Super Weekend time, man, first Super Weekend, Crypto just turned the heck on, proved why he's the most hyped player coming into PMPL Pakistan, and he's just never stopped. There's been games where SALTxi8, they had an off match. There's been games where a lot of SALTxi8's members get down and early, but Crypto, he just holds on and on and on and keeps dishing out the damage.
You know, I think they've showed everything to us, right, during the entire 3 weeks that we did get to see them play. But initially, there was a little bit of a dip, you could clearly see, right, over there. But then, the way they have recovered and clearly shows, you know, those high markers just going up top over there is just an example of how devastating SALTxi8 can be at certain times. But again, you know, like we've been talking about them, it's a complete team, a complete package, as you can expect a good position points from their side. You could expect a nice amount of finishes also being accumulated. If needed be the situation, they still know how to kind of mold themselves into going into a hardcore survival mode. And despite that, you know, even while they are as a one-man squad, they still somehow tend to get a few finishes. I think it was Blade yesterday who was doing that, who was just showcasing how deadly he also can be. But it's just not about SALTxi8, right? It's not about SALTxi8. We've got some nifty competition going on, and well, I think they're gonna have a run for their money today, because the teams who are chasing behind them, we did see the likes of TUF. There was a fair 4v4 fight in which the players absolutely annihilated SALTxi8 within a mere second. So again, TUF is a team to watch out for. But apart from TUF, CA, who are the other teams that you are hoping will perform really exceptionally well today?
Hoping, I think there's a couple, but I think I know for sure QWERTY is going to be another team in consideration. It's going to be, I feel like, a SALTxi8 on top, and then TUF and QWERTY trying to battle it out to be their main contender, and then maybe even taking the lead from time to time. But a team I'm hoping is able to come out and really show up is QWERTY, because QWERTY have had quite mediocre runs as compared to what we expect from them in the Super Weekends. I think they can be a lot more, and I'm hoping that the Grand Finals is where they are able to turn up with a lot more.
Oh, I really hope so, because, you know, again, if you talk about clarity, we have seen that, you know, relentless dependency on, well, 420, right? I think this is the moment where they have to understand that they've got to play as a whole team. I mean, yeah, Drolin on few occasions has been exceptionally well, and we've seen Zibyan also having his moments. But as an entire team, we still have to see more out of clarity, because again, the names that you talk about are big names for sure, right? You're gonna expect bigger things, and they haven't really showcased that to us, you know, during the Super Weekend. I was expecting them to be in the top 3, but that was quite not the case. But I think that sort of brings us to another team. We're gonna talk about that a little bit later, but before that, let's take a look at the schedule, because we just do not have one, rather, ladies and gentlemen, this time we have 2 Miramar. So, yeah, of course, 6 games are going to be played in day number 1. So, 2 Miramars for today. Of course, we're going to start off with Erangel, then followed by Miramar Sanhok. And then we're going to go on with Erangel and then another Miramar. And like always, we will be ending things in the map of Erangel. So I think that's going to be pretty nice to see how things really pan around. So again, coming back to the very discussion, I think the teams need to have a perfect Erangel game. So again, now there are a lot of players, I think, CA, that has impressed us a lot. Now, barring the players of SALTxi8, who were the ones that, you know, you have clearly noticed and you're looking forward to them performing today as well?
Oh, I really think Gravity is one that had really caught my eye. One of the younger players, you know, coming in and really stepping up to the mark. But also almost the entire squad of TUF, but specifically Joker Sir and Edgar. They're freaking aggressive, and it's not just that they're aggressive that I like it, because to be honest, there's plenty of teams that are aggressive. But what is special about TUF is that they are on the same page with that aggression. Every single player moves forward together like a unit, and it just looks so fluid when they get it done. But hey, Fixes, we won't have to wait any longer to actually witness all of these amazing players. We're on and ready with our first match.
Oh, we certainly are, and I hope you all are as well as we head in to the map of Erangel as the Big Bird is in the sky, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the Grand Finals, and here goes the flight path trajectory all the way from shooting range towards the Sanhok military base.
Oh, look at this. Immediately eyes on the drop locations for every single team. Will some teams change? Will some teams try to bring something back different? Do we get to see Cairo going back to Pochinki? Because this time we got H2E in the lobby. And Pochinki is very much busy. Does he forget that and go back, get caught? We'll have to see. Right now it seems like the teams are spreading out to their standard drops. You got Clarity TUF going towards that Georgepur area. MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8 most likely to come out now as they head on towards Sosnovka and Novoripnoy. But yeah, so far it does seem like teams are going to... Oh wait, look, Regicide fixes... Wait, why Regicide is splitting up? Hold on.
See, even more than that, I mean, of course, I'm really rather surprised. Not Esports, they're just playing with 3 players, and we do have a team missing in the lobby, and I do not understand what could be so more important than the finals, perhaps. But it is what it is, right? We've got to live with it, and yeah, like you clearly pointed out, so we are witnessing a couple of changes being made over here. 52x Rage heading over towards the western side of QWERTY, and we haven't really seen much of that happening though. But the zone completely going eastern again. Mansion, prison circle is what we do have for you guys to start things off, and I really felt, the first game is going to be a little bit slow. Teams are going to be relaxing, chilling down a bit, and then as the game progresses, that is where we could have gotten to see fights. But I think we're going to have to expect some early action today, because considering the fact so many teams are stationed at the western side while rotating, I'm pretty sure a few of them are going to collide.
Yeah, it's a really interesting setup here. Like you said, we've even got one team missing. I'm actually trying to figure out which... It's actually... I think it is H2E. Wow. Very weird.
Oh yeah, I mean H2E again. Well, though, I mean, what do I say from around here? It seems like they do not know they have committed to the finals this time. Of course, H2E, a team that missed out on the first, or rather the third Super Weekend. Apologies there, and today they suddenly have decided not to be with us. So it's a sad thing. Of course, it is going to be costing them really, really heavy. We never know. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, as we go along further, we could clearly see Team QWERTY heading off towards Lipovka. We do have the boys from 4VTFT taking over the Milta Power factories and the power plant. North Esports again at their school and apartment rotation. We do have FMxR3D heading off towards Rozhok. For Quantum Rays, there's no change as well. But Star, we've got to see if they can, if they have decided to rotate a little bit early on. But FMxR3D, I believe this team CA has a lot to prove, a lot on the line, because I think if my memory serves me right, they qualified at the 14th spot. Not exactly the kind of position you would want to qualify from, especially when you are an invited team to this PMPL.
Yeah, exactly. There was a lot of expectations from them, and honestly, they haven't been able to reach that mark yet at all in the PMPL Pakistan. So it's going to be a tall ask, hoping for them to really step it up, live up to that invited team agenda that we're holding. And really, I think in that regard, SALTxi8 100% has. Clarity, not 100%, but I'd say almost 70-80% to that level. They've lived up to the fact that they're an invited team. But FMxR3D, man, they've got a long way to go. But hey, it's the grand finals. Like you said earlier, everything has been reset, so might as well be the form of that team as well. We'll have to see. Maybe they turn up a new leaf.
Oh yeah, I mean it's going to be really interesting. But you know what's interesting, CA? We've got the official confirmation, right? The top 6 teams from this region will be heading in for the SA Championship. So of course we know what will be the threshold. You've got to be in that top 6 every single moment. You've got to maintain that position. So teams would be looking out for that. Of course, you would want to also head in to the SA Championship as the champions from the Pakistan region. Well, that would be the initial goal. But for now, you can clearly see, right, the players of TUF, they're starting to traverse around with Magnus clearly. In a very sandwich situation, TUF could find themselves, but seems like Magnus have no petty business, right? They do not want to meddle around, or maybe they will. We'll get to know in just a slight wee bit. And I believe Respect, he's just going to let the players pass by.
Yeah. For now, Magnus just playing it's calm, safe and simple. Not really surprising. It is what we expect from Magnus all the way through. They're a team more focused on that mid to late game aspect, and you can see them getting those rotations through. Now we've got that Northwestern circle fixes. Maybe ends up around that mansion area. We've got Quantum Rage already taking a part of it, but I really like the way Quantum Rage has positioned themselves. They got 2 players in mansion, 2 players in Yasnaya. So if the circle ends up taking a northern shift, centering around Yasnaya, they'd be in a really good spot as well. So Quantum Rage macro-wise at least off to a good start.
I mean, yeah, I think from day one they've been going down to Yasnaya and have had no troubles whatsoever. But what was the thing of concern for me was the fact that, we haven't really seen a lot of Yasnaya circles, right?
Yeah.
We have seen in those early initial phases Yasnaya to be mostly inside the zone, but in the subsequent circle shifts, we haven't seen that really happening. So of course it's going to be really imperative to see if Quantum Rage can go off to a flying start, or is it just going to be a very mediocre performance for them today as well. But for Regicide, they have a lot to prove. They have a lot to showcase the world that they're not gassed out yet. They have a lot to offer. They still can start winning games, and they really need to. And getting a chicken dinner in Erangel would be such an amazing start to their run in the finals. But again, it's sort of been a custom, right? Every single time, the first chicken dinner of this event has been on various occasions has been taken by Team Magnus. So it's going to be interesting. I've got a slight little hunch that maybe Magnus could clutch it out. But for now, Respect just passing right in front of the players of TUF, and is he gonna walk out alive? Yes, indeed.
Oh my god. Okay, it seems like teams are on a bit of an edge coming into this grand finals. Wouldn't have expected that situation to have ended up not bloody, but the teams are happy to just give each other a handshake and waltz on by. For now, it is just going to be Magnus respecting the fact that, hey, well, if your TOF is not a beast, you want to engage around and are going to leave contesting this area and go look for another. And such situations usually lead to a lot of issues, but thankfully for Magnus, they're in that area where a lot of area is still free. Rozok is completely empty. Western side of Yasnaya is completely empty, so they should be good. But looking at the circle, you can see the blue zone is almost finished closing in to this number 1 circle, and we're going to have the shift coming in soon. Fixes. The teams certainly are expecting more of that eastern shift. Is that what you think is going to happen?
I have a little bit of a hunch it's going to go down south, but it was a rather even shift.
Yeah.
So pretty interesting, now that all the teams have clustered up, it's interesting to see that 52x Rage are yet to make a movement. So they're still waiting for that curveball to hit to that one radical shift. As we do speak of, the first airdrop comes in, it's a Grotza as Maxi. He's just going to pepper down a couple of bullets over there. And for now, nothing too troubling for FMxR3D. North Esports just making sure they're guarding their territory over here, as every single team. This is the finals, right? This is where everyone is off to a rather slower start, but could be different for SALTxi8. They realize that TUF is just in the neighborhood, but the question is, are they here to fight? Because had it been yesterday, had it been a super weekend matchup, I'm pretty sure SALTxi8 wouldn't have thought twice before ramming in the vehicle. But hey, see, these are the finals, right? You need to get that knock, you need to follow it up with another knock, but hey, I might just be wrong, because Crypto has dashed in, and it is SALTxi8 and Freestyle as the first 4v4 fight that we're gonna witness, as Crypto is just gonna take the stairs, is gonna go up a little bit, as Black is gonna follow him around. And in this cat and mouse chase, we've got to see as to how Crypto holds himself strong, but it's gonna be Wasi who gets that initial knock onto his reviews.
Look at this, Edgar, he's picked up that first blow up. It looks like SALTxi8, they're gonna try to push back strong onto Freestyle and nab up the first squad instead. Blade trying to land the spray onto Malik, but Malik seems to have got on out of there, while Crypto is stuck in a 1v1 with Black. Not a 1v1 that's favoring him right now, but he's gonna create some time with that nade and get his health back to standard now. Black, he's gonna take the time to do the exact same. Currently, he's in a better spot because he should hear the scrambling of Crypto, but a beautiful nade from Crypto downs Black, who got the immediate trade coming through as Crypto's being downed as well. Malik will finish off Uzum. Blade going for the revive. Reviews finds the trade onto Black, and currently these streams are trading blows evenly. Freestyle though, I think they might make the call to cut their losses.
Yeah, I mean, sparks are flying already, but what was really surprising was Crypto just self-nading himself in the process as well. But as long as the trades are in their favor, I think SALTxi8 can live with this. But still, an early loss of Uzum there, IGL, is gonna bug them at least a little bit. But these are the finals, right? I could not clearly understand why SALTxi8 wanted to dash in and contest that compound, even without getting any knock. I think the only rational explanation is the fact that that particular compound seems to be the center of the circle. So SALTxi8 wanted to objectively have control of that area, but haven't clearly completely gotten it as of now.
QWERTY, they spotted out 4v TFDs, couple players moving along. Should not be able to close in on them yet, but talking about closing in, the circle's moving in. We've got an airdrop in a nice location with an MK14 no less. Should go to the hands of FMxR3D. We'll see how they utilize it. Your initial prediction has come through, Fixes. We've got that Eastern shift.
Oh, all right. I mean, I was sort of, anticipating it is gonna go over there. We have seen a couple of circles, just around Mansion, if you remember. I think two in particular, one of which we had the players of Clarity just going out of their minds, right? But for now, all these teams are gonna start rotating around, and this is where we see the majority of the fights happening, as Quantum Rage having that little bit of a plateau compound to themselves, as they're going to be dealing damage from up above. As 4v TFT, they've been out of action for quite some time, making the comeback directly into the finals. We've got to see as to how they're going to have the first game open up for themselves, as a little bit of a fight between Team QWERTY and Regicide, as both the teams are losing out on players.
The fights are most certainly breaking out as the cluster tries to engage and collapse on itself. We've got Star engaged in one, while 4v TFD find Magnus, Regicide and QWERTY exchanging blows, all for control around that prison area towards the center of the circle. Meanwhile, Hassan's be like, hey, I'm missing out of the action, so let me knock myself.
I mean, I really do not understand what's going on, The players is just blowing themselves up. We're seeing all kind of crazy things happening over here, but on the sidelines we could witness Quantum Rage going up against FMR3D, as Star surely do not want to miss out of the party over here, as FMR3D, just the back houses of Mansion, just the outer houses over there, as Team Star. They're gonna make sure they capitalize on the main compounds, right? The highest compound and the squad house. The two important compounds have been taken by the players of Team Star. And these are the days, right? These are the events. You know, one thing, of course, you see on the longer runs during the Super Weekends, we get to see who the most consistent and who the best team is. But when it's a very limited amount of matches, it just could be anyone. And maybe Star can be off to a very good start with getting a good chicken to their name. But Edgar, wow, that shot was really crispy.
Crispy indeed, Fixes, because now you got Edgar. That single knock that he created with a lot of pressure on 52x Rage. Pharaoh seems to be going for a joyride, leaving his team behind. An interesting decision here from 52x Rage to leave Faster behind. I mean, I admire the decision in terms of the macro call, but Faster has been one of the standout players for 52x Rage, so his loss is going to hurt.
Oh, it certainly will. I mean, every single one, right, out of 52x Rage. Now, if you talk about this squad, they decided to rotate a little bit later, but again, Eastern Shift, and now I think Team Clarity will be pretty happy as to how the circle has really panned out. But Sultana, he's going to lob a grenade at Pika's direction, but was way too overcooked for Pika's liking, could not even make it that far. But FMxR3D, not the kind of a start that they would have wanted for themselves, considering the number of players alive for this particular squad. Just Pika surviving, but Pika has indeed pulled off wonders, right? He has pulled off some plays that really questions us, but now he's still trying to put on a stronghold, as the players of Star eventually would want to get in. They're taking a little bit of damage, and same can be said for the players of Quantum Rage as well. So Quantum Rage coming in from the backlines gives a little bit of a breathing respite for Pika. But the question is, they still have to come out as another fight has broken out over here. It is going to be Regicide going after the players of 52x Rage, and Daku, he's going to meet his makers right now.
Well, Sirius has found Pika as well. It looks like FMxR3D are going to be the first team eliminated from this lobby. Now, Regicide are not in the greatest of positions. Fix is stuck in this ridge, but they have enough cover with the smoke to be able to get their fallen comrade back on his feet. Now, Magnus, they smell trouble in the water. They know they can capitalize on this, but just not able to find the killer instincts. They go in for the push because of the fact that there's a lot of teams in the nearby surroundings just waiting for that small exposed to just collapse, that small gap, chink in the armor to really take advantage of. But right now, all of the teams in a bit of a lull as we wait for the circle to close in. We've only got those border fights breaking out, Fixes, and I think in that regard, it's mostly going to come down to how Quantum Ray approach entering the circle, because they have a lot of free open territory, but the minute they go in there, they're going to get sprayed.
Oh yeah, I think like you said, I completely agree with you, because I was taking a quick gander at the map feed, and I really saw SALTxi8 rotating down south. And who else is on the south sea? MetershotxSKY. So again, another team that specializes in the map of Erangel. It's going to be interesting to see them get themselves into action, as Zibyan for sure has, as he gets a knock onto it, Scott Fury. As Sparky, he's going to get another knock at Sensi2. The ground is in a little bit of a situation. Now it is going to be kills galore again for Crypto, as this time he's found his target in the form of Starboy. And well, Crypto also finishing off a few couple of other players over there. But for now, Edgar getting knocked out. The responsibility comes on Thor to get the revive as soon as possible.
Look at this, Adil. Again, Magnus stuck in a position. How multiple teams around them fixes. TUF to their north. They got Regicide to his bottom. Another team coming in, but TUF, they peek out too much. This is what I was talking about. Every team is just waiting for that chink. TUF, they get up to try and punish North immediately. Regicide comes in with the blow, knocking them down. North Esports try to engage with SALTxi8, but then they immediately pay as well. But they didn't have a choice. The blue zone is now making them pay. They've lost a couple of players. Maxie's going to look to come out into cover, but there is none to be found.
Oh yeah, as Refuse keeps on spraying down, I think he's pretty much going to find out the players of Magnus over there. Manages to get that knock onto his respect, looking for that finish, but Adil just spotting him out, and Refuse somehow by the whiskers, he tends to survive. Now it is going to be all chaotic because so many teams here have to move in, but only one can get in successfully. So we're going to see a couple of them getting eliminated early on, but SALTxi8, they've taken some heavy damage onto their vests and helmets. You know, they are not at the optimum HP. But regardless, you know, MetershotxSKY, they seem to have found an opening for themselves. Just open up things, one finish with all the 4 players alive. It's going to be interesting as to how they get inside the circle. But for TUF, it is going to be such a daunting task over here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. TUF, they're at the most northern part of the Bottomlands. They're gonna hop in their vehicles and try to get in that, but that's where Magnus and SALTxi8 look to punish them and take them down. And down they will go. Vaz finds Joker. SALTxi8 will most likely find Thor. But now without any damage, it's open area, which means every single team free to collapse on the other. And that side, they're looking to do exactly that. Edgar's been taking out a play, and one of our top contenders, TUF, eliminated extremely early, as we've got Regicide of all teams with 5 eliminations, all 4 players alive with a really nice spot in the circle, playing out of their minds.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. I mean, the little trench is helping them out a lot, as 420 boy just walking on fire, quite literally, over there, as QWERTY find themselves in a little bit of a situation. As Voltrox, he's just gonna continue on with his domination, gets one more finish to his name, and he certainly does not have any intentions of stopping at all. Regicide already sitting at 6 finishes with all 4 of their players alive. What a start this could be, but even better for 52x Rage. That one little grenade seems to have done the job. Some help also coming in from MetershotxSKY, but Regicide, now they've got their eyes on the players of Team QWERTY. Zipian being knocked down courtesy to that one little grenade, and I think he's gonna get finished off if something is not being done by the players of QWERTY, but somehow Drolin makes it in due time. But this one grenade is gonna again nullify Drolin's efforts of trying to save his fallen comrade over there, as QWERTY now in a whole world of trouble.
And Regicide is just raining down thunder in all these teams, and I might have to get my eyes checked, because I'm pretty sure this is not Miramar. This is Erangel, guys. So, Regicide is playing well on Erangel, guys. Well, damn, they're playing well, man. 9 eliminations picked up. They're gonna make sure they're done with QWERTY soon enough and wipe them out. 420 boy left on his lonesome, the star player for QWERTY, but against the full squadron, what can he do? Well, he found one knock already. He's gonna convert it into one finish and do a lot. Seems to be the answer to my question. Is 420 boy still standing strong, looking to be the sole mountain against Regicide's charges?
Oh yeah, and he wants to take the fight right at the faces, right? 420 boy realizing that could go against him, as Regicide decide to go on that defensive front. They want to get that revive before they kind of commit, and considering the man advantage they have, they should be pushing in from different directions, and Vaz exactly does the same, as the players of QWERTY are in a bit of a situation over here, as Destroyer, just the last player surviving against a whole squad of Quantum Rage. Now things have started looking really dicey for QWERTY, as Destroyer, all the burden comes under his shoulders, but this is that grenade, that final one that seemed to be the demise of SALTxi8. Just players falling down, you know, simultaneously. Pharaoh and Helsi, they're gonna be proud.
They're from different teams, man. SALTxi8 will be really upset with that. We're like, bro, what the heck? Where do we go? We've got 2 teams letting us down. Similarly, for Freestyle, that seems to be the sentiment. They've got nowhere to go, and they're going to get gunned down quite so easily. I decide they found most meager bits of cover, but it should be enough. Despite having one player get knocked, that player might be able to get back to his feet with a little help from his teammates. Actually, no. Scratch that. Regicide have lost Nocto. Insane downed as well. The early start Regicide have got to seems to have come to a grinding halt. We'll have to see if somehow Vaz can redeem.
Yeah, I think the only reason behind that is the fact that they had to rotate, and considerably the fact that they rotated pretty late is the reason why they're in this situation. Now MetershotxSKY, they have got that perfect high ground altitude advantage that they had, but it's going to be serious. Who gets the finish on Tyrant when he was least expecting it? And Freestyle, they've been eliminated from the game, but Helsi, he's going to continue his nade rain over there, as he's managed to find Insane in the process. We'll get the finish pretty soon, but I think Insane is just going a little bit ahead to get the scouting done. As Pharaoh, he's going to charge in from the back lines, as Mary is going to ensure that he is put 6 feet under, with SALTxi8 getting a revive.
And it's all coming back to that team we talked about at the start. The team with 2 players in Mansion, 2 players in Yasnaya with the more ground-covered Quantum Rage now. The solo team fixes with 4 players alive, facing off against a 3-squad MetershotxSKY, and the solo was... This should be Quantum Rage's game to win, but the Circle's got different intentions. It shifts away from them and into the high ground that MetershotxSKY have in control, putting Quantum Rage in a very dicey spot. Fixes. They're going to have to climb the mountain quite literally and figuratively to get this winner chicken dinner.
Oh, sure, they have to. But, you know, at this point, they would be hoping that Vaz gets into trouble, or maybe a top 2 finish is something that they can be happy with. But the ideal way, of course, would be, you know, send out 3 of your players in different directions, spot out the positions of MetershotxSKY, have one of your players being the sacrificial lamb, being used as a bait. But they're doing quite the opposite. They sent out Sparky to find that good area on which they can play around. Of course, JD and Sirius are going to be joining suit as well. The nades keep on flying. JD having taken quite a chunk of damage. Sirius also needs to patch himself up.
Quantum Rage is successfully managing to put MetershotxSKY a little few steps back. But for every step Mary takes backward, see Ash, he's creeping a step forward, trying to get himself on a flank. But does he know? He was coming in as that solo man from the north now. With the Circle starting to move in, it's going to really come down to where these players pick themselves up for the first fight and how Vaz come into play. He's not going to come into play at all, actually. SALTxi8 finishes him off and will now allow MetershotxSKY to focus all of their attention on Quantum Rage. And really, I think this chicken dinner, it's down to Ash, man. That position he's got, he's going to get so much info for his team. Could easily take down 2 before he goes down.
Oh yeah, he certainly can. And the way Sirius has been making those movements, I'm pretty sure Ash would have spotted him out, but it's going to be Mary who does the job. Ash, in fact, gets the knock secured as the Molotov is going to follow up, but still, you know, Quantum Rage now with just the 3 players alive, it is going to be a fair situation. A 3v3 at that, as SALTxi8 finds a knock onto its IQ, now turning the tides in their favor. MetershotxSKY again on the verge of getting the first chicken dinner in the map of Erangel in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very close. But as we take a look, JD, rather IQ, still hoping to get a revival. JD is going to be making a run for it, as it's going to be very imperative for them to get him online, as Sparky's just lying down. Maybe he has spotted out. SALTxi8 has spotted his position out, but the pixels were not really right. But still, somehow, both these players surviving with bare minimum HP.
Quantum Rage still trying to hold on despite the Circle and the Mountain working against them. They're creeping up step by step, trying to contest MetershotxSKY, but damn, is it difficult, because MetershotxSKY, they're gonna get first taste of this information. Ash again being so damn aggressive. He's already made impact once with his position, and he might just make the final impact right here. He finds Sparky, gets that knock, secures the man advantage now for MetershotxSKY in this 3v2. Will suffocate and try to finish off Quantum Rage once and for all.
Oh yeah, the nade really not connecting though, but has done a decent chunk of damage, and this is the cue where MetershotxSKY need to go in for the push. They need to commit heavily, but Sparky again being caught over there by Mary this time. MetershotxSKY know that this is now or never. They have the players pin sit down. Ash is praying like a wild madman, as there you go, the final finish coming in for the boys from MetershotxSKY, and there you can see all of them happy, just basking in glory as they get the first winner chicken dinner of the finals of the PMPL Pakistan Spring 2022 with 11 eliminations, 26 points from just 1 game. What a start for these
boys. And what a start for our grand finals. I mean, SALTxi8, TUS all eliminated early. Teams like Regicide, Quantum Rage, MetershotxSKY, all of these teams that, have shown glimpses of brilliance, but never consistency. Starting off so damn strong. MetershotxSKY, again, prove that when it comes to Erangel, when it comes to those late game fights, it's just next to impossible to beat them. Man advantage or not. This time, of course, the hill favored them to a large extent, but the way they make it work, the efficiency with which they move forward and make sure that they're not making any errors whatsoever, very well deserved on that chicken dinner.
Oh, certainly. But, the MVP has to be the gods of PUBG Mobile, right? The way the circle shifted, really. We were sort of anticipating maybe a little 7-1. It was an even one. And we were like, all right, it's fine. Then next one is also going to be the same. But that's when we got that, switcheroo all the way towards the northeastern side. Teams absolutely bamboozled. They had to make that quick early rotation. But for the big guns, if you talk about Team SALTxi8, I think they really wanted to have a very aggressive start. Were looking to get a lot of finishes, but was certainly not the case this time. A little bit of a retaliation they had to face by the players of Freestyle. I believe it was Uzum who got down first, but then it was the players of 52x Rage and MetershotxSKY who just threw them out of their lobby. But we're going to talk more about that after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We're done with the first game of the evening. MetershotxSKY coming up top, getting that chicken dinner off to a flying start yet again. And are we really surprised? Because again, it was their favorite map, which they clearly conquered.
Exactly, right. Now, Erangel has been such a great map for MetershotxSKY overall. They start off this finals with a bang, a chicken dinner, 11 elimination, 1 no less. So, most certainly off to that sound start in this grand finals. But really, I've got my mind blown by Regicide, man, the way they played, especially considering the fact that we're going into Miramar next. If this Regicide can continue their way in a form, they're going to be the dark horse to look out for.
Oh, they certainly can, because again, Regicide just barely making it into the finals, and this time making sure that they got enough finishes for them. And out on top was Voltrox, as he managed to get 4 eliminations. But look at the damage numbers, 897, clearly shows that Regicide, they are men on a mission, and they're gonna stop at nothing. I think they were the favorites to win this chicken dinner had the circle not really shifted away from them, and had they not really overcommitted in that fight against Clarity. But to be honest, they had to engage in it, right? They had no other options, either fight or die, and they chose to fight, and did make a rotation late inside the circle, as a result of which got taken down. As we take a look at the top players, Halsey, Voltrox, they've all made the cut. Serious IQ even coming in from Quantum Rage. A silent team dropped off at Yesnaya. They avoided fights early on, but when they had the chance to shine, boy, did they back off.
Yeah, exactly. And Quantum Rage, I think, again, a team that didn't have the greatest of form coming into the grand finals, but have pulled off a great performance. This time the circle did certainly help them. So we'll have to see maybe in another situation where the circle doesn't. go around their initial drop spot? Can they deliver once again? But in terms of that mechanical skill, in terms of the aggressiveness, they most certainly had it in the bag, and we got to see glimpses of that old double-pronged attack, you know, with IQ and Sirius being extremely aggressive, getting the space for their team to follow up, and I really like seeing that old Quantum Rage back in display.
Oh yeah, but the biggest question on them has been the consistency, right? Which they haven't shown. And that it is where they get a little chicken dinners with really nice finishes, and they cannot dominate. But we really hope it is the day that they were really hoping for. But as we take a look at the match summary, finally a little bit of even distribution. Of course, Halsey dominating the highest elimination. The damage goes towards Voltrox, assist to Nocto, and Regicide. They were just holding the perfect place, man. The right trench right in front of Prison. That's one of those areas that if you can play around really well, you can cut off a lot of rotations for the other teams as well. But Crypto again, King Crypto getting 6 knocks, could not quite convert into eliminations, most of them getting stolen away. Just finished off with 2 finishes, if my memory serves me right. But TUF, alright, see, I mean, we've got to talk about them, a team that we were really thinking could have a very good start into this game, but clearly wasn't the case this time.
Yeah, exactly. We thought TUF and SALTxi8 for that matter would get off to astounding starts in these grand finals, but right now I think overall fixes what has been the case is that we are shown that despite SALTxi8's dominance across the super weekends, this PMPL, it's very much still up for grabs for these teams. Now, will SALTxi8 bounce back like a beast that has been awoken? We'll have to see in the next game.
Oh, we certainly will. And, for now, I think it is, again, anybody's game, right? It's still out in the open. Of course, MetershotxSKY off to a good start. Quantum Rage and Regicide not far behind. But one good game, and you're going to be at the second spot, or maybe potentially the first if you are someone from the top 3. Yeah, I think the first game was eventually, this started off a little slow because, again, it's the finals, the pressure is on, the teams were trying to rotate around, majority of them dropping at the western side, realizing the circle is on the eastern side. They kind of rotated a little bit earlier on, got those spots to themselves, but it was those radical shifts that really showcased how devastating the zones can certainly be. As we for 1 second thought, this might be that mansion circle that we have seen in the previous weekends, but that was not the case. It completely went aloof, and we gotta see in a position where we haven't seen a zone like that, a little bit of that high ground coming in there, and MetershotxSKY making the right rotations here. They rotated pretty late, and they rotated from the southern side. If you remember, it was 52x Rage, it was MetershotxSKY together, and they were the ones who wiped out SALTxi8. Had they not done that, well, it could have been maybe SALTxi8 coming out with the winner chicken dinner. Could be anybody's game, but a little bit of a look at MetershotxSKY's path inside the circle. How did they manage to rotate on? And like we have said, right, they were the ones who kind of rotated a little bit late, but playing around the edges every single time, moving as the circle formed. And this is the point, right? They got on, took the backlines of Prison over there. Look at the areas. They still have the corners also secured, so they made sure that they were clear from at least 2 directions before heading in. And with this shift, they pretty much knew that the game was theirs to win, and that is exactly what they did.
Yeah, it's beautifully done by them. They're just continuously playing the safe route. It's become traditional, really, their late rotations, but the fact that they're able to pull it off again and again and again, honestly, it's not a rotation that is easily punishable either, because the time that they're entering into the thick of the action is where everyone is already firing shots at each other. You can't really wait for MetershotxSKY, If you're waiting for MetershotxSKY, some other team is going to catch you with your pants down, so inevitably MetershotxSKY becomes the fortune favoring team right there. They're usually getting a free third party for themselves, and they usually are able to capitalize very, very well on it. But that was just our first match. Though I will say, Fixes, what immediately stands out to me, besides everything we've talked about, is the fact that, as you can see on your screen right now, we started with 15 teams. I wonder how H2E is feeling.
Yeah, I mean, H2A, they need to get a chicken dinner to compensate
Yeah.
for those games that they've missed out. And, well, what a shame them not being able to join the lobby on time. Because, again, these are the finals here. These are not the super weekend where you could be forgiven, right? We've got a limited number of games. All the teams have 18. But they have just got 17 games to make it to the top 6, right? I do not know if they have any intentions of winning this one around, but again, a quick look at how quickly SALTxi8 just got eliminated. But yeah, I mean, despite the fact that Regicide were looking really strong, 420 Boy did whatever he could in trying to hold them off, and I think if Regicide could not finish as the victors, one of the primary reasons has to be the fact that 420 Boy just delayed the world out of them.
Yeah, exactly. I think has to be one of the main reasons, and the damage he did too, because he knocked and finished off one player and forced them to take a lot of damage from the blue zone. So again, I think what that tells us is the story we've been talking about for so long. Clarity seems like a one-man horse in terms of the form, really, at least for the players. It's not like Teen Wolves, Zabyan, the rest of Clarity, they're not capable. It's just that we haven't seen as much consistency from them as compared to 420 Boy, and we're really going to have to see them step up in that mark if they are to be amongst the top teams contending. For now, though, a brilliant performance from our top three teams in MetershotxSKY, Quantum Rage, and Regicide.
Yeah, and everyone just having their bars really up high, with Quantum Rage doing majority of the damage, because they were the ones who rotated from the northern side. And if you remember, there was a lot of traffic around those areas, and getting those knocks, but quite could not reflect it in terms of their finishes. Maybe a 12 or 13 kill finish could have been their objective, but I think 10 finish second position is not too shabby either. But for Regicide, I think this is a dream start, something that they really wanted for them. Now, moving on to the map where they really thrive and really shine, the deserts of Miramar. So that is where, it's going to get so exciting as to how Regicide is going to approach. Is it going to be just Regicide, or maybe it could be TUF, or maybe SALTxi8 gets a chicken dinner and comes back? Because no matter if SALTxi8 had a 150 or 160 point plus difference in the super weekend, it's going to matter down to nothing if they are not going to accrue points. Now, even in this game, if you could see, they had around 1500 plus points of damage, but just 3 finishes, and they were eliminated pretty early on. So again, they have got to find that little bit of a stability. They've got to find out how to survive for a longer time and get an equal amount of finishes or even more finishes in their matchup. But for now, the second match for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Miramar again, like we have said already. So few little skirmishes that we used to get to see earlier aren't visible anymore, right? Especially QWERTY going up against the grounders at San Martin. That has changed, and everybody just minding their own business. And we really hope that H2E makes it into this game at the very least.
I hope so, man. I think it will be extremely debilitating to their chances of contesting for the top half if they miss this game altogether. But we'll find out in a second, because our match is live. We're ready to go into Miramar for our second match of the Grand Finals.
Oh yeah, there we have it. All the players making sure they've got themselves hydrated, made sure they have their game faces on, and a little bit of a smile. All these smiles are out there. They still know it's their first couple of games. They can still mess up and live with it, but just for that one day, because tomorrow and day after, it's going to be so much brutal, right? The competition is going to be so cutthroat. As here we are, Big Bird in the sky, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading all the way from the western side, from El Pozo towards Impala, I believe. And yeah, that's the flight path trajectory. Nothing really out of this world, nothing out of ordinary. The teams are going to love it, because they're not going to have a lot of trouble getting to their desired drop location.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think these teams are going to have their work cut out for them. Because without much contestation coming in from the PUBG Mobile gods with the flight path, it's going to come down to just their individual prowess, their team synergy to pull off the precise rotations. But for now, standard drops, it seems, from all of these teams. I wonder, again, how my eyes always go to the Hacienda del Patron area, because we usually get teams like QWERTY, Star, Freestyle all dropping in that similar area, and it always feels like a hotspot where things could instantly pop off, but it almost never does. So we'll have to see. This time maybe one of those teams actually takes a shot and gives us something nice.
Oh, we really hope they do at this particular point. But you know, again, like I said, right, we were looking out for those drop collisions, but did not happen. You know, SALTxi8 and Northeast Esports, they're gonna just head their own ways towards Los Leones. We know that they have been, you know, not engaging in those fights. Quantum Rage also just going a little down south of Los Leones, and that is where the circle is. And this is clearly, you know, one of those circles that SALTxi8 tend to dominate, and they've got to look out. But a Venture seems to be dropping a little late today. That could give reviews that extra, you know, spark to go for him, to go after blood, and could draw first blood in those early few minutes of the game. He's still flying, Zameen.
Why, yeah, exactly. Zameen's clearly not able to live up to his name and get to some ground, but this could mean a lot of trouble, man. Snow's been spotted out as well. SALTxi8 should have an inkling that Northeast Esports are quite nearby. I wonder if they're just going for the attackers. You've seen them in the air. You know they're not going to have access to good loot immediately. There is, I believe, like maybe a 2-minute window where they are vulnerable and you can strike them. But it's quite a big map. It's a lot of area to traverse. So I would understand if they don't go for it.
Yeah, I think, you know, even in the past, they have never really committed to go after Northeast Esports. Now, these were freebies, right? You've got a parachute flying around. You are bound to take shots at that. That is what they tried. Nothing really out of ordinary. And at the same time, you know, of course, Los Leones is such a huge city. You really do not know where your enemy is hiding, right? You've got to have information on all 4 of the players before you decide to strike in. But hey, H2E, they are with us this time at least. Assad, Red, Hacker and Pan making the comeback after a long time, especially after losing out on the spot in the Super Weekend number 3. They're here to redeem themselves, and it's going to be interesting how do they do that. But like we've discussed, what's wrong with Zen? He's taking a dip. I'm pretty sure he's just going to get knocked and finished off. I do not know what happened with him. Pretty much got AFK. Or rather AFM.
Okay, production. Hopefully we get to see. I think production is trying to make clear that this is the most action we're going to get to see for the first 10 minutes or so, you know. But okay, we're going to get to see multiple different angles of Zen drowning out eventually. Oh, H3 is back.
You know, actually, Zen sort of was in a Zen mode of his own, right? Because that posture of swimming is quite different than how you would usually do. I mean, we have seen people swimming with you know, just one arm, but considering the fact that he was knocked out and still using his legs, well, I'm not gonna go and question the physics of the game. But yeah, I think for now, and it's kind of a little bit of a stalemate situation. Everyone's just trying to get the center for themselves, but right now they've got to start off with loot. And like we did talk about it, you know, QWERTY and the Grounders, they do drop nearby, but still they've been staying out of any fights as of now. As the players of the Grounders, they will be leaving their vehicles beside Hacienda del Patron, as they would be moving to look out for some more higher ground or better cover.
Yeah, now look, in terms of positions, it's quite unlikely we're going to see any of those early skirmishes, but again, the Hacienda del Patron area, it's a place which is going to have the rotations come in towards the northern area around Power Grid Mountains, around the graveyard, so we'll have to see maybe there we get to see a skirmish or two come out, but other than that, it's just going to be some simple display of the terrain around Miramar for now, as teams look to take their spots. Now, with the southeastern circle fixes, there is room for the circle to get real nice and nasty with how it shifts. So I'm really curious to see where it is going to end up on. Now, last time around, you had the right call with the Eastern shift. What's your gut telling you this time?
I think we're gonna witness another one of those outskirts of Los Leones circles, right? Now there was a particular time when we used to see this particular circle. It was always towards the eastern side of Los Leones city, towards those hills, where I think North Esports and SALTxi8 are the closest. But it's really difficult, you know. There's a high possible chance it goes a little bit towards the northwestern side, so that possibility is definitely there. But for Team QWERTY, haven't really made a start that they would want to remember. But this time they're gonna look to recover in this particular game, and finally got their chicken dinner out of every map in Sanhok. So clearly, the grounders in real close vicinity to QWERTY as Destroyer. He's gonna open things up, gets the knock onto it. Sensi2 will get the finish off, spots out Black, and goes after him as well, but it's going to be Black who's going to aggress at his direction. Both of these players taking ample amount of damage, but it is the Black who comes out on top as Destroyer gets wiped out.
Oh, we're getting to see the early skirmish we were not so sure about, and it's actually got 3 teams involved fixes, with Regicide and 4VTFD taking a bite out of each other, giving the highlight to QWERTY right here. Try and come in and get the best out of it against Team Grounders. Now, Gravity, he's got a lot of information. Knows that Team Grounders are nearby, but his teammates, they're not as close just yet. They're not going to commit for Gravity. He's going to get spotted out on that jump. A single nade could finish QWERTY's dreams.
Oh, it certainly could, as... Ooh, how?
Wow.
How? See, the grenade just dropped right beside him. And, well, I think he's been blessed by the gods, and there's no stopping this man, as Wolverine and Khan, the cavalry, has arrived for Team QWERTY, as the players of the Grounders could just find themselves getting surrounded. Gravity buying enough time for him to just patch himself up to optimal HP, as Wolverine is looking for that angle, and dropping all these smokes sort of gives away the position of the players of QWERTY.
And QWERTY, they're trying to play it smart and surround Team Grounders on all sides, but it might be their downfall because they're all in the open, isolated from each other. On the other side, you got Quantum Rage and TUF taking butt shots at each other, as both of them want that top area. Now, it's really interesting fixes. I'm looking at the circle that we're seeing a large congestion of teams around the southern part of Los Leones. It's almost like the teams are expecting a southern shift, and we'll find out if they're right in just about 7 seconds. And I'm going to be very curious because it's a very interesting prediction. Could easily go north around La Bendita, but it takes somewhat of a centralized shift still. Very much that southern part of Los Leones in play, and I wonder if these teams have got it right, because SALTxi8, they firmly believe the opposite. They're smack bang in the middle on the Los Leones mountains.
And this is where they really thrive, right? If you remember that chicken dinner coming in for the lads, I think it was around 17 finishes that they got to their name as Quantum Rage. They're gonna love that little high ground that they're holding on to, and right in front of them stand the players of TUF, another really amazing team in the map of Miramar, being very consistent, but this time just playing around the southern front. And for now, I mean, it's going to be SALTxi8 who've got the best spread inside the lobby. They've got a good position out there, but now we've got Freestyle charging in at H2E's direction, with FMxR3D rotating from the backlines.
H2E caught in a corner. Won't be able to move out of this spot so easily because they've got the eyes of FMxR3D on them, with Freestyle moving in aggressively. Black's found a key nade, knocking out Dread, and Vasi, he's going in for the aggressive flank. He's found Pan, and Vasi will deliver. Should be able to get Hacker here as well. Just praying and praying for dear life, and his prayers will be answered. Finds Hacker, and that's the end of H2E in this lobby before it even started. They missed match 1, and it looks like they're going to be the first team eliminated from match 2.
Yeah, and Assad's Bucky's tires have been flattened out. It's just mere seconds before he maybe meets his makers, or are the players of Freestyle just gonna let them walk away? I think walking away is what we're going to get to see from them, as Wolfrey is going to provide damage from the backlines onto its Zigsaw, and this is what QWERTY wanted. This is what they had planned for. But Khan, he's got his eyes elsewhere. He's got his attention at God Fury from Team Star. So 3 teams in contention over here, CA. Who do you think is going to walk out alive from this situation?
Oh, I really think the best position, at least, is for the side of Grounders right now, because they've got a lot of room to work with, but that's only right now because, again, they're not in the circle, right? So they're going to have to make a move for it and try to find themselves in a better spot. But for all of these teams, they need to make their move soon, otherwise they are going to get caught out on those late rotations. Thankfully for them though, La Bendita is quite empty, so they should be comfortable there. But looking at the replay of Sparky, he saw a parade going in front of him and decided to make it bloody.
Yes, and absolutely just took one player out over there and finished him off before we could even get to see that res back on him, as the Grounders are being pushed right now. Wolverine will find that knock, courtesy to that Molotov on Mr. Black, as Zigsaw is trying to patch himself up, but we haven't seen a wholehearted commitment coming in from QWERTY. This is the time where you're going to require gravity, but he's being overwatched from up above. And that is a cause of concern, as Khan's position also being spotted out. So the entire team can't really come into the aid for Wolverine. And this is the point where QWERTY need to understand that maybe backing off is clearly the right decision to take at this particular moment.
The circle's going to shift. It goes completely north, fixes. It's going to get a little easier for teams like QWERTY and Team Grounders. As long as they get done with this fight, they get to move out, but they're not getting done with this fight anytime soon. Fixes. Wolverine still holding his ground. QWERTY still have 2 players trying to deny Grounders from leaving, but Grounders are happy to play this game of chicken and hold on, but the fire will force the chicken out. Jigsaw and Black, they're going to have to give up that spot, as Maxi is looking to deny Quantum Rage their rotations. IQ's been taking down low, and he decides to be like, well, a car couldn't save me, maybe my feet can.
Yeah, and North Esports, I mean, enjoying that little bit of a high ground from over there, had no trouble of Maxi getting that knock secured, but finally Crafty coming into the aid does have a different angle, but could use some more space, some more openings to really capitalize, as the Grounders are absolutely surrounded, as the grenade, or rather a smoke, comes in from Sapatar's side, and Wolfrey did not take the bait, as the Grounders, 3 players still alive for these lads. It all comes down to how many medicines that they have at this particular moment, because Gravity has spotted not just 1, not just 2, the whole freaking squad, and this is exactly the kind of a cover fire. This is it exactly the kind of a flank you're supposed to make, and as a result of which the Grounders do meet their makers, as Team QWERTY are gonna walk out of the situation alive, or maybe not.
Yeah, because all of that time they spent has allowed Star to hold on to their high ground position. They're gonna look to deny QWERTY, but again, it's the same situation for those 2 teams as well. They can't hold on for too long now. On to another area of the map, as we look at North Esports and Quantum Rage on the very southern edge of the circle, trying to contest with each other. But little do they know that they've attracted the attention of the Kings. SALTxi8 with an eye on this as well. As North Esports, they find 1 elimination on Quantum Rage, but still not in the greatest of spots. They're just looking to hold down their cover areas and ensure that they don't invite that third party.
Oh yeah, and at this particular moment, right, North Esports, we've seen them, you know, again a team that knows how to play for positions, at the same time go for the finishes, but Quantum Rage seem to be trying to form a flank with Sparky, and the message has been relayed, right? Zameen exactly knows what's happening, but what he does not know, that King Crypto is round the corner, and Zameen, he's just gonna get taken down. And the worst part is he can't do anything about that. But it's just not SALTxi8, you know, taking down the players of Team North. They're also going after 4v-TFT. Now this is typical SALTxi8, just a huge spread, trying to get as many finishes as possible. Now look at the places, look at the covers that they have taken. It's so difficult for teams to really get a knock and push directly at them without getting harmed.
SALTxi8, you can really see they're focused in on making sure this game doesn't end up like the last I mean, even Crypto and his camera was all the way forward. You know, we didn't get to see his face. Not a full stance that we've ever seen across these 3 weeks, which shows you how important these grand finals are to even them. And they understand they've got to deliver from the start to be able to pull off the dominant display they showed us across these 3 weeks. But right now, if we focus in on the circle as it shifts into completely open area, it's a really interesting one. There's a small compound in the middle of it. Freestyle already with control. The circle is favoring them as much as any circle can favor any team fixes Freestyle. I know there's 14 teams still left, but surely Freestyle have got to get this one in the bag.
I mean, of course, if the gods of PUBG Mobile have blessed them with such an advantage, you surely have to take it. But right now, SALTxi8 again going against their arch nemesis. It is team #1 going up against #2 out of the Super Weekends, as Virus is just bloody, right, like kind of crawling on his knees as Edgar is under heavy fire. As Uzum is gonna just lob grenades left, right, and center. As Edgar wanted to capitalize on that situation, realizing that Virus has made it inside the compound, as Uzum would want to get aid, but the door has been shut down. So trying to throw that grenade from the window, clearly still not being able to successfully find the mark, but this time he will. And has Edgar at very minuscule HP, as despite that, this madman knocks him out. How? Edgar, you monster!
Oh, I mean, this is why this player was one to look out for, but the backup is coming through for SALTxi8. Edgar will finish off Uzum though, so the damage has been done, and SALTxi8, they will be fuming, they will be furious, and they'll take out their vengeance on Edgar. Blade, with the help of a Molotov, burns him to the ground, will finish him off, and that will leave TUF with just Joker Sir, but maybe not for too long, as he's stuck in a 1v1 with Reviews. Wow. Reviews able to finish him off, and that's the end of not just TUF, also 4VTFD, just like that. But damn, Edgar, he should not have got out of that situation with even one elimination.
Yeah, we really need to have some Edgar OP in the chat there, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, we've got another fight amid us. It's Quantum Rage against Regicide, a team that looks to be in a very good form over here, as IQ still somehow managed to get a knock on Nocto before getting traded off by Insane. Those arms really coming into play over here, as Quantum Rage not really shying away. They want to have a piece of the pie. They do have the players knocked out, but that is still not going to deter them for trying to make things happen. As Sparky, all by his lonesome, he's making a stand for himself and his team. But for how long? As Regicide just march in, trying to get that finish onto with JD, but they have got to watch out. They can't really go out too much in the open, because if they do, it is the boys of Clarity who might just take a few players down.
Now look, Insane still trying to move along with the circle while keeping an eye on Buzz and the final player for Quantum Rage. But see, Spark, he's gonna try to play it smart. Sparky try to hold on to his position and go maybe much later once he knows Regicide had gone, but that's why Regicide are refusing to give up the ground. They want Sparky, and they will land it. Insane with the nade finishes off Quantum Rage, and now Regicide can truly focus on that rotation, but they're gonna have North Esports in their road before that. But when we head towards the northern side, QWERTY, they've got themselves in the circle already, but they don't have the high ground fixes, which is what Magnus is gonna capture. So Magnus, they'll have the high ground advantage, but they'll be pincered between Star and QWERTY, so they're gonna have to play it extremely precisely.
Oh, they certainly have to, and you know, again, the way the circle has been panning out, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top in this one, as grenades have been exchanged from both these sides. As Pika is going to lob one in, maybe wait for 420 Boy, who is going to take the bait, gets taken down, just gets blown up, as FMxR3D would be looking after Zibian next, but still, Hassan has taken quite some hefty amount of damage. Pika making sure gets that finish confirmed, that kill secured, as Teen Wolf and Zibian are the two surviving members. But FMxR3D, they still have to make a run inside the circle, but not before eliminating Zibian out of his misery, as they managed to get the finish. And now is the moment where they get inside the circle, but Clarity eliminated quite early on at the 11th spot.
Clarity out of the picture quite early, like you said, Fixes. Again, not boding well for them at all with the start in the Super Weekend. Similarly for FMxR3D, we've got back-to-back invited teams going out of the picture, as it looks like the underdogs are rising on day one. Now Magnus trying to deny Team Star, who've, unfortunately for them, put all of their eggs in one basket. All of their players behind one tiny haystack, just hoping one nade doesn't land.
Yeah, I mean the distance is still far though, but so limited, you know. A little bit of a flank is going to expose them, and there you go just absolutely annihilated from the lobby. But MetershotxSKY, hey, they're still alive. They still have one finish, all their 4 players surviving. As Freestyle, now they've got their eyes set at Regicide, finishing their players one after the other. As Magnus, they seem to hold on to a good position just around the edges. However, still just trying to find out where Daku could be stationed at, as he did try to take a few shots at his direction, and so is Black trying to continue that. But this little shift is going to explain who is going to win this game, and there you go. It is Freestyle's game to lose, 100%.
It most certainly is, but I see a fight erupting out actually between Freestyle and Regicide. And I wonder if SALTxi8 notice it too and try to take both teams out in one fell swoop and take the compound for themselves. We've seen them before, right? When they're in this open area and it comes down to the 5th or 6th circle and there's a compound in play with the team already occupying it, they love going in for the aggressive moves to shut down that team and take over the chicken dinner chances almost. But right now, they're just trying to third-party the situation between Magnus and Team QWERTY, as Magnus look to get off their high ground and Team QWERTY look to avoid being trampled in the slope of that hill. Now Magnus, they're being pinned down by SALTxi8. They're gonna get shut down most likely too, but managing to escape with their lives. Cairo and Adil just taking a couple of shots.
Oh yeah. And you know, of course, you know, these long range duels certainly sometimes give you that little bit of a room and space, but for now, Magnus, alright, now they're in a collision course against Team QWERTY. Gravity somehow finding that knock over there. Is he gonna get those finishes also secured for him? Adil somehow does manage to get that knock with it 3 times on his AKM. Shows how devastating the players can get, as Mom2 will get the final player eliminated out over there, as Team QWERTY bite the dust at the 7th spot. As Freestyle, they're also under heavy fire, as MetershotxSKY have decided to try and trample them over. But is that going to be the case? Because SALTxi8 also have got that opening which they could be looking forward to capitalize.
Look, Freestyle, they're gonna try to move in on MetershotxSKY. This nade is gonna be crucial, but ooh, that ledge blocks it out. Mary will just take a small chunk of damage instead. That should give MetershotxSKY the time to get their knocked teammate back to his feet. Freestyle, they're gonna look to do the same. They have 2 knocked players in Black and another. So for now, Black will get back to his feet, but still Vasi is knocked out, so they're gonna look to find him ASAP. But in the meantime, Tyrant laying down the damage onto Voltrox. Vasi gets taken out, but Freestyle, they're still holding on to their compound. At least most of it. They have given a small part of it over to MetershotxSKY, just respecting the pressure that they've created.
Oh yeah, and you know, at this particular moment, we've got to see as to what really happens. Freestyle just holding on to dear life. They're gonna be hoping that, you know, MetershotxSKY engage in a different fight of their own, but still waiting for the circle to form to get the next shift going on. We've got to see who it really favors. Is it going away from Freestyle? Is it going somewhere else entirely? But right around the center. So most of them have to make a movement inside the circle. As Crypto, you can clearly see just going after the players of Regicide, and it's Reviews who gets that final finish onto it instead. But Tyrant making sure gets King Crypto knocked out, as SALTxi8, they will have to instantly come in for the rescue of their players. Blade needs to make some quick early movements there.
Oh, Tyrant though trying to make that move happen, while Reviews gets Crypto back on his feet. SALTxi8 on the very edge of that circle, certainly in a lot of trouble. Still trying to maneuver their way out of it as a circle shift towards open land, including that small shack that 52x Rage have got. Honestly though, it's not much cover against the high ground that is available to MetershotxSKY and Freestyle right now. But Freestyle, their efforts focus on shutting down one of the primary contenders in SALTxi8. They've knocked one, and with the help of Ash, will finish off another as well. But Reviews, he bites back. Gets one, but that's all it will be. SALTxi8, they have been eliminated, leaving us to just MetershotxSKY, Freestyle and 52x Rage. And look at this. The chicken dinner winners of match 1, MetershotxSKY, again in a prime spot to make it back-to-back with the only team now with a 4-man squad. MetershotxSKY looking to get off to a brilliant start in this final weekend right here. If they get rid of Freestyle, surely it's over.
Oh, surely it is indeed, as Freestyle, they are completely pincered down. As MetershotxSKY, they are going to be coming from every possible direction at them, as Tyrant still holding the fort strong, doesn't get that one knock, but that's just about it. And now MetershotxSKY, they have their eyes on the big prize, that is the winner chicken dinner, and a back-to-back at that in the finals. And what could get better than this for them?
MetershotxSKY moving in slowly. They still don't want to fumble this opportunity. They're going to play it very, very well. Clear out every single angle they possibly can. Pharaoh, though, he spotted himself in a forward angle, but he gets spotted out. And because of the spray, he'll have to reposition. Pharaoh's angle all for naught will mean surely MetershotxSKY have the better of this fight. Halsey pounces on Pharaoh's. Panic will shut him down. Faster, though, was able to find a trade. Now, Faster in a 1v3. He's going to have to most certainly live up to his name to pull this off. He's trying to get some information, but just none found. MetershotxSKY playing it by the book, making sure to get that one knock teammate back to his feet. So it's not just a 1v3, it's effectively a 1v4.
Yeah, and I think they've done a decent job at that. Have managed to get their players back up. I think they've got their hands on that level 3 airdrop. And with that final finish, ladies and gentlemen, the second winner chicken dinner also going in for the players of MetershotxSKY, and they're off to such a blistering start. I mean, 11 eliminations this time. Again, 26 points accrued just from 2 games being played. And is it too early to call this team a potential championship winner?
I think maybe it has to be the answer, because honestly, any other team, I'd say no. I mean, I'd say yes, it is too early, but we've seen how good MetershotxSKY can be when they've got their form going. And it's not just form today in Erangel. Miramar, chicken dinner, we've got another Erangel coming up, man. If they pick up more than 2 chicken dinners in one day, that to day 1 of the grand finals, most certainly can be title contenders.
I think you pretty much answered how the MetershotxSKY managed to get the chicken dinner, right? They completely played by the books. There was no foul play. They were, making all the right decisions, all the right steps, picking up the right fights. We're not doing anything risky, which I think certainly SALTxi8 is doing, and they're dealing with the brunt of it. This time it was a rather better game, but they were kind of caught off at that one little corner over there. But MetershotxSKY, wow, every single opportunity they had, they took it with open arms and made sure it did count, especially that one fight against Freestyle towards the very end. They knew, right, they've got to get inside the circle, and for doing that they have to clear the backline. So they made sure they go after Freestyle, went in for the wipe, found them at the weakest, and we're going to talk more about how MetershotxSKY got this winner chicken dinner, but after this short little break. Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
And we are back. Well, we are back indeed, but we are back with a bang, of course, because the first game was legendary. But moving on along with the same flow is what
Yeah.
this team has showcased us in the second game as well, CA.
Oh, it was just absolutely nuts from MetershotxSKY, and the fact that they're doing it by the book, the fact that they're playing it just smartly makes it that much more astounding, really, for us, because, I mean, we know MetershotxSKY is capable of this, but
away from their side and their limelight, which again we are sure they will be back again. But on the other front, again talking about the other teams, we do have MVP to talk about, where indeed the other team, it is going to be Freestyle joining us, Wasi from their side with 1000 damage, with 4 eliminations and 7 knocks and 3 assists. So again, I mean, based on the damage graph itself, I mean the damage number as well as the knocks number coming in for the side of Wasi, we can definitely say that yeah, he was a hard hitter from the side of Freestyle.
100% right, and really, in terms of that, Masi again showing that young blood form that we've been praising him for throughout this 3 weeks of PMPL. Tyrant as well having a great game. Freestyle overall, a great game for them, most definitely. Showing us where that aggressive nature of theirs can really find value, where they take those fights later into the circles rather than earlier. SALTxi8 as well, back to a decent start compared to their first match with 2 players in the top 5 and a top 5 finish as well. So really, in terms of that, things have looked a lot more stabilized in the middle area of the table, but top of the table, MetershotxSKY just rising like kings.
Well, that again, I mean, that is something that they did put their foot in and down as well during all the league plays and the super weekends as well. We saw them again and again bring it in some very consistent plays, right? I mean, of course, that was showcased on Erangel again and again during those league play days and the entirety of it. But now, as we move on to the super weekend itself, we did discuss this during those weeks as well, right? The previous 3 weeks, we've been talking about it constantly again and again. That super weekend, viewers wait and watch. This is going to be a ruckus in the super weekend, and my apologies, the finals itself, based on the way the super weekends were being played. But now here we are, and right off the bat, it is certainly Metershot who are looking very much in form. But once again, we are going to have to, of course, bring the conversation to another team, and based on this stat for match number 2 of the, again, it is just phenomenal for the side of Freestyle as well.
Yeah, most certainly is Blotter. I think phenomenal. It's just astounding for me because 2 chicken dinners, man. When they got it, even when they got the 3 Erangel chicken dinners back to back in a super weekend, that was like, oh my god. This is even more in terms of the impact and the morale it's going to create for the team. The momentum is going to give them going into the rest of this weekend. But in terms of momentum, again, I'd like to applaud Regicide. A decent game for them. For a team that was struggling to even qualify. You know, when you look back at the last day of the super weekend, they're certainly off to a great start in this grand final.
Well, again, I mean, we did see their resurgence, right? As the journey during those qualifiers itself came to an end, we saw a comeback story from the side of Regicide, where every single game, it was being showcased for the side of Regicide as well as R3D, of course. And that combined together has brought that momentum slowly and slowly moving on along in their side to finally being showcased in, well, where it matters, and that of course is going to be the super weekend that we're part of, and it is definitely going to be, I mean, I'm definitely happy, but I'm sure so the fans, of course, because this is a team nobody wanted to shun away. This is a team that everybody wanted to keep it around somewhere. That, yeah, Regicide is still there, FMxR3D, they're still there, but again, I mean, talk about these lads on the block, right? They're just jumping into the block itself. I'm talking about Metershot in certain sense, but the way that they've started this grand finals journey, they are in top form and very comfortable as well.
Oh, most certainly, and you can see that in these F22, F21 Oppo Pro moments. For that one, you're gonna have to come to the next week. But for now, you can see SALTxi8 getting off to a good start with those key fights. But here's where we see why Freestyle was one of the most damaging teams across this match, because continuously they were taking those fights. But that moment, man, I'm surprised we didn't get to see Edgar's outplay, because while Edgar was taken down to 1 HP, he still managed to find elimination before it went down.
Hey, there again. I mean, you talk about Edgar, you talk about TUF, the way the team has been in consistent form throughout, and the final few days of the qualifiers clearly showcased the side of TUF is not going to be failing in terms of the opportunity that they gave when it comes to showcasing that aggression. But on the other side, as we move on along towards another team that was looking ferocious and taking on a lot of damage to their opponent side was the side of Freestyle, of course, as we move on into the final few moments of the game where 6 teams did remain, where Metershot definitely utilized their position in the zone. And slowly but surely, I mean, again, it is all the 3 weeks that we've seen from their side, they're combining it all together. You know, they've now realized when they need to be patient, that when they need to hold down, they will hold down the fort. When they need to go aggressive, they definitely will push on ahead and take on those angles. And that's exactly what we see, the synergistic play coming in with all 4 players bring a part of that fight together is, well, the wholesome journey is what is being showcased and brought to a wonderful close from the side of Metershot based on these 2 games.
And really, I think when we look towards that damage graph, we're going to get to see a simple tale of how this match was played overall. MetershotxSKY though, man, back-to-back chicken dinners. Even in terms of the damage, even though they're not leading, they don't care, right? It's their traditional playstyle that really matters. The fact that they're able to get several eliminations along the way, high elimination chicken dinners were picked up here in these 2 matches. It's going to put them in a fantabulous spot going into the rest of this day.
Absolutely, and that is what matters more than anything else, right? I mean, you want to be able to get those consistent plays from one game to the next, and that is something that, again, I mean, based on just the way Metershot have played, it is phenomenal indeed, and that will definitely raise them up, or rather, they will in fact be raising the bar to the entire lobby right here. But moving away from the team that we did know is going to be doing pretty good in the finals, in the grand finals itself, look at who is sitting on that 2nd position right there. I mean, this is just like we were talking about a minute ago. A wonderful resurgence from the side of Regicide, where they now find themselves on that 2nd spot in the overall ranking. The storyboard, for now at least, in the start of the day, on day number 1 for the grand finals, is looking very wonderful. And one more thing to add on to all of this, I mean, yeah, we had SALTxi8 creating a league of their own. I mean, what, 400, 500 points is something that that team walked away with in the qualifiers. But what they gave away in that is the way they play. And again, I'm not saying that they are done, but of course, they have been showcased that the lobby had been reading them throughout the past 3 weeks.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think in that regard, when you look towards the 2nd page of these rankings, you're going to see how close it still is, because a lot of these teams still on single digits. A single good game will have you moving high through the rankings, because it's still day 1. You know, all the points have been reset, and we've got teams coming back into this weekend. Now, H2E, I want to talk about them for a second, because this is a team that looked phenomenal in Super Weekend 1 and 2. They missed Super Weekend 3 after a dismal performance in the 3rd week league stage, and that dismal performance, that dismal form, it's continuing. They missed the first match, and in the 2nd, they were the first team to be eliminated. So H2E right now, they're having a nightmare grand final start.
I would agree. I would definitely agree. And I definitely am going to get a little concerned if they are not able to, or they end up underperforming in this 3rd game that's going to be upcoming for the day. Because as so perfectly mentioned by you, when it comes down to the perfect play being showcased from their side during week 1 and 2, I mean, if you remember, viewers, during the first Super Weekend itself is where we saw a completely synergistic play coming in from the side of Team H2E, the way they would take on the fights, the way that they were able to dominate in terms of the overall standing, the storyboard. But yeah, after taking a break on that 3rd Super Weekend, it's been a little bit of a downfall journey. But again, like I said, this is going to be the 3rd game coming up for the day. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for a comeback, if not necessarily, but just a little bit of that, you know, that yes, we are alive, we're trying, and yeah, things are just not going in our way. That's sort of a conversation from their side. Maybe.
But for now, there is no maybe about. What is a guarantee is this live item drop. You can get on the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan channel, so make sure you're ready for it. It can pop up at any time during the stream, and it's just a nifty gift for you guys, you know. Enjoy the lovely action these teams are displaying for us, and then later, once you're done with PMPL Pakistan, you can flex your nifty item in the lobby yourselves. But for now, of course, we're gonna head back into the match. Erangel coming right back, and MetershotxSKY, man, before they pulled off a hat-trick of Erangels. Now they're
yes,
on
they
a
did.
hat-trick of actual consecutive chicken dinners, as you can see on the schedule. But actually, scratch that, my bad, we're not going to Erangel, we're going to Sanhok.
Oh, that is true, of course. And, well, again, when it comes to the map of Sanhok, there are always those X-factor possibilities from the teams as the zone moves on along. If you're at the right position, you will definitely be able to capitalize on that. And for the side of Metershot, of course, when it comes to the rotations that they're able to make, it is definitely looking pretty confident. But one more X factor for the side of Sanhok is that as soon as the teams start taking on fights, they give away information, and those third parties and fourth parties start approaching those fights as well. And that is where you might have been very comfortable in taking the fight and getting the points for yourself. But as soon as you complete off that other team, your health is already down to 50%, less than that, and the other team ends up joining into the compound and just completely shatters that progress that you had, that wonderful elimination point that you were able to accumulate. So yeah, it is a yin and yang story that always goes on Sanhok. So let's see where the zone's going to be favoring. What team is it going to be with that'll be able to get this third game in their bag?
We won't have to ponder any longer, Blotter. We've got the match ready and set to get going. The teams in their spots as the players get into their stances. I always appreciate a bent over stance. As bad as it is for your neck and your back, what it is really good for is the gamer mentality. When you're leaned in, it's really when you're really feeling yourself.
That's a very interesting way of putting it, but yeah, I definitely will have to agree, and I will not undermine that thought of definitely, because it's just the way that humans are built, you know. I mean, that's just the way that we are. When you're in part of like a game, a sports game, or you're playing like a board game or whatever as well, you tend to lean in. Let's say you just have cards in your hand like Uno or something, right? You tend to lean in, and that's just something that isn't built into us, that makes us want to, well, aggravate our minds maybe and get us that much more hyped up for what is going on. And well, again, getting rid of that peripheral vision is the most important, and that is something that, of course, well, you bring the subject closer, automatically the peripheral vision is out of the way, and it definitely helps. But let's see if that is all that's going to be helping these teams, because again, you talk about the skill level, all these teams have showcased that's the reason why they're here, but now they have a bigger factor to prove, right? I mean, you're looking at all of these wonderful 16 teams, but only 6 are going to move on forth from the Pakistan PMPL itself towards the SEA, and so of course this is a huge undertaking for all of these teams. And let's see. It is the starting day, of course, of the grand finals right here of PMPL Pakistan region, viewers, and the teams are playing it down to the core. But again, when it comes down to the map of Sanhok, as we are looking at the teams slowly but surely getting comfortable in their drops, we do have TUF once again, and the side of H2E as well, in fact, having a really fanned out drop coming in from their side.
Yeah. No. Very centralized circle will mean almost all teams get a spot to play in it, and makes us quite unlikely to get those early skirmishes. Though I'm looking at Clarity actually, Blotter, and it's an interesting split they've gone for. 2 players going to their standard Painan drop. 1 player went over to QWERTY, and another player towards the northern part of Camp Charlie is going to come back to Painan eventually. So started off with a 2-1-1 split, now going to end up at a 3-1 split. And it's very interesting because it gets them a lot of area in the circle for sure, but it also leaves them vulnerable to some teams. But talking about splits, man, look at H2E. All 4 of their players are separated. What the heck?
What are they thinking? What are they doing? They haven't had the wonderful start that everybody would have anticipated from their side. And right now, they're almost like, they're inviting the entire lobby to run and gun sort of an attitude. Either that's what they're going with, or I don't know, maybe they're just not synergized. They've had some sort of a fight. I don't know what exactly could be the reason for this, because I cannot think of any strat that would end up helping you in the battleground. But he was almost able to bring down Malik, but Malik, with just a sliver of HP, was able to get the better half of Hucker, and Hucker will be the first person to go down, and that too with the punches coming in, and that is going to be the first blood being drawn. FS once again starting off very much in control, very much in the momentum that they were in the previous game, and that is going to result in 63 players alive. So we've got the first blood, and that, as was perfectly mentioned by both of us right here on the desk, It is H2E, sadly. So H2E again, as you mentioned as well, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. If I heard you right, in the previous game as well, H2E got eliminated in the second position. Like that means on the 15th position, perhaps. So yeah, not a good start to the finals.
Most certainly isn't, Daughter. It's going to be very difficult for them to try and correct this somehow, but they're going to have to try. Malik just showing us how strong his fists are. After showing us, of course, how strong his gunplay is. But that's all the action I expect we're going to get just now. H2E is still very much separated. The only thing I can imagine is they are going for the healing battle meta, where they just focus on getting as many heal utility as they can. They get them first aids on and hope for the best when it comes to that later stage of the game. But it's quite surprising, honestly, if they do end up going for that. It also shows, I think, a heavy lack of preparation when it comes to Sanhok, because they're not the kind of team to play for that healing meta style of play when it comes to any other map.
Definitely. As you were just mentioning that, another thought just crossed my mind that if we were to just summarize the conversations that we had throughout the previous 3 weeks, right, during the league plays as well as the super weekends, I kept on bringing this topic again and again, that every single week that we moved on to, from one to the next, from the league play to the super weekend itself, we saw different play style coming in from the lobby. We saw different teams getting into those chicken dinners and getting in those elimination points. First week, super weekend, it was, H2E bringing in a wonderful mark for their side as they created a massive lead in terms of the overall standing numbers. And as that moved on along from one week to the next, there were just different teams. But again, if you combine it all together and try and look at it like on a macro scale and bring in that consistent play, then there are only few select teams that honestly did showcase that sort of a consistent play. You've got Metershot there in that conversation. You've got, of course, Stalwart. You've got a little bit of Quantum Rage, 52x Rage, FS, as well as, I would say, QWERTY and TUF as well. But apart from that, the other teams, they've had their hit and misses sort of a conversation from their side. So maybe, the way H2E was presented to us in that first week, all I'm getting down to from this conversation is that the way H2E was presented to us in that first week compared to the way they moved on along, and then in the third week, they were never to be able to showcase in the third super weekend, and now here they are. Maybe they have been read, maybe they have been understood, and therefore they're just playing it safe, and playing it safe is definitely not working for them. And on the other front, it is going to be Freestyle once again being the team, being the better half of this lobby, at least for now, taking on the bloody situations in their own hands. And yowzers, coming in a third-party situation, it is going to be Mr. Black. But as soon as he does, FS's Tyrant is going to be bringing in a massive blow from the cover as well. So as soon as Stalwart tried to make that, SALTxi8 tried to make that conversation working for themselves, that rotation working for themselves, they were caught off guard with FS Black. He, of course, got that elimination point for his team, but right now he needs revival. He needs some cover as well. As we can see in the back, TUF is also going to be lingering on the mountain.
Black is going to be waiting for his teammates to come through and revive him. Should have the opportunity to do so because he is covered, not in an open area, but doesn't seem like they're actually going to him anytime soon. We'll have to see how they navigate that. Most of our teams right now in this central area where we're getting to see TUF all congested, waiting for that circle shift to come in centrally, but they'll have to wait for a bit longer. I don't think the circle is going to come on them anytime soon. It's going to take another 10 minutes or so. Until then, these teams are going to get a little feisty. They're going to look to take some long shots at each other. But finally, Black at the fringe of his death will get the help from his teammate Tyrant with the revive coming through. Now, for the side of Freestyle, it doesn't mean much right here, but when you look at the live rankings, you can see how important that momentum is. And oh my god, Wasi gets a freebie and another. Finds two players in Magnus on the rotation, controls that spray perfectly, and finds some easy elimination points for Freestyle.
Dude, Freestyle is rocking it. They've already got 4 elimination points, and that too from different teams. One from SALTxi8. My sincere apologies once again. But again, you talk about the way this lobby is working for Freestyle's favor. It is phenomenal. The positioning of their players, the aggressiveness of their stance, they are ready and they're prepared to take on a lot many points. That is what they were doing in the previous game as well. So it definitely seems like by the end of the day, FS is certainly going to be sitting in a very comfortable position in that storyboard. But on the other front, it is not going to be the case for the side of Magnus Esports. Now, again, as we bring that conversation back, the way the teams played during those previous 3 weeks, Magnus also had those ups and downs. I mean, initially where we were part of the conversation for Magnus, I mean, they were just rocking on heads and bringing in a lot of points for themselves, either it be the league plays or combined their efforts during the super weekends as well. But again, as we moved on into that 3rd week and then from that into the grand finals, we did see a dip, and we're actually continuing to see a little bit more dip for the side of Magnus again.
And I think that dip might just be something the Magnus haven't overcome yet, because we haven't seen that insane start from them in this grand final so far, but it's only been 2 matches. Still very much the opportunity for all of these teams to push hard and push strong. But right now, the circle finally going to come to a close as we get to find out where that first shift is going to go, where that second circle is going to form. And I really want to see a radical shift, man. I think we've had centralized shifts for every single second circle so far in the day. I say every single, we only had 2, but still, I think it's time for the PUBG Mobile gods to put some spice into the mix and have teams fumbling and stumbling, but it's not going to be the case. Centralized shift it is.
Well, it seems like for the side of PUBG gods, they are playing with the minds of these players right now. This is just the first day. They want to be able to give as much advantage to these players, to these teams, to be able to capitalize on taking on as many points as they possibly can. Because, again, as so perfectly mentioned by you, we are surely going to be looking at those sort of zones as this grand finals will be progressing on from day 1 towards day 2. But right now, again, as so perfectly mentioned by you, when it comes to the zone number 2, it is going to be a comfortable shift onto itself that will allow all of these teams to start making those comfortable rotations. And again, if we talk about the comfort position from the side of Kampong, we can see southeast, we've got H2E all by their lonesome, no team around in the vicinity. So that rotation working out for them is going to be perfect. Let's just hope that they will be able to capitalize upon that and get a few elimination points as they progress on further into towards the center of the zone. And talking about the center of the zone altogether itself, we do have a lot of teams very close to each other. As we can see, SALTxi8's players looking very constantly against the players of TUF, and that is the team in the yellow, right in the center pretty much, and that's going to be the darker yellow viewers. But again, for now, it is turning into a little bit of a stalemate situation for all these teams, where they are just waiting. They're waiting to get the information. Once that information is retained, we shall see which team will progress on to take on the fights. As of now, the bloodshed and the fights and the elimination points that we've seen, all of that has been in the name and favor of FS. But right now, right here, this could have been tricky for Magnus, but it seems Quantum Rage is going to be moving on to the other side of the hill. So that's going to be a breather given to the players of Magnus, at least for the next few minutes, because they're just a 2-man squad. They are going to have to eventually leave the safety of that compound.
And with this circle again, there's a lot of teams already in this circle. We're going to get to see teams trying to take control of those compounds. A lot of the teams right now centered around the area between Bootcamp, Pinar and Quarry, where they made that equilateral triangle almost. QWERTY with control of the compound right in the middle of those 3 major areas. Regicide with control of that, while other two players of Regicide hold a compound along the highway. So I really like this position from Regicide, because it makes sure that when it comes to the later circles, they're going to be in a brilliant spot. Usually in Sanhok, we see those small compounds in that open area really start to come into play. So into the 4th circle, the 5th circle is where those compounds will come into picture. But when you look towards the eastern side of the map, it's completely empty. And I wonder if the circle does end up shifting that way and catching these teams off guard. But talking about being caught off guard, Emerge right now, he's been downed by Destroyer. The Destroyer will get immediately traded off. But all of that for naught, because Wolverine and the rest of QWERTY are now there to get yet another now. Star, they're going to try to focus on the revival, which will allow Destroyer to get back on his feet. But with FMxR3D coming into picture, it looks like Star, they're done for.
Yowza is not looking good for the side of Team Star, of course, as they were pounced on upon from the side of QWERTY, and as that was completed, Osama was the only player surviving, but it seems not for too long, because as so perfectly mentioned, we do have FMxR3D who've got the information and who are definitely going to be able to, or not able to, but will definitely try to get the points for themselves. But again, Pika, so far away. He has the information. Of course, his teammates are around, but will they be able to get that point for themselves? As of now, it definitely seems like Osama has done his job. But, and then once again, another fourth party. I mean, this is the fifth party, in fact, is what I would call it. North Esports chiming in against the position of Star yet again. And somehow, the compound that Star were able to move on into, thanks to Osama's early push, they will be able to sustain themselves. But again, the numbers not looking good for Team Star, because sadly Osama is the only man surviving.
Look at this though. Wolverine, he's got Pika in his
Oh, wow.
sights. He's holding on to his trigger though, waiting for the right moment to fire. But no, maybe he's lost the right moment. Pika getting out of cover. Wolverine will now go for the shots, but is not able to finish off Pika. Trigger control there not actually working out, but hey, fair enough. I appreciate the try, Wolverine.
Yeah, it was an interesting play because it was him and then his teammate was on the side. So he was keeping a close eye, like a spotter that a sniper would have, right? So he was keeping a close eye to the opponent's other teammates. And as he did, of course, his teammate was shooting upon and getting that retaliatory fire. But nevertheless, moving away from that fight, it definitely looks like Sparky right here. Well, he had that head right down to the T. I honestly thought that that could have been a really damaging blow, but that's not the case. So again, the energy, the fighting energy of the lobby right now, just slowing down a little bit. But look at that, Magnus, the two players who were surviving, they are not looking good, as they did leave that compound away from Quantum Rage's position. As we can see, Quantum Rage towards the southeastern side of the zone, outside the zone in fact. That is where the players of Magnus have made that rotation. But again, out in the open, just the two players, not the kind of play that they wanted to make, and thus they are being damaged a lot, where I believe there is only one player surviving from their side. And also, again, SALTxi8 being in a little bit of a precarious situation, and I'm just trying to find them on the map, and they are, well, they are in the safety of the compound. It's just tough luck situation for their side, apparently.
I don't think Blade should get finished off. He should be brought back to his sleep, but actually shifting our sights to another direction. We got red side now all grouped up as compared to that 2-2 split earlier, piling the pressure on to Magnus Esports. Now the circle again, it's almost closed in. I believe about 15 or 20 seconds to go, and we get to see where the circle really shifts. Will it go with the team's prediction, come a little more towards the south around that Pinon area, or will it go towards the north, towards the east area where it's relatively empty? Right now though, we're looking at Quantum Rage Freestyle towards the southern part of that circle, holding on to compounds of their own and being very, very safe. And that's the story we're getting to see from every single team. Just making sure that they don't overpeak, they don't overextend, a lot of cautiousness in display, and we'll see which team it does reward, because not every team can get away with it. When you play textbook, it means you're going to have to find some sort of X factor to get the eventual end result.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, in the past 16 minutes of this game, we've already seen that as soon as teams start taking on those fights, those third parties, fourth parties are so very close. I mean, we saw that from the side of North Esports right here. We can once again have a look at that replay where it was Erangel from Boot Campus where North Esports was set up. And I believe, yeah, they're still there as they were able to take on those shots. And again, QWERTY was the one in the damaging position. And right now is going to be Quantum Rage from the side of Freestyle yet again. Freestyle, I'm not sure if luck is what I would call it, because the way that they've been able to make those changes. But again, once again, it's black. So luck definitely is not the case. It is black once again, the man who has been given a massive blow for the side of FS. But FS, they have been able to accumulate amazing elimination points for their side. And now it seems like the lobby is going to be getting into a little bit of a bloodshed to get those elimination points for themselves, as 52x Rage's player bring in some nade parade and party. And for the side of H2E, they are playing a very, very passive approach where Assad finally is going to be able to stop his enemy, but not for long, as Pharaoh, the teammate, will be jumping into the compound with a UMP in his hand and will be able to give that cover fire and also hopefully give the revival to his team.
H2E though, they're gonna look to capitalize on this chaos and push in that much more aggressively. Pain and Pharaoh blinded by smokes, paraded by nades. barraged by bullets and with nowhere to go. They've got the backup from their team now. And instead, he's stuck in a position where H2E are down 4 versus 2. They haven't got their entire team right here. And H2E, they're most likely going to get caught out with 52x Rage now starting to move in aggressively. Dread and Fan can't even regroup. They're going to have to take 1v2s by themselves, but they're still dishing out a ton of damage. But damage is all it will be. Dread gets knocked by a beautiful nade, finished off by Faster, and it won't be much too longer before Pan meets his end as well.
Well, not looking good once again for the side of H2E. With Pan the only man surviving, he will definitely get at least a little bit of that retaliation for his teammates, but that will probably be it, with that H2E being the first team to get eliminated. And now it is going to be for the side of these teams that were stuck to the edge of the zone, taking on those fights, that are going to have to start running to get into the comfort of the zone. And as soon as we do look at the kill feed going absolutely berserk, with so many teams running out in the open, so many teams definitely capitalizing on the position, and it is North Esports also chiming along, where they were at the boot camp, and now as they did move away from there, it was the side of the grounders who were in front of them as the rotation was being made, and North Esports just easy picking is what this duck season seems to be for their side.
Easy pickings indeed with the circle. It's going to make it that much harder for the teams on the edge to move in. SALTxi8, they found Quantum Rage in a state. They're going to shut them down, and as soon as they do that, they'll have Freestyle to work with as well, who are trying to move in from that southern side. This compound in QWERTY that SALTxi8 have in control, it gives them access to so many teams. Quantum Rage in the south, Freestyle right next to them, 52x Rage in their very north. But talking about another team, we've got MetershotxSKY piling on the elimination, SALTxi8 piling on the damage. We're nearing that 5th circle mark, and the fights are most certainly erupting because it's too congested for these many teams. Now FMxR3D, they trade equal blows with MetershotxSKY, but MetershotxSKY, they will walk out winners, eliminating FMxR3D, and at the cost of no player, because only Khadir was knocked, so they'll be able to get him back.
And he's already been back, or rather brought back to his full health, and he's going to be pushing on to get into the zone. But all of these players, in fact, are going to be trying to do that. But, well, never mind that. I was looking at the map, but right now, looking onto the screen itself, we do see the side of MeterShot, who are looking at a comfortable position because they've got the cover of the rock. They've got that little safe haven that they've got. But right now, that's not going to be the case for Quantum Rage's Sparky, as he will be shot dead from Uzum. So, a little bit of the bank opening for eliminations for the side of SALTxi8, and with that we move on back to the wonderful approach that was showcased initially from the side of FMX actually, but it was MeterShot who were able to just pincer that down and stop the side of FMX to be able to walk away with any points. And in fact, looking at the way SALTxi8 played, got one player down, move on to the next one, and I'm not sure, but maybe he got the third one as well.
52x Rage though, they've almost wiped out Clarity, while SALTxi8 are trying to finish off Freestyle, but Reviews, he's found himself at the mercy of Freestyle. He will get finished off, and now SALTxi8 already down. That member are going to be feeling a lot of pressure because they'd lost Crypto much earlier. North Esports, on the other hand, trying to deny several teams from getting into the circle by being that pain in the side. Working out for them, but not for long. Redicide will look to shut them down towards the western side. For Clarity coming into play, as all of these teams are in the blue zone blotter, and they're continuously fighting against each other, giving a team like TUF, who's already got in, a team like 52x Rage, some huge advantages when it comes to just holding ground in that very circle. Now TUF, with the circle shifting south, they're going to look to make their quick moves as Clarity has been eliminated. Freestyle will meet their makers. SALTxi8, despite those knocks, despite that damage, they still have 2 players surviving, just holding on for dear life, trying to maximize their points.
Well, they definitely are trying, but they've only got 2 players, as you perfectly mentioned by you, on the other front for the side of this team of MeterShot, as they take on this fight against the players of, I believe, TUF. They are going to have to bring in that synergistic play, all 4 players together, but they are going to also have to be very careful, because as they take on the fight, they are out in the open, and the blue zone is definitely catching up to those teams on the other front. We did just see from the side of SALTxi8, I mean, they're just a 2-man army, but still, a 2-man army is still a squad, and that squad is wanting to run and gun. But no, that is not the case. They're holding on as of now because they've got a little bit of a position that is still favoring them. They've got the cover, they've got the zone, but for how long will be the case? Because as soon as they jump out of there, we do have 52x range, but it seems like Blade, along with his teammate, certainly know where the opponent position is, and jumping back onto the fight where we did see Metershot's 4 players try and take on TUF. It is going to be a massive blow that is being opened up from the side of TUF, and that is all thanks to, well, SALTxi8 also chiming along. Uzun bringing in a massive punch to the side of TUF, and in all of that doing, SALTxi8 actually helped out Metershot as well.
This it's starting to get real nervy and tense in this final circle right here. SALTxi8's Blade, he tries to hold on for dear life while TUF shut down MetershotxSKY's rotation, or at least they tried to. Khatir turns it right back around, and TUF, they've been eliminated, Blotter. But MetershotxSKY, they took a ton of damage for that, leaving 52x Rage as the solo team with 4 players surviving. 7 players in the lobby right now, but with the fact that we've got 4 teams, it shows us that it's 3 teams with singular players trying to make their mark, and 52x Rage in prime time position to shut them down, but they let themselves get isolated, and Blade, he finds one whittled down the opposition. Can Waz find another? The answer is no. Regicide will be eliminated, and now 52x Rage in a 3v1v1. I think they should just group it and play it safe.
They definitely should. Really fanned out from the side of that team. Even though numbers advantage definitely woken for the side of 52x Rage, it is the cover that is not. And again, that if at all we talk about cover, that cover is basically blown, because again, the way SALTxi8 held that position at that compound, that gave them the edge. And right now, the Healthy, the one man remaining for the side of Metershot, is completely going to be stopping the 52x Rage's rotation into the zone. But he did do it all by his lonesome. Daku, the only player surviving. And again, the things were not looking like they would go in favor of SALTxi8. But now, it seems that could very well be the case, where it is a 1v1 situation between Daku and Blade.
Oh, the Molotov is going to land as well. Daku, he's going to find himself in a terrible, terrible spot. But actually, the Molotov doesn't land. Small corner by which Daku escapes, but he's going to have to come into the open ground. And it's that 1v1. Oh my god. SALTxi8 find a chicken dinner that was literally gifted to them by Healthy winning that 1v2 fight. They're knocking out 2 players of MetershotxSKY and of 52x Rage. And man, 52x Rage is going to be fuming. 4v1v1v1. They had to face off 3 players from 3 different squads to get a chicken dinner with the compounds in their control as well, but they just couldn't get it done. Knocked from both of the sides, and it's SALTxi8 who the fortune favors. They pick up that chicken dinner.
Absolutely, it definitely does favor them, and along with that, I do want to commend the way that SALTxi8's 2 players actually played that final zone and circle, because as we move on in towards that position, we did see them holding on that small little area that they had in the 2 different compounds that they were set up at, and they knew exactly where their opponent was. That was the name of 52x Rage, and they were slowly but surely keeping them under check. They were not able to get any knocks for themselves, but they were not, or rather they were not even allowing the opening to be there for the side of 52x Rage to be able to pounce onto SALTxi8's players. So that defensive approach and technique that they held on to definitely pushed them into the final zone, and again, it was all, like you so perfectly mentioned, thanks to Metershot's Healthy, who actually just handed them over on a silver platter. That, there you go. And SALTxi8 were like, thank you so much. Here we are. And we've finally gotten our chicken dinner on the Grand Finals day number 1. But once again, we're left with 3 more games. So let's see which way is that going to be. Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
अभी तो फिलहाल हम मेकअप कर रहे हैं। bande doesn't it? का मतलब ये कि don't shoot. Game master, mach full team क्या खले? माँ का बेटा. हाय बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है PUBG मोबाइल के साथ कोलैबोरेट करके और अब मुझे एक और तरीका मिल गया अपने फैंस से कनेक्ट होने का पख्तून फैंस से अपनी आवाज में PUBG मोबाइल खेलने का मौका मिलेगा अपना अच्छा लगेगा आप खुद सोचें तो कोई एक चीज वियर्ड नहीं है वो तो बहुत कुछ ऐसा कई दफा हुआ है कि थैंक यू वेरी मच कह के या बिल्कुल खामोशी से मैं निकल गई PUBG तो मैं सोच रही हूँ जो इस वक्त मेरी टीम यहाँ पे मैं इनके साथ खेलूँ मजे कवा कीप रॉकिंग यूथ में मेरी बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है और फैंस वाकई मुझसे बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं बहुत हार्डकोर हैं तो लेट्स गो तो अभी हम रास्ते में हैं और हम जा रहे हैं अपने स्टूडियो की तरफ वॉइस ओवर्स के लिए वॉइस पैक आने वाला है PUBG मोबाइल में पश्तो में सो यस मैं बहुत एक्साइटेड माँ कवर का अल्लाह का माँ सरा मदद का और मुझे प्राउड इस बात पे कि मैं पठान हूँ मुसलमान हूँ मैं आज जो हूँ जहाँ हूँ यकीनन मेरे कल्चर की कदर ही है जो मुझे यहाँ तक लेके आई
आप लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कब शुरू करें
बहुत जल्द मुझे लगता है इसके बाद तो एक बनता है सेशन तो वो तो आप जल्दी देखेंगे मुझे हेलो 1 2 3 4 चेक साउंड चेक हाँ नहीं याला का माँ सरा मदद होगा माँ खबर का हाँ देर का याला का तो पकार दे ज़माफी वार याला का बियाब पर यूज़े गेम का ज़्यादा बच करम मनना माँ खबर का देर का पमा बांधे डज़ों के So thank you PUBG मोबाइल आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया मैं बहुत अच्छी लग रही थी बहुत सारे कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स मिले थैंक यू
Well, what a phenomenal game that was. Honestly, though, still feels very confusing how 52x Rage was able to bottle that one, man. That was a chicken dinner. They had to pick up because now they're going to be extremely angry and not in the right way.
Oh, yes.
They're going to be continuously wondering how the heck did we lose a 4v3? And it's not even like, okay, 4v3, one team versus another team, that I can imagine a team with 4 people losing. 4v3 where the 3 are 3 separate teams? Nah, come on, man.
Well, it's all thanks to this guy.
Yeah.
It's all thanks to SALTxi8. Come on. Again, I mean, he did not allow the 2 players to get away from his site and was able to give in a lot of damage. Of course, was able to walk away with only that 1 elimination point from that fight. But again, all the other fights that he was part of accumulated and combined together. 7 eliminations, 5 knocks, along with 2 assists and a total of 893 damage. A powerful play and punch from the side of SALTxi8 in this game for MetershotxSKY Esports' status, I guess, is what we would call it now, because again, getting the first 2 chicken dinners and then in the third one, the team's player jumping in with 7 eliminations and being the MVP as well does showcase that, yeah, they are still going to be pushing on strong. But along with that, we also do have a Wenjeropi being a part of the top players list on the second in the list, along with the 5 eliminations and 530 damage, followed in with, of course, 52x's player faster, as well as i8 Blade and FS Black. You know, for FS Black though, I don't feel bad. It's just I ended up noticing that a bit too often, that whenever FS were part of fights, it was always Mr. Black who was the one who was being damaged and always being brought down to his knees.
Yeah, and really in that sense, I feel like, unfortunately, Black is just having that day today, you know, where you're always the one going down first. But so far, his team has made a good note of that in terms of the fact that they've been able to get a decent start throughout. But SALTxi8 here, they're going to be thanking the stars for this chicken dinner. And with that, they'll be back in contention for that top half of the table, for that top first spot, really. That's what SALTxi8 have their eyes on. But SALTxi8, man, what a phenomenal game he had right here. Even though MetershotxSKY were not able to pull out that hat-trick of chicken dinners, just that moment from SALTxi8 shows you that MSXSKY, they're here to win the PMPL in this grand finals weekend, and they're off to an amazing start.
Exactly. I mean, 2 games that they've been a part of in the previous, the first 2 games of the day, they moved on in such a massive force, right? They were able to accumulate 50 plus points from 2 games. And now with the third game They've walking out with 20 points. So a big lead is what MetershotxSKY is definitely trying to create for their side. When it comes down to, of course, the overall standing, the match ranking for this game, we're looking at 52x range based on the eliminations that they were part of, jumping onto that first position. But boy, oh boy, again, when it comes down to that consistent play, we're looking at FS right there. We're looking at Regicide once again in this third game of the day. And then SALTxi8 bringing in that punch that was required from their side to be showcased to the lobby and walking away with 19 points.
Again, though, Regicide in that top 5, consistently picking up comfortable points, like you said, Blotter, and really looking phenomenal as compared to their Super Weekend Week 3 form, where they were on the very edge. They were about to actually not even make it, but coming into grand finals, they've turned over a brand new leaf, and I love it. I absolutely love it, because it's going to be inspiration for all of those teams who are having a bad day, that, hey, still very much possible to make that comeback. But when we look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, the immediate thing you get to see is the woes of H2E continuing. Yet another game where they're eliminated first, Blotter. They're on 0 points in the first 3 matches of this grand finals.
Exactly, just able to walk away with that one, I think, placement point. That's all that's working for the side of H2E, and this is where we saw not 1, not 2, but 3, 4 parties try and bring in their efforts together to stop the side of Team Star. And as that pushed on from one fight to the next, we did see the elimination of Team H2E right here, and that was the first eliminated team of this lobby.
Yeah, exactly. And really, I think in that regard, what I'm loving is how confident SALTxi8 is in every single one of these fights, these moments. Even in that last moment, knew the circle was going to take him down. He's like, hey, screw it. I'm going to take down a couple with me as well. Found 2, and really showing up today for his team, SALTxi8, with a phenomenal display in this Sanhok. And honestly, the way it has been usually for MetershotxSKY, Sanhok has been their weaker map relatively. So now that we've got 2 more Erangels and a Miramar to go, it only seems like up will be where this team ends up going.
Absolutely, that is to be expected. And once again, just taking that back to the side, not the side, sorry, the way that SALTxi8 played right there was ferocious. I mean, 1v3 situation, and then pushing on to take more fights for his team. Just beautiful play style coming into his favor, and then finally, of course, walking away with the 5 elimination points. And in all of that, as we did get a little bit of a glimpse coming in from the side of Regicide's aggressiveness as well, and that is what I was talking about. I mean, for the side of SALTxi8, the way they held that small little cottage and that angle to stop the 2x rage definitely helped them. And then in the end, of course, that 1v1 situation brought
But 52x rage, they're going to be ruining their chances missed. Blotter still in the 2nd spot, so a decent start, but a chicken dinner would have put them that much closer to MetershotxSKY for SALTxi8, making that 2-spot jump with that chicken dinner going in their hands. Still several points away from 52x rage, but for Regicide to be in the top 3, that is going to be a phenomenal achievement after half of this first day is over now. Really, I think besides that, we've got teams like TUF starting to rise up. I wonder how they're going to look going into these final 3 matches of day 1.
I would 100% agree with that statement right there, because the way TUF were able to get themselves stuck into that, not necessarily stuck, but get themselves fixed into that center zone, center of the circle itself, and then take on the fights, take on the positions that worked for them, definitely is the way that we saw Team TUF play in the final weeks. But now, as we jump in through to the second page, we are going to want to look at resurgence, perhaps a little bit of a different story, perhaps from the side of these teams that are sitting on the second half, especially the teams on the bottom of the leaderboard, because like we just mentioned, we've got 3 games done. So half the day on day number 1 of the grand finals right here at PMPL Pakistan region has already finished. So the number of games that are possible for these teams to be able to participate in have already dwindled, and they need to start counting down. Now 3 games remain for the day. There's still hope, there's still that possibility for the teams to be able to bring one good game, and they're going to be jumping hoops from the second page to the first.
Yeah, exactly. One good game really will help you propel yourselves into a comfortable spot. And we'll have to see which teams are able to make it happen. H2E still not getting on the board. I think they'll hope to correct that with the Erangel coming back to reset this day. Because they didn't make the first Erangel. They really fumbled on the Miramar and Sanhok to follow. So hopefully in their first Erangel of the day, they're able to show up once again. And we'll see. Pachinki has been missing them for a while though.
True that indeed. And of course, when it comes to the way the team had played earlier during the league plays as well as the super weekends, we will like to see that H2E jump into this battleground. But again, we can hope all we want, we can pray all we want. In the end, it will be based on the team and what they are facing and what exactly is the issue that's bringing their gameplay down. Because, yeah, this is not the H2E that we remember, but that can be said for so many other teams as well. So I don't want to just point out one particular team like that. The teams basically that are sitting on that second page, we've got the side of Team Star, we've got so many, the grounders. I mean, these are some very legendary players in there, very skilled players is what would be a better term. But let's find out what this fourth game of the day will be bringing us through to, because this time around we go on to the map of Erangel. So again, as he did mention a few minutes ago, it is a tried and tested map for all of these teams. They know all the nooks and corners, they know all the positions, they know the rotations, they know their opponents' positions and drop locations. Now with all that, there is a lot to process for an IGL, especially knowing the fact that this is the grand finals.
Yeah, and grand finals is where these teams have wanted to make their mark for the last 3 weeks. MetershotxSKY and to a certain extent SALTxi8 already have with their chicken dinners picked up. Now we'll see if the next 3 show us some different winners. For now, heading on to the match 4 of Erangel. Our match is about to begin and it's gonna show us once again quite a standard flight path. This one coming in from that northern side around that shooting range area, heading on towards the south towards the Snoka, and immediately eyes on H2E. We're in there in the first Erangel. Now Pachinki has been free. No team has really tried to capitalize on their absence and take over. So we'll see how that ends up panning out. Whereas on the other side, we saw some different prop locations or teams like Regicide in the last Erangel. I wonder if that continues. I wonder if any team has some special strats up their sleeves. We'll get to witness.
Well. All right. It seems like we are going to be jumping into the map once again. We are going to be jumping back into the Gladiator Arena, because it seems like what has happened, viewers, is you're not making enough noise in the chat. You're not making enough noise, and it's the Gladiators Arena. It's the battleground. It is the grand finals right here for Pakistan PMPL region. And I mean, these teams, they are battling it out. They know what is at stake, and so do you. So why not shed some love, shed some wonderful, words in the chat to support your teams. And that is what these teams need right now as they get themselves recuperated from the previous downfalls and whatnots that have taken place in the previous 3 games. This is going to be an opportunity once again. I mean, every single game is going to be an opportunity for this first day, and then second day onwards, it is going to be a gruesome battle that, again, based on the way the first 8 teams are playing on that first page, it is looking like an all-out war, and they are not wanting to allow any team at all from the bottom half to jump on.
Most definitely. Right now, though, I think for this particular match, we're just waiting for the lobby to get back in, and we'll be heading in real quick. I wonder, how does the flight path change now? Usually when these rehosts, we get something crazy come through. The last time we had something standard, and honestly, we're due for some crazy PUBG Mobile gods. Come on. First 3 matches were quite standard, nothing oh so crazy. Now with match 4 back to Erangel, we're down for something nuts. Let's see if the PMPL gods will deliver.
Well, I do want to say one thing, CA. It's you saying that, it's you calling it out, so definitely I can have my expectations up all the way up to 90%, I think is where I would be comfortable. Yeah, it is definitely possible. The first 3 games, the PUBG gods were like, let's give the lobby a little bit of a breather, because this is the grand finals after all. But now that the breather has been given away, now that the three maps have been introduced and played on upon from these teams, well, now maybe is the time for there to be a little bit of a change. And this Erangel, the fourth game of the day, would be a wonderful start for the PUBG gods to showcase that. Because again, I mean, we all are in for a comfortable drop and a comfortable zone in the center perhaps. But when it comes to the grand finals, you want something a little bit more than that. And the best is maybe something that we've not yet seen, something like a shooting range, something like Savoni or Lipovka, or maybe down south, or completely towards the western edges. I mean, there are so many possibilities that we have seen the zone shift towards the center, towards the Yasnaya and the Fajor, that we've got so many different individual places. But where will it be drawn? Where will the teams be moving on along? And with that also comes the conversation, as you did mention. I mean, H2 was not playing that Erangel game, the first game. But yet again, their position, their drop location, was not being contested as well from the other teams in the lobby. So it seems like the teams have actually gotten comfortable, and they are pretty much sticking to their own drop locations, apart from, as you mentioned, Regicide perhaps, that tried something different.
Oh, the flight path is extremely different. We're starting from Nova Ripnoi this time, heading on towards QWERTY. Teams like Clarity, TOF certainly won't be pleased, considering the fact that Georgopol Hospital is a bit of a distance away. But with this flight path, I believe Regicide should just go back to their standard Milter drop, and seems like that's what they're going to do. Now, every other team seemingly fanning out to their standard drops. You got MetershotxSKY to Nova Ripnoi, SALTxi8 to Sosnovka, and we see the familiar logo of H2E finally populating Pajik.
Well, and with that, as you did mention, for the side of TUF and oh yeah, I mean, Clarity, they, again, whenever we've seen this sort of flight path, the Clarity loves to go down towards that ferry pier, very close to FS, and then they get into the vehicles that are available and then just gun it towards the northwestern side, where they do love to go, which is towards Georgopol. So that is the approach that many times we've seen from the side of Clarity. But right now, the zone has been drawn, and it is definitely not favoring the teams that go down towards the northern side of the map. And to name a few, of course, we've got Team Star, we've got 2x Rage, we've got Clarity, we've got Team TUF. But, well, my words, I mean, they don't mean nothing, because TUF, they're already gunning for it to get into the South Giorgio and the hospital region. And same apparently seems to be maybe the case that Clarity will be defining for themselves. Maybe not, we'll see. Because as of now, FS are around in the vicinity, but they've definitely given a lot of leeway to the drop location that is going to be, for now at least, Clarity's, as earlier it was FS's approach on that ferry pier region. But again, when it comes to the zone, it is going to be favoring Clarity, so maybe we see no change from their side, no reason in fact for them to go to Giorgio. For now, again, a team that has been phenomenal in terms of getting those hands dirty, it is going to be FS, who have been able to clinically get a lot of elimination points for their sides. Previous game also we saw the exact same thing. But right now, if we move on towards the elimination leader, now this is an incredible start from the side of Helsi, as well as his teammate Khatir. But three of the players from Metershot are going to be finding themselves in the elimination leaderboard, which is, of course, not what we anticipate, especially when you know that I8 is part of the lobby. But again, it is just day number 1. We've only seen 3 games, so maybe it's too early to jump onto that bandwagon. But definitely all the hopes for Helsi, because he is definitely looking like he could very well contest whenever SALTxi8's player do end up making their presence felt on that leaderboard. But as of now, SALTxi8 being on our screens as well, sticking to their comfortable drop location, getting their decent loot, and there'll of course be no team around in the vicinity or the area to give them any trouble at all. And that is the case pretty much for all the teams. I don't see any team that we can anticipate a early contestation or a first blood situation, apart from the way Clarity is moving across the board. Oh, I just saw FMX as well. Very close to Team Star.
FMX actually went for a late change in their drop. They initially were on the 2-2 split with only 2 players towards Rozhok and 2 players around that area that Team Star has near farm. Now one of their players has left that area, gone back to that Rozhok area where the most of his team is, but a solo player left behind for FMxR3D. We'll see what he's able to achieve or if he just ends up getting picked out. Now most of these teams, they anticipated this southern circle, switched up their drop to compensate for that to a small extent, but Clarity, man, with weird rotations, going
Exactly,
back to Georgiapur, what, why?
I was just looking at that. And yep, they've apparently just decided that, all right, you know what, never mind the zone, never mind being in the comfortable center, we're going to go back to where we know things work for us. And that's exactly what they've done, gone back to North Georgia. And again, I mean, nothing taken away from that because that works for them. So why change anything which is not broken, pretty much, right? And that is something that, again, we'll see if it is broken or not for Clarity, because the gameplay that was being showcased from the side of this team, especially from the Pakistani region, of course, was a highlight to talk about in the previous tournaments and different plays that this team has been able to showcase. But over a period of those months and years, you know, things have started to dwindle down a little, slowed down, not dwindle down actually, just slowed down a little. That aggressive stance and streak that was always, I mean, synonym with the name Clarity, it was just a little bit on the low front. But that's not the case for FS, based on the way that they've got the momentum rolling for them in this grand finals. And Team Star off to a rocky start, but nothing taken away from their play as well. Hopefully they are able to revive themselves in the 3 games that are remaining. And along with that, we've got the Grounders making an early rotation towards the south, towards the military base. And long and behold, we've got our I8's 2 players sticking on to those edges because they know the zone is around them. And they are already keeping a watchful eye towards those water bodies as to which team is going to be crossing that place. But it seems like the Grounders will be getting lucky as soon as they reach the edges of the military base. SALTxi8 have actually moved away from the water position that they were in. All right. Well, this might be an opening for the Grounders.
Opening for Star, though, for certain. They found Magnus.
Oh, yes.
Out in the open. They found 1 elimination already, but that's all it will seemingly be because Magnus have got themselves behind cover. Elbe, and that's a dicey spot around those cliffs. Could certainly end up in a very weird situation if the circle keeps shifting downward. For now, though, they're just gonna look to hold on and return the favor on to Star. Cairo, as you can see, just get caught out on that rotation by Emerge and Sultana. Well done by them, but the rest of Magnus now, they're looking to hold on now. Look at this, Osama. He got 1 knock earlier. He's looking to get a lot more with this aggressive flank coming in, forcing Magnus to get stuck in this small area. But Star, they're going to have to maneuver this quite deftly because you can see on the map, we've got H2E starting to come into this area. FMxR3D's Hassan OP has an inkling of this fight happening, while all of QWERTY red side, they're moving downwards, anticipating that southern shift. Magnus, they're in a lot of trouble, but if they play it patiently, they might get some help from unexpected sources.
It is possible, definitely. But again, when it comes down to this sort of a play style, we've been looking at it. I mean, I've especially noticed this in different tournaments from different teams of different countries as well. And it always falls back upon this wonderful approach, which is you've got your 6s covered. You know that you won't get at least shot on to your back. So now all you have to worry about is teams making those rotations. And as they do, we'll be able to participate in those easy pick-ins. But I think the lobby and the teams, actually not just the lobby, need to change that play style because it is just too chaotic when you stick to the edge like Magnus is right now, like Team Star is. As the other teams start jumping into this arena, into this area, it is going to get so very difficult for these teams to actually be able to, if the zone moves on towards the southern side, towards the military base, then it almost becomes next to impossible for the teams to be able to make a perfect, all the 4 players making a rotation and will be able to, enter the military base itself, because again, the other teams that are going to be making that late rotation from the north are then going to be pouncing on you, and then it will be easy picking for them as you try and swim through towards that military base. So yeah, I definitely do want to see a little bit of a change in strategy from the teams, especially that love to stick down towards that edge and get those elimination points. But never mind, enough said. As of now, we do have the side of 4VTFD, Ash.
Oh, he is going to get just taken down.
Has just been turned into Ash.
Gravity
Sadly.
making quick work of that. And QWERTY just picking up an easy elimination point. Yeah, really weird that 4VTFD. Ash was caught in that position because the rest of the team is a little distance apart. Not too far apart, but definitely not anywhere close so that they could trade. It was just a free elimination for QWERTY. But the circle blotted. It took a centralized shift. So only a small portion of Sosnovka Island in that circle. And teams trying to focus along this shoreline where they expect this final circle to turn out. And a lot of damage to be done along the shoreline. You can see SALTxi8, they moved into a really interesting part of it where they're not really susceptible from their back because of the fact that there's no one on the bridge. But what we don't notice actually on the map is one team coming from Sosnovka. Is that 52x Rage? We're going to come in on the late rotation from bridge 1 on Sosnovka?
It could be. It could very well be on the other front. I just noticed, as we're on that map, I just noticed the side of grounders. As as SALTxi8 made that rotation from the military base onto the main island itself, right? We did see the grounders 5 minutes ago make that rotation onto the military base, and now they've been pushed away from the military base based on the blue zone, as it seems like the zone is probably going to be forming on the main island itself. And right now it is H2E that is going to be on our screens as they try and hold off their opponents. Thankfully, I mean, they've got the cover of the compound working for them, and same of course can be the case can be said for the side of these teams on our screens, Team QWERTY as well as 4VTFD. Now 4VTFD did lose one of their players, Ash, so they're down to a 3-man army, but they also know where that opponent team is, so they're going to be keeping a close eye as to what is QWERTY going to be doing, how exactly are they going to be wanting to rotate out of this entire position. But in all of that, if we look on towards the eastern side of the zone, we've got Regicide. They are holding it steady. They're keeping it safe. They've got a 2-man split coming in from their side, and they're not giving away any information as well. They've got decent numbers in terms of the storyboard that they're creating for themselves on day number 1 for the grand finals. I have to say, I mean, Regicide, this is the Regicide that we were missing, and they've definitely gotten their brain power on when it comes to the grand finals, the way that they're playing all the games that we've seen, very consistent approach. And right now also the way they've held themselves on towards that eastern front of the edge of the map, of the zone itself, it is looking really, really good, at least for now.
Yeah, for now, most certainly. Not looking good for Magnus, so still stuck in that cliff area. Now under pressure by SALTxi8, they can't move at all, man. They're just stuck and really suffocated at this point. But with the circle shift coming through in just about 8 seconds, they might get a moment of respite. But actually, no, scratch that. SALTxi8 unwilling to give them a moment. Blade, he's going in all high and charging, doesn't even get out of his vehicle. He's mostly going to get knocked. Crypto gets knocked. Reviews will get finished. And SALTxi8, they just ran into their deaths. What the heck? What was that?
Wow.
Hey, look at the
again
circle.
though,
oh my,
amazing, just absolutely amazing. Like I said, dude, I knew I called the cards right. I knew I put my money where my, well, never mind, I shouldn't really say any of those things, but CA called it, and here it is. The zone definitely bringing in a lot of curveball story. Also, I'm taking the conversation back to how Mom2's reaction actually favored the side of Magnus, because he actually baited. If you noticed, not once but twice, he initially baited Blade, and then the second player from the side of SALTxi8, oh, you want to try and run me down, right? Yeah, here's your chance. And then at the last moment, he jumps away and takes on those shots, and yep, that is the Mom2 that we've seen from Magnus again and again. On the other front, sadly, it is going to be Team Star yet again in a little bit of a battle against the players of, I think it was FMxR3D, if I'm not mistaken. Yep,
yeah, no,
that is true.
QWERTY, he's going to get finished off as well as TUF engage themselves in a fight with North Esports. They've knocked Zameen barrage of nades coming through will most likely guarantee his finish as Snow decides to cut his losses and leave Maxi going in the other direction. North Esports, they're just... The calls come through, guys. Scramble, scramble, scramble. Our match is screwed. Now just try to survive and play for placement points as much as possible.
See again, I mean, in the second zone and the third zone, as they made that rotation, they found a really comfortable spot on the edge as well as on the mountain. So that was working for them. That was really working for them. But then as soon as this third curveball was showcased from the side of the zone itself, it put them out in the open. They made that rotation, and actually I missed the rotation that they made. But yeah, definitely did not favor them, because no matter what the rotation was, they got into the crosshairs of TUF. As we can see, TUF are on a spree, and in doing so, they are going to be retaliating and bringing down the numbers. But geez, the way SALTxi8's numbers were brought down, that was comical. That was just a kamikaze approach from the side of SALTxi8's players. But again, that is how the battleground is. At times it favors you, and many times it definitely doesn't. And that was a very wonderful play from Mom too that resulted in that approach. On the other front, as we look at this, FMxR3D just a few minutes ago, they were taking on fights. They were getting on those numbers for themselves as they took on shots against QWERTY, as they brought in a little bit of more damage. But now they're out in the open, and it is going to be two teams, Clarity from one side and Team Star, I think, from the other.
So zone closing in the next 8 seconds as well has got these teams trying to wonder how they go about their business now. Team Grounders and MetershotxSKY actually in that southern spot contesting, but the zone, it goes again completely radical on the shift. Eastern side leaving 52x Rage caught off, and for H2E just striking gold. But right now Clarity and Quantum Rage, they're trying to contest for control of this high ground on the northeastern part of the circle. Quantum Rage decide that they've lost a player too many, leave that knocked player and focus on the rotation into the circle. And Clarity, they smell blood in the water, they smell that weakness, and they're looking to push forward and capitalize. But they're gonna have to do that quickly, man, because the third parties are coming in soon.
And it seems this might be the end for one of these teams, and it seems like it is going to be the side of the Grounders who've taken in a massive punch to the face, where somehow Metershot were only able to get Harry knocked. All the other three players did take a lot of damage, but they were able to get themselves safely on the zone, or rather in the zone. And of course that blue damage is something that they are going to be a little bit easily moving away from. But will the Grounders retaliate? We've got Sensei along with his teammate who are in the back, but yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything, because the side of Metershot, they will get their player revived. No, they will not. They will move on with the three players that are remaining, and they can jump into the fight. But as they do, 52x Rage is going to be in their path as they make the rotation. So they're going to have to be careful, where 52x Rage also do need a lot many of those points. As of now, they have not gotten any elimination point working for them. So this could be an all-out craziness for the side of 52x Rage, and could very well work in their favor. But I'm just looking at the map as I talk about this. But as we look on the rotation, yep, there we go. It was the yellow team, and this is Freestyle. That is going to be a little bit of a trouble. Yep, going to be causing a little bit of a trouble for 52x Rage.
Yeah, no, Tyrant pushing forward. He spotted out Pain, I believe, but he's getting sprayed by a different location. Tyrant taken down.
Whoa!
Real low while North Esports get eliminated. Daku with the nade. He's found Tyrant, and now Daku coming through on the flank, buying a lot of time for his team to get cover, to get their knocked teammate back on ground. Malik, he's trying to do the same. Create the cover so that his teammate can back off. Now, with the circle the way it is, all the fights in those border areas, we're witnessing one on the eastern side as Clarity look to hold down 4vTFD and deny them entrance. But FMxR3D, they want a piece of this action. Not going to get any though. Clarity, they seem to have successfully forced 4vTFD from making any further infringes into the circle, and will look to now just maintain that high ground control. On the other side, Team Grounders have been eliminated, and looks like Regicide might follow soon enough with SALTxi8 on that business. Strong start for Regicide, seemingly ending with this particular match as they get eliminated in that 13th spot.
Well, what a chaotic zone is this, because we've got the side of FS taking on some shots. Along with that, we also do have 52x Rage chiming in along, as we did see them making a rotation from the western front, northwestern front in fact, a very late rotation from the side of 52x Rage, but that does not matter because in the end, it is the fights, and the fights definitely have been spotted from their side, and as soon as they did, they have been brought down to that one man, but the revival is going to be possible and around. But as we talk about the revival, the zone and the circle has moved away from all of these teams. So all of these teams that we were just looking at, they're all away from the zone, and that is what is going to make things maybe favor the side of Quantum Rage, who are going to be pretty much in the center of the zone for now.
TFD has been eliminated. Clarity not in the greatest of spots, and neither is 52x Rage as TUF. They finished off Pharaoh, leaving Daku as that sole player surviving. Right now, though, all attention on H2E and Quantum Rage. They've got the best parts of the circle for themselves, while every other team is out in the open trying to scramble for one. Now, some of these teams are MetershotxSKY and Freestyle. This game, the late rotations is not working out for MetershotxSKY because they've run into hurdle after hurdle. They had 52x Rage with first to deal with earlier. Now they're having to deal with Freestyle. But knowing MetershotxSKY, they're usually able to get themselves out of these situations. And you can see Healthxi is making a move to try and just find a spot in the circle. But the rest of his team, they're getting left behind. Kathir will be able to get out. Not so sure about Ash though. But seemingly on the eastern side, FMxR3D getting sprayed down by Clarity. And Healthxi, he's gone from the fire into the frying pan as Magnus will force him out of his vehicle. Still not in the circle, but in a better spot than he was.
Definitely are, and with that we do have the side of FMxR3D getting eliminated. Magnus is a deal right here with the Scar L, taking on a lot of shots into the smoke towards where he did see the player jump, but as of now the damage has not been dealt, and Healthxi, I mean, he must be hearing those shots so very close right now, but again, he's got nowhere to go. He's stuck over there, and with that, FS try and make an open rush and push onto the compound, the only compound right here, and it is going to be H2E that will be easily stopping Freestyle in their tracks. So yes, Freestyle had a wonderful run, but this time around, it seems like H2E are wanting to get some points for themselves, because this team in the past 3 games have had 0 points, but now they have 5 elimination points, and based on the way they're playing, looking pretty good. And same is the case for the side of Quantum Rage as well, as they have the numbers advantage, and slowly they are trying to get those numbers advantage working for them to get the elimination points. But look at Star, this team is on a rampage of their own with 6 defeats already confirmed for them, and they are not yet deterred, but 2 of their players are down. So this is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation, and that was a very interesting, I mean funny in fact, Joker play coming in from Sparky right there, just trolling your opponent as your teammate just I mean that was just making a mockery out of Team Star's players, just circling around him in a vehicle. Wow, that's a first.
Yeah, most certainly is. Right now the Quantum Rage is trying to hold on to their spot. The circle shifts eastern in this exact spot where Quantum Rage and Star are, but they're going to come into a lot of trouble as the might of TUF will come raining down. All 4 members of TUF trying to come through on the rotation as Star and Quantum Rage are still engaged in a fight with each other. Now the third party will be key as Virus makes his move forward, trying to take that part of the high ground for himself. Star realizing that they're going to have to make a move, get rid of Quantum Rage right now so that they can refocus their efforts onto TUF, and they've done so successfully. Quantum Rage out of the picture. Star will get a few moments to reset before TUF comes raining down on them, but those few moments, they're just not enough. TUF's already found one knock, and with that, just as Quantum Rage get eliminated, Star will be extremely unhappy with this, because despite all the knocks and damage Star did, it was TUF who picked up the elimination points.
Again, I mean, TUF, they were looking really good in the previous game, and this time around as well, based on those defeat numbers that we're looking at, this team is definitely eyeing out for that chicken dinner in the 4th game of the day, and as they have clearly jumped into this zone from the northern side, they know that there's nobody following them along, but there is one player that's going to be from the side of SALTxi8 right now, who could maybe bring in a little bit of a damaging play against the players of TUF, but let's see if that'll be the case or not. And not only that, actually, we've got Teen Wolf from the side of Clarity as well, the one and solo player that we're looking at onto the minimap in the brown, exactly north of the position of TUF. So TUF do have two teams, two individual players who could stop them in their tracks if they're not careful of their flanks.
Certainly could, Blotter. Right now, the circle is so damn congested with 15 players still alive, so the nade parades are going to decide the game. Look at Osama! Wait, what H2E? They didn't spot out Osama! Oh my god!
Wow!
He gets one, but the trade comes through from Hacker, but the damage has been done. Osama, even though he goes down, he's bought time for all of these teams and highlighted H2E's position, and now the nade parades are coming down on them. They're trying to get the revive on. They should be able to do it. So H2E actually, despite that huge play from Osama, getting away scot-free so far. They will be able to move into the center of the circle and get themselves a really important spot. Now, we've got one player from SALTxi8, we've got one player from QWERTY, 4 players from H2E and TUF each, and a 3-man squad from Magnus. And really, the way it is positioned, it is just that solo players who are going to decide this game. Because look at Teen Wolf, he's sneaking in behind TUF. Look at Uzum, he's sneaking in behind Magnus. The moment a fight erupts between these full squads, Teen Wolf and Uzum, who they spray on, who they knock, that's going to decide who becomes a winner chicken dinner.
Well, in all of this, H2E are still here. Magnus is still here. If TUF have utilities advantage in their favor, then they can very well stop these opponents, because TUF, as soon as they jump in towards this position, they're going to be surrounded in certain sense of the word. From one side is going to be Magnus's players, from the other side is going to be the 3-man army from H2E, and then you've got those lone wolves roaming around as well. So a tough luck situation for the side of TUF, but the numbers advantage is something that they can maybe capitalize upon. And also, we do know the side of TUF is very strong when it comes to communication, and that's the reason why they jump into fights with 4-man army and they walk out of them with all 4 players. So that is maybe going to be favored. And look at Virus. Okay, so he's retaining some information right there, keeping a close eye towards the left-hand flank, towards the right-hand side flank, the western flank of the team's position right now.
Magnus trying to rain down the damage on H2E while Uzum sneaks up. H2E actually are the ones that land a key nade onto Adil, and now look at Uzum. He's gonna find a perfect nade onto the rest of Magnus. Will finish them off. Magnus, they've been eliminated, and again 4v4, v1. TUF H2E with full squads, but Uzum and Teen Wolf with just these solo players, they're managing to do so much damage. Another nade lands for Uzum. He's done so much. He sees red right in front of him, but he's just focused on the nades first. Still H2E in his sightlines. They're trying to just deny those flanks, but they can't, because the moment they look at those flanks, TUF comes into play. But finally, Uzum's threat is neutralized. But TUF, they take full advantage. They knock out Fan, and now they're trying to move in for the kill. But keep your eyes on Teen Wolf. He's still lurking. He's still playing it safe. Still waiting for his final opportunity. And that opportunity is now, because TUF is moving in for the kill.
Well, there we go. TUF, again, all 4 players chiming in along, taking on the team of H2E one by one. As they do so, they themselves have taken a massive blow, as Joker and Thor have been brought down to the knees. So now it is going to be a little bit of a revival story that will be showcased from both of the side of these teams, of course. But where is Teen Wolf actually? Because he is on the map, but we don't see any movement coming in from his side. A few minutes ago, we did see he had a perfect angle on the players of TUF, but again, he was so very quiet. So right now, he just wants to perhaps see how this plays out between these two teams.
You can see TUF, they're stuck, man. And H2E, their health bars are now back.
Exactly. I mean, this is
full,
perfect.
so TUF.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
TUF, they're just getting pincered.
They are. And this is the perfect moment for Teen Wolf to be able to capitalize, but he's not wanting to participate in any of that, and it seems like Virus, that's exactly what he was waiting for. A little bit of that head pixel, and that's all that it was needed. And now, Virus, of course, does seemingly have an information. Yes, he does, on his side as well. And moving on along with the massive force of his team, both the players jumping in. It is going to be the end of Assad, and now it's a one-man army. Dread from H2E, the only player surviving from H2E, is going to well, again, I mean, that's just impossible. Impossible for H2E to be able to stand strong against this team, because the way they recuperate, slow down the fight, and then completely out of the blue jump in with that aggressive stance. it's just perfect. It is this team, the way they have it figured out, the way they've got the battleground figured out from the side of TUF, it is perfect. But Teen Wolf, I mean, we've seen him perform in some incredible plays. I just don't get it. That moment was his for the taking. He knew the team right in front of him were down 2 players. That was his moment to jump in to take on the fight. But I cannot come up with anything that would result in defending Teen Wolf's decision right there to not take on the fight.
There is no defense. I think it's just a lack of confidence, clearly showing there is lack of form so far. Because as soon as you see that QT coming back to back to back, you start to get W. You got to go in all the way front and try to take that fight because you know it's a 1v4. Instead, he allows the revives to come back on and just gets insta shut down. An easy winner chicken dinner picked up for Team PUF. It wasn't a great start in match 1 in Erangel for TUF, a team that we were expecting to be a top contender for the first spot, but with a 16-point elimination, winner chicken dinner. I believe 31 points picked up, 30 plus at least. I'm not sure about the exact number, but 30 plus points picked up. Blotter, that's going to shoot them straight up the rankings into contention for that top 1 spot.
That is true. That is very true, and that is very well deserved as well for the side of TUF, based on the way that they have been playing in the past 3 weeks. And of course, it was just missing in this day's play, and that has been showcased right now. So wonderful performance from the side of TUF, and also along with that, a wonderful comeback story, a perfect comeback story. Perhaps comeback story is too strong a word to use right now because it's just day number 1. We've only seen 4 games, but H2E were missing out in all of those. Not even a single point is what they walked away with, and then they jump in and take this sort of a play. That is amazing. But yeah, we'll talk more about all of this right after this short break. Stick around. Go.
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Alright, well dude, again, Grand Finals, that's where we are at. Day number 1, based on the way the games are playing. I mean, fixes this entire lobby, every single game, they are slowly but surely coming back to form.
Oh, they certainly are, and it's just getting more and more exciting with every passing game. Of course, TUF are playing the cards right, being very patient in those final few circles. But again, you know, the circles, the way they have been shifting, I really thought that this could be the game where H2E finally gets some really good points for them, which they eventually did, but could have been a chicken dinner. Again, them missing out on the first game of the evening already on a little bit of a back foot, but still a 3rd position finish is not too shabby either. But as we take a look at the MVP, it has to be Joko, right? 7 finishes for this lad. He was an absolute monster.
Oh yes, he definitely was, and kill freak is what he turned out to be, because 5 knocks along with those 7 eliminations is definitely proven that he was hungry, and he was hungry to showcase to the lobby that TUF is jumping in to take on a lot of points, and that's exactly what they walked away with. As Fixes did mention, a high fragging game along with the chicken dinner gives them a big boost. That is what was missing from their side in the storyboard, and that game, the 4th game of the day, will confirm that over Erangel. But as we move on through to the top players from the MVP, we do have Team Stars and Merge chiming along on that 2nd position with 4 eliminations. And I mean, now in fact I can very well say just 4 eliminations, but 937 damage. In fact, that much more to the point is the case of Edgar from TUF. Just 2 eliminations, but damage of 909 dished out from his side.
Yeah, that shows how well, TUF were
Right.
really controlling that high ground that they had to themselves. Again, very, very meticulous in terms of how they decided to rotate around. And a majority of the times you do not really see the circle going a little bit towards the north. So that is something that happened quite different in this particular game. And TUF did know that this was their right opportunistic moment to seize. But again, Teen Wolf had his own fair share of glory, just getting his team up to the second spot. But regardless, in terms of a statistical comparison, it's quite absurd to, even try and compare, because TUF is just winning by miles afar. But then again, Lakshay, I really felt the moment that fight between TUF and H2E ended, that is where I really felt that Teen Wolf should have aggressed, should have
True.
advanced, and could have done at least some massive amount of damage, at least maybe thrown a few grenades here and there. And there could have been a possibility, something like, Blade did in the previous game, if you remember,
Hey,
SALTxi8 getting
yes.
the chicken dinner. Something like that was expected. And even so is the case with Uzum this time around. He was surviving pretty late, and he had all
Right.
his chance, to go after the players of H2E. And he certainly could have gone had DUF not really spotted him out. So that is definitely going to be a little bit of a bummer. But this match summary clearly shows that the teams are definitely picking up. The big names, like Team Clarity, who were kind of lacking behind, have also picked up the pace.
Well, they definitely have in terms of the points, but in terms of the aggressiveness, that I was also talking to C about the same exact thing. That one point in time, when it came down to Clarity, it was the aggressive streak that they were known for, and now they've fallen back on that and moved on that much more on a perhaps a slow methodological gameplay. I'm not entirely sure what is the approach from the side of Clarity, but again, nothing taken away from any of that, because in the end, it's all going to be focused on the points, and the points is what they walk away with in this game. On the other front, the team that was looking pretty comfortable in terms of being consistent and consistent with the word itself, we had Regicide. But this game, they're down on that 16th position. At one point in time, I did point out that they were on towards the eastern front of the map, and they were looking pretty comfortable, but I guess things went south from that point onwards.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, really, it's fine. It's fine. You've got to maintain that little equilibrium, right? You just can't have
Which is true, yeah.
MetershotxSKY and Regicide win every single game. Then it's just going to be so boring to watch the remainder of the 2 days, because we know who's going to win and who's going to come second. So,
Right.
yeah, of course, a little bit of a spice there. You would want the other teams to really pick up pace. And now, MetershotxSKY, they've been playing so well. Now they've got a really huge bounty on their heads, and pretty on. And this is also going to keep on happening tomorrow, when teams are going to be prepared for teams like, SALTxi8 and MetershotxSKY. So we've got to watch around those bridge camps over there. But
Right.
again, not much to say about the final few fight. It all came down to how the zone really worked around. But this is the moment that I was talking about. Uzum did try to capitalize, could have gotten the better out of situation, but Joker being very sly, just spotting him out and finishing him before he even could cause some havoc inside the lobby.
Absolutely, and the person who should have, well, again, before we talk about that, we did have these final moments where Team TUF were able to pencil down the players of Team H2E one by one as they jumped in along. They were able to just completely bring that down to a 2v1 situation, and then finally it was just that Teen Wolf, the player who was surviving. And talking about Clarity's side, they did walk away with the decent placement points along with the 2 elimination points, so it is going to be favoring them when it comes to the storyboard. But on the other side, it is going to be the damage graph, which is, again, I mean, we did see it was TUF that was very much in contestation, getting those wonderful elimination points for their side, jumping up 3 positions. On that 4th is where they sit, with that SALTxi8 on the 3rd, 52x Rage on the 2nd, and MetershotxSKY Esports as of now with 4 games done for the day, 2 still remaining, 1 on Miramar coming right up, and then the final one on Erangel. We've got Metershot creating a lead, but let's see. I mean, the other teams are catching up pretty gracefully. I mean, Team TUF as well as SALTxi8.
Yeah, I think for MetershotxSKY, they still look to be a little untouchable at this point. If they have two bad games right now,
Right.
then and then only we can expect that the other teams can just capitalize upon them. But 52x Rage, I mean, this was sort of
Whoa.
coming, right? Ever since the third Super Weekend, we have seen such a huge rise in the kind of an approach that they've had to their game. But as we head on, here is where you would not expect such big names to be just hurtling around. It's QWERTY, FMR3D, and even the likes of North Esports. The veterans coming inside the scenario, the grounders 4VTFT, and especially with teams
Exactly.
like 4VTFT. Again, if you remember the second Super Weekend, they were having
Right.
such a good run, right? Ever since the third league play days, that's where the world just fell apart for them, and they have been struggling to recover ever since. But there's a few of those things, few minute details that I would really love to bring up about Team TUF. I really like their choice of weaponry along with the attachments. Now, not a lot of people go for an armed with a silencer, with a suppressor and a laser sight. Of course, we've seen that laser sight compensator combination, but
Right.
getting a suppressor helps you so much in those final few circles. If you remember that one opening, of course, TUF had that upper ground advantage.
Right.
H2V were on the lower grounds. They were bound to have that high ground situation working in their favor. We did see the players of H2V trying to jump around, trying to spot someone, maybe through those thin grasses, but that was not the case. Virus just was prone in and he sprayed.
Exactly.
And the opponent just had no idea where that shot came from. So that is, these are very minute things, but they give you a really good edge when it really matters. And these small things can completely change the tides of a battle.
That is so true. That is so very true and very well said indeed from the side of how you should be taking on the approaches when it comes to the guns that you've got, when it comes to the attachments itself. But in all of that, we are here to tell you something more that is that much more lucrative. Because why don't you?
Oh, I mean, of course. Ever since I've been playing PUBG Mobile, these are pretty OG screens, pretty old skins, and a lot of new players would not have had their hands on it. So then now's the right time. All you've got to do is look out for that secret code popping up in the chat anytime during the stream. So make sure you are watching and enjoying along with us as we take a look. As we're almost through with day number 1 with 2 games to go, Miramar and Erangel. Now, the first Miramar that we had was a pretty pleasant one for MetershotxSKY. They were playing everything right, as if they're not just trying anything too flashy. They're sticking to
Right.
the basics, not overstepping like SALTxi8 has done
Exactly.
on numerous occasions. If you remember, even in this particular game, the entire
yes.
squad just rammed in onto its Magnus,
Come on.
and they had no
That's
idea
not.
that Magnus were really waiting for them.
That's not SALTxi8. That's definitely
Yeah.
not SALTxi8. The way that we've seen them play and take on that sort of approaches, yeah, that's definitely did not make sense to me at least. But once again, they are making a resurgence slowly but surely, and maybe they're just again playing with the mind of the lobby as they did in week number 1, day number 1 of the league play altogether, and then from day number 2 they were back in form. Because if we just try and remember, right, those reminiscent moments of the final day of the super weekend that we saw, SALTxi8, there was no stopping them. They knew they had points, they knew they had the lead, and there was just nothing stopping them, and just the aggressive zeal to get those eliminations for themselves. So I want to keep that sort of an approach open for their side. But let's see, when it comes to day number 1, well, definitely a few teams stand out when it comes to being consistent. We've got Metershot, we've got Team TUF, and along with that, we are going to have a look at what other teams are going to be chiming along. Team that did get the previous chicken dinner on Metershot, as so perfectly mentioned by Fixes, was on Miramar, my apologies, was a Metershot. So this time around, let's see if they can make that happen once again, or will it be a completely different team on the other front. H2V sticking to a fanned out approach. I mean, yeah, alright, they had a good game in the previous one, but this is what they did on map Sanhok as well. So I'm not entirely sure what exactly ends up happening in terms of the team's conversation when they're planning on having that sort of a drop. But this is a really, really fanned out approach coming in from their side. Or maybe it's just Assad all by himself going to that place because there is vehicle going to be available to him, and then maybe use the bridge to get back to his team.
No, I think he's just ensuring the other side remains clear. Where when his teammates try to cross over, because they're aware about the fact that Quantum Rage are right beside them. So someone's got to watch out for sure, right? So I mean, Assad
enough,
taking
yeah.
that decision, I mean, I completely abide by him. But this particular circle is quite different, right? The previous one we had was around Los Leones, eventually shifting a little bit up towards La Bendita. But this one, a typical, power grid circle that we've witnessed even in the past around those hills. So it's going to be imperative that teams rotate pretty early on, gain that important high ground advantage, do have those DMRs on them, and start racking up a lot of knocks and finishes. But so far, how the competition has been. We've been talking about SALTxi8 and the performance. Feels like this is the same SALTxi8 that we sort of witnessed during the first Super Weekend, right? Where they were still trying to figure themselves out,
Exactly.
where they were still
Yep.
going for a lot of finishes. They were not giving any care in the world to position points at all, because all the pushes that we have seen from SALTxi8's side has been without any knock, right? We've just seen them
Yes.
ramming their vehicles with a blindfold on them, and they're like, all right, we're gonna see what happens from here on. Either we go down or we get a squad wipe, nothing in between. So again, doing that, they've had their fair share of success in terms of getting few finishes, but in positions, well, they're really struggling. So they've got to make sure they find that perfect balance. Of course, the objective for all these teams is to try and win it, and if not that, at least try to be in the top 6. But because, hey, ladies and gentlemen, only the top 6 teams will be qualifying from the Pakistan region to represent this very region in the SA Championship, and it's going to be a really proud thing. And even in SA Championship, you're looking at even bigger things to follow, which has not yet been visible from the Pakistani region. Last time it was I8 who were really close into qualifying for the global championship, but really choked in the final day. And they've got to learn from their mistakes. They know they are a league apart. They know they've got what it takes to be one of the best teams in the South Asian region. It's high time they started stepping up.
Well, they will. That's all I'm going to say, that they will. Because I'm sure all the fans right here are also going to be thinking exactly the same thing based on the way that they played in the previous 3 weeks. I mean, having that amazing advantage in the points that they were stacking up for themselves clearly shows that when it came to that lobby, they were the determined ones who were very much in contestation and were the ones who would probably take on any team in the lobby, and they did gracefully, in fact, as well. So right now, the one thing that can be expected from the side of SALTxi8 in terms of their approach on day number 1 is just to see how the other teams are playing, is just to see what sort of play style, not necessarily, but what sort of an approach the other teams are bringing from one map to the next. And now that we've got all the maps played, in fact, we've got 2 of those played. That's Erangel also chiming in. So surely the side of SALTxi8 know exactly what the lobby is playing like, what exactly are they to expect. And I'm sure either from this game on or perhaps starting tomorrow, we will see a big resurgence from their side and their play style. But alongside that, as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, we're looking in the end at the top 6 teams. That is going to give the other teams an opportunity as well. So let's see what are those teams going to be, because in that bottom half of that leaderboard, you've got some pretty big names. I mean, you've got QWERTY, the Grounders, FMxR3D. These are all pretty big names. They cannot be sitting down there. They all deserve to be a part of that top 6, but the gameplay is what will determine, and based on the gameplay that we've seen from the side of these teams, it is, again, for day number 1, it is okay, but lacking still, because you've got 6 games. That is a lot of opportunities, I mean, 6 games, a game lasts about 30 minutes. It's a lot of opportunities. So yeah, I mean, you need to have at least 2-digit numbers by the end of the day, and good 2-digit numbers is what I'm going to say when it comes to the points, at least like 20 plus.
Yeah.
That would be the kind of approach that's required to move on into the top 6 and then to represent Pakistan.
Yeah, I think, like you perfectly mentioned, all you've got to do is have those consistent games. We're not asking for chicken dinners. We're just
Right,
asking
right.
for maybe, get the fourth or fifth position, let's say with 4 5 points, and do that every single game. You're good to go. But for Leon's OP right now, he's seemed to have had a little bit of a vision onto its Vaz, and as he is for sure practicing or rather honing his martial arts skills, right? He's already made it to the tippity top, and from there around, he's got the entire world is right under him. He's got every little nook and cranny covered. And he's got that perfect eagle's eye, if we can say, right? Because this is going to provide them such a nice advantageous position right now, from where
Ooh.
they are. But for now, there you go. Regicide deciding to go for the higher ground, and Regicide is one of those teams that tends to do that. And this is where research really comes handy. This is where it clearly shows that 4VTFT have then done their homework. They know that someone or the other is going to capitalize on these hills, so might as well keep it to themselves early on. And it is the first blood being drawn for Leon OP over here.
That was definitely a good decision coming in for the side of 4VTFG. And again, I mean, nothing taken away from Regicide's approach as well, because they had the exact same mindset. But what can we say? 4VTFG were better equipped, and they were swifter, in fact, to make that rotation to get onto that position on the other front. Right now, it is going to be Regicide's Nocto taken on Anubis all by his lonesome. In the map, in the mini map, in fact, we can see that there is going to be cover provided to Anubis with his teammates going to be around into the vicinity as well. And this is where, I mean, Nocto for the side of Regicide, they're going to have to be very critical in terms of the decision making as to do they want to take on the fights. If they do, what exactly is going to be the approach? And right now, as Clarity take on TUF, a two-man army, apparently, it seems like, from the side of TUF, where they've got a split approach coming in, and Clarity, a four-man squad, is going to try to retaliate, but as of now, just the two-man army from TUF and the other two players, the teammates from TUF, also chiming in from the south. We'll be able to see as in the minimap is being showcased. This is going to be a critical fight for now Clarity, because again, when it comes to that aggressiveness, they are slacking a little bit. But it seems like Zebian's got some information, and Joker Sir will not be allowed to participate.
Yeah, I think this is pretty smart from Clarity, but Edgar, he gets that knock and finish onto its troll in pretty early, and Zibian not really firing any bullets. I think he does not want to open up on his position, but I have a slight idea as to the fact that Joker, I believe, has already spotted him out as Clarity under heavy fire as 420 boy. He's gonna make a run for his life, but considering the fact that he's a lone wolf over there, and he's just being swanned up by a pack of hyenas in the form of TUF, does not stand any chance as TUF. I mean, it is so picture perfect for these lads to just watch them play, right? It was so very well synergistically orchestrated by these lads. These two players were outnumbered. All they did was buy enough time for the teammates to arrive, and once that happened, they went in for the knock, and they did indeed get that, and eventually managed to just take down 3 of the players of Team Clarity. Again, not a start they would have wanted with Zibian, the last player surviving. I do not know how far can he go, but Uzum, having that bolt action being shot at IQ, I believe he managed to do a decent chunk of damage, and that is where Blade just followed suit, as a result of which managed to get that knock. But objectively, I do not feel that SALTxi8 are gonna achieve anything. Alright, I was wrong, Lakshay, because Crypto and Refused it already on a flank, and they're dishing out massive amounts of damage, but a little bit of a trade-off over here could make things really interesting.
Well, the trade-off has definitely taken place, where we do have the side of SALTxi8 also being damaged a little bit, but it all is going to be brought clear based on the blue zone catching up to these teams, and this is where they are going to have to now get away from the fight, or rather, I hope that they do end up choosing to get that stalemate conversation going for this fight at least, and get into the comfort of the zone. That's going to be critical and required and necessary, of course, for SALTxi8 as well as Quantum Rage, and that is something that SALTxi8 will be able to capitalize upon after getting that revival done, and same will be the case for Quantum Rage. So yeah, that could have definitely resulted in both of these teams getting a lot of damage, but early decision making will allow them to at least have all 4 players surviving. But for how long, let's see, because again, as they make that rotation, it is going to be no, never mind. I was just looking at where exactly they're at. So they're towards the southeastern side of the map. As they make that rotation, there's going to be nobody in their area to try and contest that rotation coming in from both of these teams. On the other front, for the side of TUF, as we just did witness, I mean, Virus and Thor. No, it was Joker and Thor. The 2 players, just 2 players, being able to completely pincer down a team like Clarity. Alright, fine, you've got utilities. That makes sense for Clarity to take a backseat. But then, not expecting a rush coming in was also, I mean, again, something has changed in terms of the mindset and the play style for Clarity. We have not seen that team play this dormant. They were playing dormant clearly in that fight. They just grouped themselves up in a small little area, and then it was just an easy pick-in season for the TUF. But enough said. They still do have 1 player surviving. So I don't know why I'm getting so riled up. It's just that's not the Clarity that I want to see.
You hit bullseye, basically, right? The very word dormant really struck to me because, of course, Clarity, I really feel they thrive in terms of going for the finishes. I believe with the players that they have in terms of Drolin, Zipian, and 420 Boy, leading the charge from up front. I think it's one of the aggressive squads, right? And then you ask them to sit down and just hold on, and that's not gonna suit their style, right? You just can't ask Shoaib Akhtar to try spin bowling or try to become a batsman at the very least. So of course, I mean, you've got to play at what you're really comfortable or really good at, and that is something I really feel that Clarity are struggling with. I mean, you could have utilized a lot out of 420 Boy, right? Ooze much out of him as you can, because every single time we just find 420 Boy trying to pull off clutches, right? He's against the world. It's either a 1v3, 1v2, 1v4.
Right.
That has been the go-to case, and they've got to get past that, right? But even more than Clarity, I'm really worried about teams like FMxR3D and QWERTY. And suddenly, it hasn't really been the day that QWERTY would have wanted. And talking about the past QWERTY and the QWERTY right now, I mean, that was a QWERTY that was the only competitor, real strong competitor to SALTxi8, and now they look far away from the flock.
They do. They definitely seem a little far-fetched from the battleground itself as to what is happening. Many times we see them. I don't want to say too strongly about clueless. Just taking the word clueless very, very loosely indeed for the side of QWERTY. But that is the kind of approach that has been showcased from their side in this fight in the arena. But again, there have been moments where we've seen the true side of QWERTY as well, sticking together and getting the numbers advantage, as well as the individuals of the side of the team bringing in a wonderful punch and blow to the lobby as well. So a lot of ups and downs being showcased by these big names, but in all of that, the biggest I was just going to say the biggest comeback is going to be Regicide, and right off the bat, it is going to be Regicide, who are in the process of 52x Rage in the kill feed, taking on some massive hits.
Yeah, I've been loving 52x Rage lately, right? The way these lads have been playing, finding that perfect balance between positions and finishes. They're not shying away from fights, but still at the same time, putting themselves in really good positions as SALTxi8 and TUF rivalry continues with Joker in pursuit for the next shift, a shift that will determine who has the upper advantage. And I believe, considering how this zone has panned out, Star find themselves in a really good spot.
They definitely do. I am also liking the position coming in from the side of Team H2E from the northern front, and they've got a lot of information that they're going to be able to retain. And in the center,
considering how this zone has panned out, Star find themselves in a really good spot.
They definitely do. I am also liking the position coming in from the side of Team H2E from the northern front, and they've got a lot of information that they're going to be able to retain. And in the center, my apologies, at the other edge, we do have 4VTFD taking on a fight against the players of This again has turned into a conversation that very well could favor and should favor R3D, wherein they have the numbers advantage. Venless, not Venless, Endless, the only man surviving right here, is very much caught off guard based on where he's at, based on the fights that he was taking. He's all by his lonesome, so perhaps not going to be able to sustain, but maybe he can bring in a little bit of damage before he is taken out from this fight. As of now, it is going to be the side of R3D's players, where I did initially think that Pika and his teammate will be rushing because they knew that he was the only player surviving, but I guess they don't. So again, from FMX also, what we're looking at is a bit of a passive approach in that fight, but nothing taken away from that, because they are getting the numbers working for them. They are sticking to taking on whatever fights that they possibly can, and slowly but surely getting a few of those elimination points is definitely going to be helping them. But again, a lot more can be expected from their side. As of now, once again, from one fight to the next, as we move on through on the map of Miramar, things are getting quite heated up. In the 17-minute marker is where we're at, where FS is the team that has been caught, and Mr. Black coming in from FS, the dude who was being caught off guard again and again in the previous games, is going to be the man who will be standing true to the rush from the side of Mom 2 from Magnus. And from that fight, we move on through to Star taking on 52x Rage.
Oh, this is such a bold push being made by the players of 52x Rage. Eventually emerge out to be the victors, you know, just throwing off the players of Team Star, as Usama and God Fury, they are going to be running for their dear life, as God Fury, he's just getting rattled down with all the possible bullets out there. But yeah, I think you know, even getting back to FMR3D's conversation, I really feel it's a lack of confidence that I'm witnessing in the players, right? They're very kind of passive in terms of wanting to commit for fights. They haven't really been getting up close and personal, where I really feel they kind of tend to thrive, right? It's just that decision making that hasn't really been on point. But for now, Quantum Rage, right now, you can see Edgar still trying to fight it out against the players of OBTFT. Edgar taking a little bit of a damage and eventually just gets wiped out from the entire lobby, as TUF taken early exit at the 16th spot. Not really a good news for the TUF fans, because they were on the second spot and now they're out to lose it down, as a few more teams keep on falling. Again, it's going to be North Esports, as Blade, again, the last player from SALTxi8 certainly does not disappoint. And I really feel that whenever he's the last player surviving, that is when we get to see the best out of this lad, because he keeps on racking so many finishes, Lakshay.
Well, I guess he just loves that sort of a pressure, and that is where he thrives. And that is something that is being showcased from his side again, as he takes on one, moves on to completely get another one sprayed on, and then it is the third man who is going to be in his crosshairs, quickly changes the gun, and there you go. Clinical finish coming in from his side, definitely keeping his portion in cover, and well, GG play indeed. I mean, more than 70% of health regained, and 3 players brought down, 3 points brought to your team. And now from that fight, we've got 52x Rage, who are bringing in some blows to the face of their opponents. And again, the position that 52x Rage find themselves on that mountain is giving them a lot of information. But once again, as I was mentioning earlier, we are going to have to see what H2E brings to the storyline, as they are also going to be jumping into the zone from the northern side. But Clarity, this time around, it seems like Clarity's final player is going to be Zibian, and Zibian is going to be climbing up the mountain. As he does, he could be the one stopping 52x Rage in their fray.
I mean, to be honest, really, yeah, of course, Zibian should try his hands around, only if he feels himself to be finding a safer spot. Right now, I think his sole purpose is to survive as long as possible, because you still have 11 teams inside the lobby, as MetershotxSKY slowly but surely wanting to pick things up, but right now have Kathir being knocked out by the players of H2E, who suddenly have seemed to have woken up from their long slumber, missing the first game. And even after the end of the second game, I really found them at 0 points basically. And ever since, they have recovered pretty well, you know, now at the 10th spot currently, as Adil does manage to find that knock onto its Mary, and of course Magnus benefiting a lot from this high ground advantage that they're holding on to. But for QWERTY, I mean, silently but surely, I think they have been racking up the finish numbers. A certain game where they can actually aim for getting the chicken dinner and get themselves back into the top 8.
Well, it definitely could be the case. 7 elimination points is what the side of Team QWERTY is sitting on. On the other front, on our screens, of course, is going to be Daku as he takes on blind shots against the players of Magnus, who are caught out in the open and respect. And his teammate was already down. And Mom2 was the man, actually. Mom2, very, very important and player from the side of Magnus, has been eliminated. And now Magnus down to a 2-man squad along with that team H2E. They had the wonderful, wonderful position for themselves. That was going to be on top of that. Wow, that perfect approach from Saad right here. That was amazing. I mean, he saw his teammate fall down. He knew exactly where the shot came from. But look at that. Now this has turned into Team QWERTY's fight as well, because this team is just moving on along with the momentum working in the favor for their side. And now, as was Fixus mentioning, could be their games for the taking.
Oh yeah, and this could not be there could not be a better opportunity than this. But for now, 52x Rage, they know that they've got a Herculean task, and one of which is, of course, trying to get down from the higher ground with so many teams aware of your position. So it's going to be really interesting as to how they make it happen. But for now, you've got the players of 52x Rage still holding on that high ground advantage, and this is what I was really worried about. It is the task upcoming down below, where they're finding, you know, a few of their players just getting taken down one after the other. Even Zibyan seems to have been spotted out, but somehow still survives as the fight has broken down between the QWERTY and the Grounders. Zigsaw getting knocked, of course. Wolfreach is coming in, getting that trade secured, as he is going to back off. Stop that smoke. Nets needs to get their players back alive, as QWERTY under heavy trouble right now.
Well, the player from the side of the Grounders that is trying to take on that fight is going to be Shaptar, and we've seen in the previous 3 weeks that Shaptar does hold on his strong, but never mind my word, because it's going to be Pan coming in from H2E with the advantage of the hill working in his favor, bringing in the blow that was not anticipated, and with that, it is going to be H2E getting their elimination points as well as their storyboard looking pretty lively and alive, because again, I mean, from one fight to the next, they completely pins it down. 2 teams altogether, but this is chaos right now being ensued right here on the small little hill.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really having so much difficulties in trying to process what is really happening. But one thing for sure, QWERTY just got themselves absolutely sandwiched. But for now, it's Gravity, the lonesome survivor. They did have a really good game, though 14 finishes already. If he can get his hands on Mr. Black, then that would be some respite for QWERTY. A little bit of a redemption over there. However, securing the Zigsaw finish makes the tally up to 15 finishes over there, as the final 5 teams remain. And Black and Sensi too, they will want some revenge for their fallen comrade, which eventually they will find as QWERTY get eliminated at the 5th spot.
Well, 4 teams do remain. We've got the side of Magnus Cairo right here, along
still
with
alive, Lakshay. Look at him.
Oh yes, SALTxi8's Blade still part of this fight. Again, being very, very cheeky, being very, very quiet, not letting away or giving away information on.
All right. Yeah, I think there's some issues. All right. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Blotter will be with us in a wee bit while, but the Grounders apparently have taken it really personally to go after the players of 52x Rage with the final 3 teams surviving. I believe it is a 1v1v2 situation with the Grounders having that little bit of a man advantage and even a really good part inside the circle, right? But it's going to be really imperative to see who is the one who makes the first step over here. Is it going to be Cairo or is it going to be Daku? Daku coming in from up top gets finished by Sensi2, who does have his hands on a Grozza. So what else do you expect? Now with Cairo being spotted out already, I think the information has been relayed to Mr. Black, who eventually will be lobbing a few grenades. I think, well, the Grounders have that perfect flank angle, but if I were Cairo, I'd just, die to the zone or something, but still, putting up a fight before he goes down. And there you can see the players of the Grounders so elated, so happy with how they have performed as they get the winner chicken dinner with 7 eliminations to their name. Now, a game that was required out of them because they were struggling in the bottom half of the table will finally find some breathing space at the 10th spot right now. Well, I believe it's going to be a little while before we do have Blotter joining with us. But yeah, the final few circle moments was so nasty, so chaotic. It was so difficult to really figure out what on earth was going on. Everyone's just shooting at each other, and I wouldn't have been surprised had we had friendly fire on. A lot of them would have also fallen down. But regardless, commends to Blade for surviving for so long, because it's such a tough task, right? With your teammates getting wiped out so early on, and I think SALTxi8 need to learn their lesson. They need to understand that you've got to look out for the position points. Of course, they've been so notorious, I must say, because they haven't been punished yet, because they've made those mistakes, but still somehow they manage to clear everything out. But we're going to talk more about that after this short little break. Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, final game remaining, but talking about this game that just took place on the map of Miramar, of course. I mean, this was definitely entertaining. All the games have been entertaining, but this is definitely the kind of pace that we want to see these teams create for themselves, the kind of opening that we want to see these teams create. And, well, this time around, a different team coming from that bottom half of the leaderboard. That's going to be the Grounders with Sensei and Mr. Black, the two-man army, making it happen for them.
Oh yeah, I loved it. I love what they did over there, right? The biggest fight, I believe, was against the players of QWERTY, right?
Yes.
The moment they kind of gained ground on that, they knew that this was their game, right? Because 52x Rage, they were coming from the higher ground, but they did not have numbers, and of course, for Magnus, numbers were clearly not there. But yeah, the MVP goes to Gravity, this young man who's been making the headlines every other day. 9 eliminations this time, 1380 damage. I mean, it just can't get better or higher than this, right? He has combined himself. I mean, his damage numbers his solo numbers sort of are equaled to most of their entire team's damage numbers, combined sometimes. This is how good Gravity has been in this particular game. 9 eliminations, Lakshay. Just one shy out of that golden 10.
I mean, I'd like to let the viewers know, in fact, that, when it comes to making and reading talent, it is definitely Fixes, the man of the hour. Because when this entire thing started, 4 weeks ago, it was Fixes who pointed out on the desk itself. You can go back because it is, of course, all recorded on YouTube. He was the man who was like, just wait and watch. Gravity from the side of QWERTY, I feel he's going to do something. Ye kuch karke dikhayega, sort of a conversation. And again, I mean, you're looking at it right here. 9 elimination points. Along with that, of course, being a part of a team player, right? And taking on those, not only for himself, but also the assists that he was able to give and the knocks that he was a part of. Incredible play coming in from the side of this dude, along with, of course, his teammate Destroyer. And then from that MVP, we move on through to the final player of SALTxi8, Blade, who survived and got the placement points as well for his team. A big boost to the side of SALTxi8.
But yeah, huge comments to Blade, right? I was just getting down to that. We will eventually do that. But right now, a little bit of a statistical comparison. As you could clearly see, the Grounders was just the better team, had the better elimination. Magnus, on the other hand, they're focusing a lot on position, which I believe at this point is the right thing to do, right? They really want to settle down, so they're taking things a little bit slow, which is absolutely understandable. 15 points from this game is not too shabby either. So they're going to find themselves at a very good spot. But one thing really good about this Miramar game was we had the teams that were not performing well previously in the previous few games step up right now. Now this has created so much turbulence in the point standings, which we eventually will take a look at. But for now, the match summary, I mean, Dread, why did he have to come up? It was such a perfect clean score for Gravity, but yeah, again, Dread getting that longest distance elimination, nothing taken away from him as well.
Definitely not. And with that, as we move on through to the rankings coming in from this map of Miramar, we did see the chicken dinner fall in place for the Grounders as they walked away with a lot of points for their side, which is definitely going to be helping them in the overall rankings. On the other front, once again, this is the first team. Let's move on towards the bottom half of the leaderboard, where we do have Team Star sitting on that 16th position. And as I said, once again, I was pointing out Regicide, once again, not having a good game and finding themselves on that 15th position. Same is the case for North Esports as well as Quantum Raid. So tough luck situation for their side. But moving on through to the middle grounds, we do have PUF, H2E, Magnus, SALTxi8. They are, again, I mean, they've been part of the fights, but could have been better. Could definitely have been better, as so many of those numbers were just majorly focused on, at least those elimination points that I was looking at were focused on to the first 5 to the first 6 teams sitting over there.
Yeah, I think that was the case in this game of Miramar, which was, which got off to a really good start, right? We had few fights here and there, but then there was that a little moment. But it all started over here as we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments. 4v TFD, understanding, the gravity of the situation. You've got to look out for the basics in Miramar, and that is have as much high ground as you possibly can. They went for that, which eventually did not pay out for them. But yeah, this map, Blade, I mean, did you really see that clutch against North Esports? This lad was absolutely unstoppable, right? Every single time you watch him play, it's such a delight to watch.
Absolutely is. And again, when it comes to the side of the team, the dude is not all by his lonesome. Of course, he has, yes, exactly, he has the cover of his team as well, but that is what makes the aggressiveness of SALTxi8 that much more wonderful to witness, because the teammates always have your cover, and when it comes to then bringing it down to your raw skill, that is an advantage that each and every player has in the entire lineup of SALTxi8. So when you've got that sort of a perfect home pedigree to work with, then it becomes that much more comfortable as you take on one fight to the next, even if you're all by your lonesome.
Yeah, I think it's just about the confidence that's just
because you've been boosted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You've been boosted. Like that home pedigree that you've got is so wonderful that when you're playing with them, you've got the cover. When you're not, still you feel like, yeah, I've got that support. I'm going to be fine. And you just on that cloud number 9.
At moments like that, I think Blade does have that little bit of a specialty going on. And maybe this is exactly what SALTxi8 needed if they want to qualify for the GC later on this year. Look at how Blade so beautifully finding finishes left, right, and center. And still, this is one of those very interesting things about SALTxi8 that I've noticed. Is somehow make sure they get those finishes, yet do not cause a lot of noise in those final few circles when they are surviving by their lonesome, right? Even in the previous game, we did see Uzum. I do not know how could he make it from the edges of those cliffs to getting that higher ground, surviving till the very end. So yeah, I mean that is really confusing. But for now, look at this. The damage graph, 3,000 hitting off for QWERTY shows how amazing they were, and you've got to
Right.
understand why, right? Of course, the circle was right beside them. All they had to do was drop at the best city in well, Miramar, San Martin. I'm gonna be a little bit biased, it's my favorite. They drop over there, they get the loot, they instantly take that high ground advantage and start an absolute war, just emptying every possible shell that they have. And yeah, I think 3072 damage is a testament of exactly how brutal they did to the teams this time.
Absolutely. We were just talking about the side of QWERTY as their gameplay was looking a little shaky in terms of their approach, but that has just been answered. I mean, as comes in the map of Miramar, they were able to capitalize on each and every fight that they were a part of. And in doing so, moving 5 positions, they find themselves in the top 8 on that 8th position right there with 32 points. So a wonderful game for the side of Team QWERTY. Magnus also looking very much comfortable on that 7th position. Alongside all of that, now we are looking at a downfall maybe coming in from the side of Regicide if they are not able to perform, or if they underperform like they have been doing consistently in the past 2 games.
I'm starting to wonder if they've been gassed out, right? If they're finally done with today, right? But
Right.
at the same time, I think it's high time we applaud 52x Rage, right? Looking at how they've been accruing those position points clearly shows that they've got a similar approach to how MetershotxSKY have been tending towards the zone, right? It's just the finishes that they're lacking, which eventually I believe they will focus on tomorrow. But the bigger prize is, of course, try to be in the top 6. But as we take a look at the bottom half of the table again, Clarity dropping 3 places down below. Quantum Rage also, having one really good game, and then nothing being seen. And North Esports absolutely just crapping right out in the open, right? There's no way I can really justify what they did, against Blade. And
Right.
you could clearly see, of course, nothing taken away from Blade. He was phenomenal at that point. But a 1v3 when, Blade was outside the circle, was clearly outnumbered, and still they
True.
decide to take their chances at him one after the other and still not connect bullets, for Christ's
Exactly.
sake. And the Blade literally won the last battle from a lower ground on an ADS in a very close situation, whereas his opponent had all the time in the world. He had the higher ground. All he had to do was
Exactly.
just spray, and
True.
still he could not come out through. So clearly speaks in volumes that the players of North Esports are under tremendous pressure. They really need that one chicken dinner to uplift their morals, and then look forward to getting themselves into the top 6.
True, very true. I mean, just to second that, if we look onto the conversation that we saw from Halsey on the map of Sanhok today, where Halsey was able to bring in a 1v3 all by his lonesome. Once again, sort of a similar sort of a conversation where he was all by his lonesome, but it was just the way he pushed on against the opponents. And again, the opponents were spread out. There was definitely an opening, just the way we saw right now for the side of NES had the opening. Like Blade pushed on along straight forth. There was a player for the side of North Esports who was on the right or the left hand side of Blade on top of the hill. He had all the time, if he would have been quick enough to just retaliate, be quick enough to read what was going on in terms of the auditory, information that you're getting around. But again, all of those things combined with that pressure that is being stacked up for North Esports is resulting in that. But never mind. I mean, yeah, those sort of mistakes do end up happening. As of now, we move on to the final match of the day. The final map is, of course, Erangel, where things are going to get reset. Of course, not the points. just the game itself, where we move away from Miramar into the map of Erangel. Again, a comfortable map for all these teams, as we have seen. So maybe and hopefully this is where the teams that we are looking at really slacking, especially the teams that were looking comfortable in the third week. We would love to see that sort of a play style from their play, like we saw from Grounders this time around. Maybe another one from that bottom page.
Yeah, I think, especially for Grounders, their peak pinnacle time, I remember, was the first Super Weekend, where,
Oh, yes.
they were the ones contesting for the top 3. They were looking very solid. And ever since then, it has been a, steep decline down to the bottom. And I was started to, into believing, into kind of wondering as to what really happened. But we're going to talk about that. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, the game is about to get started. Everyone with their game faces on, making sure. I think it's Pika who's making sure does have something to say to his teammates. Pretty serious right now, just giving instructions and making sure that they pull off a comeback. At least a chicken dinner in the final game of the evening could satiate their hunger. To sort of propel themselves into a better position, Lakshay. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Big Bird is, of course, in the sky this time. However, we are taking a journey from the eastern side towards the western side, all the way from Lipovka towards Hospital. And it's going to be a little, unsettling for teams like MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8, who now have to search for vehicles.
Oh yes, they definitely do. But again, we know their resilience. They are going to find their comfort on the military base only. We've rarely seen them deter from that, apart from one day or two perhaps in the entire 3 weeks that we saw them play. So that's all right. For the other front, when it comes down to the other teams, like for example, the team that loves to go towards north. We've got 52x Rage going towards, of course, Talbot. We will definitely see Team Star moving towards that shooting range, Savoni, along with the likes of Clarity as well as TUF, who will love to go towards Georgia Pole. So the teams going towards the north, they are all looking pretty comfortable in terms of that drop location as of now. 4VTFD also going to be looking comfortable. Same is the case for QWERTY, and right next to them, it is going to be the side of Freestyle. So FS have changed their pace in terms of the way that they have decided to drop on this map. And looking at the zone, a lot of teams are actually going to have to change the pace based on how the zone is. And Regicide is definitely going to be trying to take on some shots early on against the players of Metershot. But Metershot have only one destination, and that's going to be to lose. Not lose, like what I mean was lose the position right here on the main island and go back to their military base.
Oh yeah, and they're going to be thanking their stars. Those bolt action shots did not hit because without any armor on you, it's a one-shot knock, right? So that is something out for the viewers out there, the new bunch who are aspirants. So had that connected, could have been a completely different story. But MetershotxSKY, I think, were pretty quick in getting to their vehicles, have gotten to Nova Ripnoi in no time, and now all their focus will be on getting as good as loot as they possibly can. And at the same time, you could see some different things happening over here. We do have the players of Regicide also coming down, and it's a pretty early rotation. And I'm starting to wonder if MetershotxSKY, they're sort of anticipating that, or maybe they are, because look at Ash is found to place in a really precarious position, or maybe not the right weapon of choice. A PP buys it at the very least. But Regicide, now they realize the opponents have really garbage weapons. So this is where they can go at them. But MetershotxSKY, they're being even the smarter ones. They just back off, right? Head off towards Nova Ripnoi and let Regicide be.
Good decision indeed from their side. I mean, they just jumped. They've barely made it to their drop location. Better thing to, of course, do would be to take a stance back, recuperate, get your loot organized and sorted, and then maybe push on along to take on those fights. And early rotations is what we were talking about. We do have the Grounders trying to make an early rotation once again from the water lines. to the military base. And right now, talking about the military base, that is exactly where the car driven by Black is going to be headed, and he is in hot pursuit. But this is very wonderfully set up. A bait coming in where Crypto, well, he will try, but it seems like he's not going to be able to land even a single one of those shots, and it is going to be his teammate taking on a lot of those massive blows. And in doing so, FS will be able to hit their target, but not before Mr. Black himself will be brought on down. And I'm not sure if Mr. Black was able to notice in all of that chaos that he was actually being fired upon. Had he noticed that, then he would not have been sitting at that position. But anywho, that is where the early contestation of this game is going to be showcased between these two teams. And again, not the play that was anticipated for any of these teams, of course, but this is going to be a big hit to FS, where two of their players have been knocked, and now it is going to be the side of SALTxi8 just going to clinically completely finish FS's players.
Look at the audacity on these players. I mean, they just lost out on reviews and they have no care in the world. But Blade, I do not know which sort of a blessing he has from his gods to survive like that, but finally comes down, and was so important. Wasi needed to finish him off. He was starting to look so cocky, but is Wasi aware of Crypto's presence? As both of them just cooking up their grenade. It's a matter of fact who's connects quicker. But Crypto, how?
Wow.
I do not know. There is a spiritual power up above. There is another body that is shrouding the players of SALTxi8, because they're not supposed to live through these moments, right?
Come on, that was like death in your face coming, mate, and somehow he was able to get the knock, but he himself, I mean, barely not one. That was just phenomenal luck indeed coming into the side of course, SALTxi8, where it does definitely seem like the gods of PUBG also want a special comeback from the side of SALTxi8 in this game, because they've got the zone going down on the military base. They've got them surviving through that, where shrapnel should definitely have blown off your face, but somehow they'll be able to survive and move away from the fight and get the third elimination confirmed for their side as well. But on the other front, on the back lines, it is going to be the side of H2E sticking very close their noses around in the area, and there you go. It is going to be Hacker bringing in some bullet sprays towards the position of Crypto, but as of now, of course, that damage will not be brought.
Of course, Lakshay, but one thing is really concerning me right now is SALTxi8. They're delaying. They haven't really even gotten down to get their loots up, right? They're just still playing with whatever they have managed to pick up while they dropped off, and setting up this military bridge hold. I think the original idea was to have very minimalistic loot, create a bridge camp, and make sure you take down the players and get their loot, and you move on ahead. But clearly, this plan does not seem to have been working out for them, because they've gotten few finishes, right? They've gotten 3 finishes, but at the cost of what? At the cost of 2 of their players already out of this game. But FMxR3D, I do not know what was they thinking to charge in at H2E just like that, completely blindsided. Will have to pay the price, but at the same time, the H2E, they aren't doing any great either. They have also lost out on their players up to the point, Hassan gets the final finish, and with that, he will manage to get all his players alive. What is happening? This is literally ridiculous.
Mission Impossible 10 to the rescue sort of a conversation is what this team just did, and yeah, I definitely love that. Look at that. Oh yes, Anubis jumping in, getting his gun out, then spraying down his opponents, of course not before he himself was knocked, but that's okay because his teammate was there, and all in all, it all worked out. I mean, at the end of the fight, that is what you got to look at. What was the advantage or not? It was definitely stupid, of course. There's no denying it. But in the end, they were able to walk away with 4 elimination points. They were able to get all 4 players surviving out of that tricky situation. So yeah, thank the stars that all worked out. And this time around, it is going to be Magnus that we jump on along once again. That will find themselves at the edge of that main island. And now it is North Esports who are going to be okay. Troubled position for both of these teams.
Oh yeah, a really troublesome situation there indeed. But oh, that nade, if it connects, it might look a little bit dicey. But for now, of course, Snow has managed to secure that knock. Now North Esports, a little bit of motivation is much needed. And what better way to wipe out Magnus at this point? Maxi making a move. Zameen trying to provide cover fire from behind, but has his vision hindered with that little screen of smoke right in front of him. As respect, he's gonna play around that little trench over there, little ridge, you know, a little bit of cover to work things
And
around
Snow.
with. But Snow, I think, could do better with his position, you know, could try and get a little bit more close and personal. As now Cairo, he's been knocked out, and Magnus seem to find themselves being pushed at by the players of North Esports, who are just bobbing and weaving with their vehicles somehow.
A drive-by is what they are on upon right now, and they're just waiting to try and get that opening. The opening did come in thanks to Snow's position, but that has not really resulted the advantage that they were hoping for. Now maybe this could be the one that they had in store, and Adil goes away as he will try and make that sustenance opportunity working for the side of Magnus. But North Esports, they have clearly jumped in to completely pinch it down and not allow even a single player of Magnus to be able to walk out of this position, and that's exactly what they shall deliver. But not before Adil will be able to get himself into a little bit of a small cave in the rocks, and yeah, for now, that's going to be his safe haven. North Esports, of course, are going to be very, very happy with that because they've got all 4 players surviving. They've got the 3 elimination points for their side. But now with the zone, any moment, oh no, never mind, zone still has some time, so they're comfortable. But one thing that I do want to point out is, compared to how these teams played in the 3 weeks that we were part of all of this, leading up to the grand finals itself, they would always hold on. They would always like take it slow. But this time around, I'm looking at, as soon as the zone moved on towards the south, so many teams have actually made it to the military base itself as they tried to be a part of that early rotation.
You know, because it was quite evident, right, that the circle is going down south. It's better to have a good position rather than, you know, struggle to find an entry in. So as a result of which, they rotated pretty early on. But that's not the case with every single team in this lobby, because I'm taking a look at 52x Rage, who are yet on the main island, who are yet struggling with the blue circle. And this is not the first time they're doing it. You know,
Nope.
they like I said, you know, they've been following MetershotxSKY's footprint. Right, and they've been getting their job right. You know, they're the ones who rotate pretty late inside the circle. But right now, FMxR3D wanting to try and save Hassan, but instead, you know, Shaw was under heavy fire, but still has managed to gain some cover. But what's going to be important is to check out if he can sustain that. But you could see those, you know, little peppering down of bullets at his direction over there, completely just catching him off guard. But North Esports, I mean, I do not know if this is really needed, because Adil, the kind of position he is hiding in, right, gets spotted out, and Snow will just wipe him out for the better good. But from here onwards, the only avenue that I see for North Esports to get on the other side of the circle, they've got to take the waterways, and I'm starting to wonder if they have enough time, because the circle is going to start closing in just 40 seconds as TUF have decided to push in on the players of FMxR3D. As Anubis, he is going to take a leap of faith inside the water. He survives.
Well, there we go. So there is the sliver of hope coming in for the side of R3D indeed, as one by one the players will be able to move in along towards the zone. But we'll see, we'll come back to that story if they'll be able to allowed to get onto the zone, because right now every single team, as we look at, they are trying to make those rotations. Some of them straight off on the road itself, and of course they are getting pincered down from one team or the other. Right now it is the side of QWERTY, not looking too good or comfortable, because they thought it would be just easy picking and driving by, but that's not the case when you've got 3 teams around that bridge waiting for somebody to make that sort of a stupid move, and that is exactly what will result in Clarity not being allowed to get into the zone. So once again, they are going to have to fall back, as we do see Zibian running away from this fight, and his teammate is going to be Drawlin, the two players surviving from the side of Clarity. And right now, Pika, who is pretty much stuck in the middle of the bridge. Well, again, I mean, one side, of course, is his teammates. The other side, we do have the players of TUF. Not looking good.
Yeah, now Shaw, of course, has relayed all that important, valuable piece of information to his teammate as Joker. He is moving with a lot of freedom, but does not know that he is being carefully watched upon. As Nocturne falls down, it's the Grounders, I believe, a fight happening around the military base at the very least. But taking a look at this particular shift, I think I really like the chances of OVTFT in this one, right? The particular circle that we have usually tends to go down south of the military island, as Edgar is in a collision course against Emerge. Will get that knock and gets the wipe instantly as TUF just scattered around. But what they really need to do right now is to get themselves the heck out of that situation, get inside the circle, and for that, it is baby steps, but no, says God Fury, who just charges in tandem with Usama and has Edgar being taken down, as Thor also falls down, courtesy to Sultana.
This is not good. I mean, Team TUF, they did jump into this area quite a while back. They had all the opportunities to be able to get into the zone, or try to at least, but they stood out there trying to wait for the last elimination point that they could get of their opponents, and in doing so, look at North Esports. I mean, this is just perfect play, where earlier we would have so many teams stick it out on towards the edge or the ledge of the main island. This time around, there was nobody, and in doing so, North Esports will be easily able to get into the zone, or rather, comfortably, they will in a few minutes. But for the teams that were on our screens on the bridge, they are definitely looking at a lot of hurdle, where FMX's players are going to be able to make it through, but definitely cannot be the case for the side of Clarity from the looks of it, as well as Team Star. But we'll come back to that.
Oh, we certainly will. But, I've been, this is again an uncommon shift that has taken place. But 52x Rage, they find themselves again inside the circle, and you've got to say it, they still have 3 of their players. It's just Faster who's lost out on his life. So clearly their plans are working out, as Pika is going to have the last laugh, gets the entire squad of Star over there. Not the first time he's clutched out a squad, and just around the blue circle. He's done it again today. But this little circle shift is so interesting, and you've got to point out Team Clarity's position, because I really love their chances. And Drawlin especially having that high ground and that little hill to his cover. It's going to get so exciting.
All by his lonesome. That's the only thing that's the cause for concern for him, because again, I mean, that is working for him. That's what I was looking at as well. But him being all by his lonesome with, again, 19 surviving with numbers advantage all across the board, it is a tricky position that he finds himself in. But on the front, again, talking about numbers advantage, we've got SALTxi8 with a one-man army. We've got FS with a one-man army. But they are looking pretty ferocious. And North Esports with a 4-man squad, the way they've jumped into the fights, into the zone, it is looking like this game, they are walking away with a lot of points.
Was that a smoke? Because I think it was.
Wait,
just to flush him out. Yeah, I mean, Malik, he just deployed a smoke. But Crypto, you've got to give it to this lad, I mean, look at his laser fast reflexes. No player could have survived such a backstab like that, But still, somehow he managed to get himself out of the balcony, at the same time managed to shut the door behind, then jump off and find cover, and at the same time make sure that he went back at it. So clearly shows, him doing multiple functions at one time. He's got really good reflexes, you've got to appreciate that. But this particular circle, right, again, looks pretty favorable for the players of FMR3D, considering they've got no one on their backlines. But for SALTxi8 and FS, it's sort of been a street side brawl. They've been exchanging fist after fist, and it has all come down to these two gentlemen out here, Crypto and Malik. Two amazing players, two best players of their team, two reliable players. But
Yep.
it's just about an individual accolade. Who is the better among the two?
Well, as they play their Among Us approach, we are moving away with the zone, and that, to both of them, is cause for concern. And that, of course, will be reflected maybe based on. Well, it seemed like that Malik was deciding to move away from this fight and get into the zone itself, but. Or maybe he is. Maybe he is. We'll come back to that. I'm not entirely sure, but I do believe that he will in a few minutes' time. But on the other front, as we talk about the fights themselves in this, we've got 10 teams remaining pretty much in the center. We do see Regicide take on one final player of QWERTY, and that's going to be Wolverine. And of course, Insane knows exactly where Wolverine is at. As of now, the smoke is the only cover that is helping Wolverine. But for how long, dude? You're up there. And yeah, being up there is he's going to be in so many individual teams crosshairs and not looking like he's going to be able to survive this. Either Insane is going to be able to bring him down, or some other third-party conversation could be brought. But 4v the way this team made that rotation from the eastern flank and the eastern shore was beautiful. Moving on along towards the south of the military base itself was phenomenal, and with all 4 players, they've moved pretty much in the center, and now they're controlling the fight. They've got 6 elimination points for their side, and same is the case actually, +1 for Metershot, but they are 1 man down. So 3-man army is what Metershot is going to be looking at. And again, so when it comes to the teams that have the numbers advantage, we've got so many of them. But which side is the zone going to be shifting? That will dictate which team will get the advantage.
Oh, that certainly will. But for now, MetershotxSKY just around the southern areas. As for VTFT, well, we could have seen Ahmed come out of cover as the players, I believe, of North Esports have taken over the radio tower. I really do not know if that's the right decision to make at this point, because you tend to take any shots, you get spotted out from multiple angles, and it's going to be such a tedious task to try and stay alive, especially when you still have 9 teams alive and kicking it through. But for now, MetershotxSKY just working around as Healthxi is gonna look at some position over here. 52x Rage will eventually survive this onslaught. Pain, he still needs some rest though, as Clarity, they have been wiped out.
Well, with that, we're down to 8 teams surviving. SALTxi8 Crypto right here, the 1-man army, still pushing on along. I mean, the team's got 4 defeat points. He himself has 3, so you definitely know he is trying to climb up those elimination leader points, but that is a conversation for another day, because right now on day number 1, his team has not really had the best day, and with that, it will be SALTxi8 getting eliminated. 7 teams remaining. Regicide, as of now, trying to take on some shots, but if we look onto the map itself, if we look onto the zone itself, it is 4vTFD's compound that is going to be in the center. For now, 4vTFD have had a phenomenal game. Of course, this final 6th game of the day, where they have been able to accumulate 4 defeat points for their side, but very close to them is going to be Metershot as well as other teams from the flank. So and that's going to be 52x Rage, and so it is very crucial for 4vTFD to keep on communicating right now. Otherwise, to pounce upon them is going to be so easy, because there are so many open angles for the side of Metershot as well as 52x Rage to deliver that massive blow. But it seems like NES is going to be the one that... Okay, I'm out.
All right,
From one fight to the next, I got so confused. Like, wait, wow, okay. So I'm out.
It's just chaos, dropping down, everyone just going after the other. But MetershotxSKY still, they've just lost out on Khatir. Have 3 of their players, have maintained that certain front for them, and are just waiting for, all the other teams just to fight it out. And the previous game could have been all about the teams that were at the bottom half, but this game is about the teams that are doing fairly well. Just barring North Esports and 4vTFD, who still made a really strong stand this time around. But players of OVTFT, they're cooking up those grenades, but Mary getting knocked out to Endless. Will certainly get the revive though. I'm really intrigued to see what can Ash pull off over here. Emmett barely with a sliver of HP. How does he survive?
Dude, so many players today have survived on that sliver of an HP. It is ludicrous what is happening right here in the battleground in the grand finals for the Pakistan lobby. But I am loving it because it is giving so many of these teams and players just that second approach, just that second, third life that is required for them and their team. And for the side of OVTFD, I mean, they deserve it more than anybody else just because they're sitting on that bottom of the leaderboard. But apart from that, we do still have the teams that are remaining still looking at that numbers advantage working for them. NES gets eliminated, so we're left with 4 teams, off of which 52x Rage is the only team with a one-man squad. Apart from that, the numbers still sticking into the favor of Metershot. So Metershot, they're playing it safe, they're playing it slow. But will that be enough? Oh, yes, it will. Look at the zone. Definitely going to be helping them.
Oh, it certainly will.
My bad.
Yeah, just going down below. But again, you know, this is basically MetershotxSKY's game to lose, right? They've got the southern areas intact. You know, they're playing around the fences, and this is the moment where, you know, Regicide and 4VTFT, they're gonna come out of their cover, and in doing that, they're just gonna keep on going after each other and just wipe each other off. And well, in that moment, you've got to look at Regicide, you know, trying to find that little opening, but a sad news for them as Voltrox lies knocked out, as Ash has been spotted out, and Vaz is going to make no mistakes in getting the knock. But now a big question, they've got to make a big decision. Are they going to go and stick the res back up? I believe the answer is going to be no, but this little knock from Leon could be an absolute game changer, because Ash, he was holding down the flanks. Now him out of the picture, Leon has got that little freedom to lob a grenade at at Regicide's direction, which even Regicide are also doing the same. It's so chaotic at this moment, and somehow both the teams have successfully managed to disengage, but they are yet to get inside the circle, Lakshay.
Well, in all of this chaos that is ensuing, none of the team has become wiser. I mean, they are slowly but surely taking on the approach to take on the knocks, but again, right now, just a few minutes ago, Regicide had all the opportunity to jump in on the position of OVTFD as they were knocked, and now once again, Regicide have the opportunity, but will they capitalize upon it? They are playing it so, they're playing it safe, but again, in the battleground, playing it too safe can also critically hurt you, and that is something that Regicide have already been through once. Let's hope that that's not going to be the case again, because from the far away distance, from the back angles, it is definitely the team of Metershot who are making some decisive blows, and decisive plays is what has resulted in them completely eliminating the 2 teams that I thought had a chance to take this opportunity away from Metershot, because now it is just a one-man army, and that's going to be Pharaoh from the side of 52x Rage, and he will be brought down. And with that, the final game of the day. Along with that, on a personal note, a 3rd chicken dinner for the side. This team, they have made it. In the Pakistan lobby, this team has made it. We were talking about it in the previous 3 weeks altogether, that yes, they have been consistent. Yeah, somehow they just somehow on Erangel, but now looking at their play style throughout the day, yes, this team has made it from Pakistan lobby. That is all I gotta say, because the way this team is able to control the fights, the way they've learned from their mistakes, all combined together, it could be their grand finals actually.
I mean, 2 out of 3 Erangel games, and they win 2, right? So, I mean, of course, shows how good this team really has been, and this is exactly what we've needed in Pakistan right now. The other teams to really step up, and in the finals, we've all been privy to that factor, right? We have seen, you know, the boys from MetershotxSKY just grind it all out, and it's all finally paying off. You know, the persistence, the perseverance, you know, the way they were holding off, they were not getting nosy, right? They were minding their business. Unless and until no one was threatening their territory, they were not taking the fights. They were focusing on getting good position for themselves, and you know, they just let everyone be. They literally mind their own business, and as a result, eventually got the final finish. And with that, a chicken dinner. But right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go for a short little break. We'll be back with the post analysis.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, there we go. Final game is done and dusted. And with that, we've got MetershotxSKY taking on the third chicken dinner for themselves. Just nobody would have anticipated, but everybody could have expected. But that is exactly what day number 1 has in store for us. Now, with that, again, we shall see that, all right, day number 1 has resulted in a lot of ups and downs pretty much, but that is what we wanted to see.
Yeah.
But what will day number 2 be like? That is what I want to see, because more than anything, I mean, the way SALTxi8 was playing, and now the way they've been, showcased that no, you're not the only one. There are other teams that can bring you down.
Yeah, but as we take a look at the MVP, has to be Ash. I mean, they're all over the place, right? Healthy, we've seen Ash also picking it up, and certainly have been the best team, right? Undoubtedly, no caps. They've been doing everything right. I'm just kind of worried about if they can maintain this sort of a performance even tomorrow and the day after. If they kind of get over with tomorrow's evening staying at the tippity top, I'm pretty sure they are heading into the third day maybe with a dream of being the best team from the Pakistani region, and also heading on to the SA Championship. But a little bit of a look at the top players, and it's going to be Ash and Healthy from MetershotxSKY. But Snow did whatever he possibly could to keep himself at the second spot.
Absolutely. I mean, we definitely, as the day came to an end, we did see a little bit of a resurgence, a little bit of a third gear picking up pace from the side of Snow. Not only Snow, sorry, his entire team, North Esports. But that, of course, same can be said for 4VTFG, as it was clearly showcased from this final game. When it came down to their zone, when it came down to their compound, they were trying to hold it as strong as they possibly could. But that is not all that you need when it comes to these battlegrounds. You need a different sort of wit and playstyle that will give you that chicken dinner. And this time around, it was Metershot who decided to bring in that sort of a play. But along with that, there is also the team of 52x Rage to bring up and talk about, because this team have also been pretty phenomenal in terms of their playstyle. I mean, when it was required for them, they were ultra aggressive, and otherwise they've actually, in fact, now I come to think of it, so many of these teams in the Pakistani lobby, especially, I don't know, maybe it's because of grand finals, day number 1, they've actually taken a step back from that aggressive streak that they were all part of, and slowed down the gameplay of their own a little bit, and tried to be a bit more synergistical, a bit more methodological. But let's see if that'll be the case for the entire journey.
I mean, it's quite understandable why teams are looking to go a little bit on the defensive side. Of course, they're playing a lot around the centers. It's the finals. You've got limited number of games, not like the Super Weekends, where you can possibly play 45 games. It's just settled in 18, right? So you've got to be as precise, as accurate. And I think MetershotxSKY have already crossed over their first hurdle, right? The biggest hurdle of them. That is to get a really good start. But for now, this is where my concerns really arise. Them playing so good, a lot of teams, Lakshay, they are gonna have their eyes on them tomorrow. I think
I don't know, dude.
they have a huge bounty behind their head. So But at the same time, you know, MetershotxSKY and 52x Rage, we've seen one thing. They don't get themselves into battle, right? They always
Exactly.
steer away. They'll be lurking around somewhere around the edges. I mean, even the
Right.
teams that would be waiting for them, I mean, just cross. For Christ's sake, cross. And they will never do that. You know,
True. True.
they let the circle kind of go away from them, even when their enemies also give up. Nah, I'm like, nah, chuck it, we are making a move. And that is when they decide to move in. And that sort of has been working out for them so well. As we take a look at the Oppo moments, which has been, I think, action-packed right from the very start. Certainly have to consider this military bridge, which was the entire epicenter of all the action that broke out.
You know what? I have to say one thing right here, right now, as we're live. I want to thank CA because as he left the desk, he said one thing. He was looking forward to, as the day came to an end, some really phenomenal zones and circles, and he just put in a request to the PUBG gods. And honestly, that's exactly what has happened. You know, the first few games of the day, we were looking at nominal circles, but as the day progressed on along, we had some crazy approaches taking place, which resulted in amazing rotations being brought on down from these teams as well.
Oh yeah, and you know, right now at this point, to be honest, well, for 4v-TFT, it was such an important game as well, right? And they did fairly well. They did all they possibly could. It was just that last shift that went down south. And look at this again, North Esports having so much issues over there, you know, getting caught off guard like that. But yeah, even for Regicide was a fairly decent day in the office. They did whatever they possibly could and find themselves in really good spots, right? But right now, let's take a look at the damage graph and find for ourselves, you know, how things have looked. Because again, you know, it's not going to be MetershotxSKY with the maximum amount of damage. It's going to be definitely somebody else. But it was so chaotic towards the very end. It was so difficult to even process what on earth was really going on.
Again, that backseat approach, right? That we were just talking about. This being the finals has pushed these teams to take on a passive approach to the fights, and then as they do see some openings, they try and take on those shots, and that, of course, is clearly indicated based on they were part of a lot of fights. Look at the damage graphs that are being showcased right off the bat in the first 5 to 8 teams. But you compare that to the conversion rate. That is the elimination point that they were able to walk away with. And that is where we do see Metershot being a lot more consistent. And this time around, actually, FMxR3D as well.
Oh yeah, and you know, again, it was so important for VTFT to get that much damage on board, a little bit of a confidence booster. But FMR3D getting those 10 finishes is again one of those games that they've been looking out for, a little bit of a confidence. You know, I think this is where I understand what Pika was telling to his teammates. You know, guys, chuck everything in this world. All you've got to do is fight and find finishes, right? I think that first fight against H2E, if I remember, that became so crucial, you know, that kind of sort of determined how good they were. But again, you know, FMR3D still has potential. There's still, you know, tomorrow and day after where they can pull off a comeback. Still 12 games to go. So I think considering, you know, how this game went, they're going to have a hearty sleep, wake up tomorrow, and then you know, figure out what to do, how to get the wins. But overall, you know, this overall rankings that we've seen over here, FMR3D finally getting some points for them, 23, as they're going to be happy about how they've played.
Definitely are going to be. And as we look on through, again, I mean, I'm just looking at these names, right? You've got QWERTY Esports sitting on the 11th position. You got North Esports on the 12th, H2E on the 14th, the Team Star on the 16th. But the points, they are so close. So it is still anybody's game. Of course, we are looking on to 12 games remaining of the 18 that are to be played in the grand finals, and all these teams have already played the 6 games. So yeah, from tomorrow onwards, we're definitely going to be starting to count down. And these teams, again, on the first page, we are looking at Metershot being very consistent on day number 1. Regicide, a complete turnaround in terms of how they played the previous 3 weeks compared to now in the grand finals. But this is just day 1 story. Day 1 has been wonderful, but day 2 onwards, these teams are going to have to be that much more bringing in consistency for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, tomorrow is going to be such an interesting day because today was about settling in. I think Meteor Shot, Sky, and
Right.
52 Rage have really done that. But for 52 Rage, I think they're flying really close to the sun, and I'm starting to wonder if they've got what it takes, or are they gonna just get burnt? So I mean, I do not want to have them getting the same fate as Icarus, but regardless, I really do not want this team to get off tomorrow. I think
Definitely,
what they're
definitely.
doing is such a beautiful thing, getting so many good finishes, getting all this job done right. And tomorrow is where they have to start focusing a little bit on getting few more finishes. I mean, again,
Right.
if their objective is to get into the top 6, then it's completely fine. If they have to
True.
get that top spot, you've got to start getting kills also. Sort of bank up with the position that you've been getting. But regardless, of course, SALTxi8, this is what they've been known to do. Again, the first day they've been just trying to muddle around, just test the
Exactly.
waters, and it feels like there's this feeling in my gut that tells me that tomorrow is going to be SALTxi8's day. And I have doubted them in the past, and they have literally shunned me down. So
Exactly.
again, which could be a case even tomorrow, or
Yep.
could go completely otherwise.
That has happened. That has happened with me multiple times, especially when it comes to the name I8 right there with Crypto and the likes being there. I mean, the synergistic bunch, it's a SWAT team altogether. They will deliver exactly similar results every single time. That is the consistency that we've seen from them in so many individual tournaments. They've already played amongst this lobby for the past 3 weeks. So you know for sure that they're just baiting. They're just baiting this entire lobby. And tomorrow, I do expect that there will be a different story to talk about as we will be reaching the end of the 6 games tomorrow. But along with that, again, I mean, a good start for all the teams. We looked at H2E not participating in the first game, jumped on from the second game onward, played that Erangel the third game, then were completely able to pounce on upon the opportunity to get decent points for themselves. The Grounders also pretty much the same thing. North Esports trying their level best. So yeah, we're looking at the teams slowly but surely bringing in that play style and trying to stay close and not let that lead go too far away. But again, I mean, as you said, right, only 6 teams, only top 6 teams will move on through. So it is a tough battle that is in store for these teams.
Oh yeah, I certainly feel the same as well, right? It's gonna come down to the wire, and it's gonna break my heart
yes.
whoever the 7th position
Exactly.
team will be, because again, everyone deserves over here a chance, a shot at representing the country, their region right now, and it's for the first time we are having a separate PMPL
Exactly true
for Pakistan, and which sort of goes on towards South Asia. So more teams again this time in this South Asian Championship. So of course you're gonna see a little bit of more of that representation coming in, a little bit of more Pakistani domination, because previously, of course, let's be honest, I mean, it was mostly about the Nepali teams and
Yep.
and the Mongolians, right? And this is
Right,
where
right.
Bangladesh has been on a steep decline. We haven't really seen the resurgence that we have been waiting for. So,
True.
right time for Pakistanis to kind of step in, make a mark for themselves, and head on to GC. Because I think right now for this entire region, this has to be the objective. Have at least one of the teams qualifying for the PMGC, the biggest title of it all, which has yet to happen to these players, So of course, that being said, I mean, pretty much today was about MetershotxSKY, 52x Rage, the way they've been playing, and even Regicide, as
Oh,
they
yes.
really picked
Oh, yes.
themselves up. But questions are going to be raised at quite a other few. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you've enjoyed all the games for the evening, do not forget to follow us at hashtag PMPL is where you're gonna start those Twitter wars. But our Facebook, YouTube, and our Instagram links are here below in the description. As we're finally done with the games, and any last words, Lakshay?
Well, we've definitely seen a monstrous approach from the side of Metershot on day number 1. But in all of this, SALTxi8's play has not necessarily dwindled. They have just not had that their fair share of the fight. So just keep that in mind that tomorrow there will be a different story right here. But yeah, like Fixer said, we're done for the day, and thank you so much for having me and tuning in.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले यानी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक फिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एदा चौकस लगी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समां जो बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाहता लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling out of love जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे